Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Gutierrez. Here. Ms. Gray Jackson. Honored to be here. Mr. Birch.
Here.
Ms. Drummond. Here. Mr. Coffey.
Here.
Dr. Selcraig. Ms. Osiander. Mr. Flynn. Ms. Johnston. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Ms. Osiander, would you lead us in the salute to the flag? Here, have that back. First item before us is the minutes of the previous meeting, regular meeting of November 25th, 2008. Thank you. Any changes or questions about the minutes of November 25th? Ask unanimous consent. I'm sorry. Oops. Any objection to unanimous acceptance of the minutes? Seeing none, the minutes are accepted for November 25th. The next item is the Mayor's report. Mr. Klayman.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. The only thing on the Mayor's report, the good news this morning, a topic of concern to I think all members of the Assembly, was we got the decision from Judge Ridner in the case involving the Fire and Police Medical Trust. And in that decision, the judge granted summary judgment in favor of the municipality, saying that the whole claim was barred by the statute of limitations. It's, I think, about a 16-page opinion. I won't try to read it here now, but we see it as very, very good news, and that's the extent of the Mayor's report.
Thank you very much. The Chair doesn't have a particular report tonight, other than I know that by 6 or 6:30 this room will be full of people waiting to testify, and I would ask politely that my fellow Assembly members try to get us through the consent agenda by 6 p.m. so we can begin the public hearings. Thank you. Committee reports. Let's see. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next Wednesday, the 11th of February, will be the regular monthly meeting of the Public Safety Committee. We will be looking at a couple of issues. First and foremost, I believe APD had asked for the opportunity to present their strategic plan while the fire department presented theirs at the last public safety meeting. We'll have one from the police department next week. Following that will be a discussion of a proposal from Assemblymember Flynn dealing with alcohol, and specifically those of you who've been on the body for a while will remember sort of an abortive attempt that Assemblymember Fairclough made several years ago to address some safety issues around the closing hours for alcoholic beverage establishments. And we're going to take a look at that again and see if we can maybe find some new answers to what is a pretty old question. We have received a letter from the state. They're asking for our assistance and cooperation regarding the bear issue. So we will take a look at their request. And I believe, Madam Chair, that is all that will be on our agenda. The meeting is at noon at City Hall in the Assembly Conference Room. That's room 155 on the first floor of City Hall. It will be from noon until 2. I think we're going to have a lot on our agenda, so we're going to expand it to a 2-hour meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. And that was Wednesday, February 11th?
That's correct.
The next meeting. Thank you very much. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spent quite a bit of time putting together the promised 2009 work plan for the Budget and Finance Committee, and I've distributed a draft to the committee, who is Assembly Members Drummond and Johnston, and I've also, as a courtesy, distributed a copy to the OMB Director and the Finance Director. And I'm hoping to get some feedback so that this committee can get busy with its work. And I just want to make one comment in that regard. The work plan is, I don't want to use the word contingent, but it's really important that the committee have some staff to help do what it is I think this committee should be doing. The next committee meeting is scheduled for February 19th at noon in City Hall Assembly Conference Room 155, but if requested and if necessary, the committee will be meeting sooner than that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Birch.
No report.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk.
Yes, the Community and Economic Development meeting committee is planning a energy public update, actually kind of a work session on the 28th, and it'll begin at 1. We'll be providing information about the nature of it and kind of noticing the public. But the intent is to provide as much information as we can to the public about what our alternatives are in terms of energy in the community. We're going to be looking at what kind of renewable resources we have out there. We'll be inviting guest speakers from the utilities and from NANA and from the community as a whole that are involved in alternative energies and then natural gas issues. And we'll basically present information just so that the public can get kind of updated on what the challenges are and where our opportunities are. And then we'll also be asking the public for just some general comments about what their priorities are, what they think about the future of energy in Anchorage, which directions they'd like to see us go. And this is really a precursor. The committee would like to come back to this body and talk about the idea of developing an energy plan and just getting some background before we do that. And so that our regular meeting will be 2 weeks from tomorrow, and it is also in 155. It begins at 12:30 in the afternoon and goes until 2, and we'll be discussing the agenda at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Madam Osiander.
Title 21 committee meeting is this Thursday from 9:30 to 11:30 in the Planning Department Conference Room. Our topic will be steep slope development. The Chapter 7 is proposing different standards that would limit some of the development options on steep slopes. The public is welcome to attend.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the interest of furthering your request, nothing to report.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes, I was in Juneau last week for the AML legislative meeting, and AML passed 5 resolutions as far as the legislature, and their priorities were, number 1, to maintain the PERS and TERS formula, the Education Foundation formula, revenue sharing, and then to develop long-term plans for both energy and transportation. I have to say that while in Juneau, there was quite a bit of statewide interest as far as what was happening with Anchorage. I was asked repeatedly about some of the contracts and budgets we passed last fall and about our shortfall that we have at this point. And I don't think it's necessary for Assembly members to go to Juneau and promote our legislative package as much as each of us work in a bipartisan fashion with each of our legislators here when they're either in town by email or telephone, and just see if we can encourage that those top 3 priorities, education funding, PERS and TERS formula, and revenue sharing, remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next, we have before us addendum items. Thank you. The items are as follows. 9A2 on the consent agenda, resolutions for action, proclamations and recognitions. 9A2 is resolution number AR 2009-23, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing February 12, 2009 as the 100th anniversary of the NAACP. Assembly members Gray, Jackson, and Gutierrez. 9B3, resolution number AR 2009-24, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $20,000 from the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and contribution of $775 from Anchorage Municipal Police Service Area Fund 151, Anchorage Police 2009 operating budget to the area-wide General CIP Fund 401 for State Homeland Security Program grant activities in the Municipal Manager Department, Office of Emergency Management, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 75-2009. Item 9E3, Information Memorandum Number AIM 10-2009, Fourth Quarter 2008 Financial Reports, Office of Management and Budget. 9F3, ordinances for introduction. Ordinance AO 2009-18, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.40.060B, correcting an omission in AO 2007-121 S1 relating to administrative site plan review and approval of restaurant or eating place alcoholic beverage license use in the R4 or multiple family residential district, brought to us by the Planning Department, set for public hearing on the 24th of February, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 76-2009. Item 9F4, Ordinance AO 2009-19, an ordinance authorizing disposal by ground lease of Heritage Land Bank Parcel 4-013 to Northern Lodging LLC, doing business as Ramada Anchorage Downtown, from the Heritage Land Bank, set for public hearing on February 24th, 2009, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum Number AM 77-2009. Number 9F5, Ordinance AO 2009-20, an ordinance authorizing withdrawal of portions of parcels 3-030, 3-031, 3-032A, 3-032B, 3033, and 3-065, totaling approximately 39 acres from Heritage Land Bank inventory for transfer to the Real Estate Services Division, and establishing a conservation easement on the withdrawn portions of the parcels, with mitigation credits to be managed by Heritage Land Bank, set for public hearing on February 24th, 2009, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 78-2009. Item 9F6, Ordinance Number AO 2009-21, an ordinance pursuant to Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.20.040, amending Sections 3.20.010 and 3.20.070 to update the management responsibilities of the municipal manager and the chief fiscal officer, Department of Law, set for public hearing February 24th, 2009, and accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 80-2009. New public hearings tonight. We have S versions for both item 14A2, ordinance number AO 2009-8S, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $69,880,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of capital improvements to Service High School, Eagle River High School, and Girdwood K-8 School at the election to be held in the municipality on April 7, 2009, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 26-2009A. And item 14B2, also an S version, ordinance number AO 2009-9S, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $27,480,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of educational capital improvements for district-wide building systems, renewals, replacements, renovations, and acquisitions at the election to be held in the municipality on April 7, 2009, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum Number AM 26-2009A. It's been moved to incorporate. Incorporation? Oh, anything else to be added to the addendum? We have a number of laid on the table items. Pardon me? Okay. Are there any additional, and we have laid on the table items on a separate agenda sheet. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, this evening. This helps us in our confusion here. Do you have a yellow sheet, everybody, with the laid on the table items? And I believe I have all of the items except one. Shall I read them first before we incorporate them? Yes. Okay. Okay, there are four items. First item They're all for the consent agenda. First item is 9A3, Resolution AR 2009-25, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing February 7th, 2009 as Black AIDS Awareness Day, brought to us by Assemblymember Gray Jackson. Item 9B4, Resolution AR 2009-26, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of action by the 26th Legislature of the State of Alaska to make the sale of certain energy resources by a refiner at prices that are exorbitant or excessive an unlawful act or practice, as introduced in House Bill 68 and Senate Bill 54, brought by Assembly Members Gutierrez and Gray Jackson. Item 9B5 is also a laid-on-the-table item, Resolution Number AR 2009-27, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly requesting detailed financial information concerning both anticipated revenue and budgeted expenditures. Assembly Vice Chair Coffey. Item 9E4, Information Memorandum Number AIM 12-2009, Status of Municipal Light and Power and Chugach Electric Association Utility Restructuring. Those are the laid-on-the-table items. A motion to incorporate? Okay, any objection to incorporation? Seeing none, those items are incorporated. Items to be pulled from the consent agenda. Assembly members, let's start with Ms. Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Nothing, thank you.
Ms. Osiander?
Item 9A1. Item 9D10. No, excuse me, 11, for the purpose of moving a reordering of the agenda of it.
9D11.
11.
Thank you.
And 9D12. And on the addendum, 9 Bravo 5.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Osiander.
Madam
Dr.
Chairman.
Selkirk?
Madam Chairman, a
Ms.
clarification. Ms. Osiander, did you say B12 or D as in David 12?
I said David.
Thank you.
There isn't a B12.
There's the vitamin B12.
Dr. Selkirk? Thank you. Mr. Coffey?
You come back to me, Madam Chair.
Sure. Mr. Birch?
Yes, you have several items. First would be 9 Delta 6. Uh, 9 Delta 9. Let's see. And then on the let's see, let me find the other one. Oh, 9 Echo 3 on the addendum. And laid in the table items 9 Bravo 4 and 9 Echo 4. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 9 Bravo 1. On the addendum, I'd like to pull 9 Apple 1. And on the laid on the table items, I'd like to pull 9 Apple 3. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, there is not a 9 Apple 1 on the addendum.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, 9 Apple 2.
Okay. 9 Apple 3 on the laid on the table item. 9A2 and 9A3. Okay. Mr. Gutierrez?
No items, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Starr?
9 Echo 1.
That's been pulled.
I believe that's already been pulled. Oh, no. 9 Echo 1 on the consent agenda. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Starr. All right, the rest of the consent agenda is, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Coffey.
Yes, 9 Delta 17 for the same purpose that 9 Delta 11 was pulled, to move it with the bonds. I had it on. 9 Delta 17.
Okay, so those will be, you want to discuss those with their
Yeah.
appropriate bond issue? Okay. Anything else, Mr. Coffey?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Johnston?
I'd like to pull 9 Delta 5.
Into the microphone, please.
9 Delta 5.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnston. Okay, the administration, any items to be pulled?
No, Madam Chair, no items.
Thank you very much, Ms. Handyside. Any objection to passing the balance of the items on the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, the consent agenda is passed. Item 9A1 is the first item to be pulled.
Move to approve.
Second.
And
Assembly members.
I'm reading and Ms. Selkirk is presenting.
Okay. Pardon me?
Have we
Okay.
voted?
Any objection to passage of this resolution? Seeing no objection, the resolution passes unanimously. Ms. Osiander is reading. Dr. Selkirk is presenting.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to recognize Parks and Rec Department staff members Nancy Beardsley and Abby Harding for organizing their 50 Bikes, 50 Kids event in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Whereas the Anchorage community values community involvement in public service, and members of the Anchorage community seek opportunities to contribute to the well-being and happiness of their neighbors. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage honors Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his contributions to the United States of America and seeks to honor his memory by fulfilling the call to service on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And whereas the 50 Bikes, 50 Kids event organized by the Anchorage Park Foundation and the Parks and Rec Department on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day united a variety of nonprofit organizations, local businesses, and over 300 volunteers to purchase, assemble, and give away 50 bicycles to 50 deserving area youth. Whereas Nancy Beardsley and Abby Harding recruited volunteers and sponsors, secured donations of bicycles and professional support, provided enthusiastic leadership, and were generally the organizers and managers of the 50 Bikes, 50 Kids event. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves. Nancy Beardsley and Abby Harding are honored and recognized for their work to mobilize the Anchorage community, increase volunteerism, and to fulfill the mission of the Day of Service on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. This resolution, effective immediately upon passage and approval by the Assembly, passed and approved this day. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Selkirk, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment. I had the pleasure of attending the bike construction experience, and it was really pretty wonderful. There were over 300 people there. The room was filled with children and parents, and I would say Nancy's husband was there. It was just the kind of thing, I think, that makes people happy about living in Anchorage. And these children that were selected for the bikes had to be nominated by their teachers for doing something wonderful, being wonderful kids. And it was a really wonderful experience to see these little faces light up. And many of the children didn't have access to a way of having a bike. So it was a wonderful way of matching good kids to a wonderful thing that they could get out and enjoy. And I would hope that we can continue to support this. I stood there and I thought, this is just 50 bikes. It would be wonderful to do 150 bikes. And of course, Nancy just said, no, it's too complicated. But it's a wonderful thing that we might want to grow. A lot of volunteerism, a lot of community involvement, and just pure goodness. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, item 9A2, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
Thank you. This is a resolution. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing February 12, 2009 as the 100th anniversary of the NAACP. Ms. Gray Jackson, you wish to read?
Madam Chair, I will be presenting, and Mr. Gutierrez will be reading. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Madam Osiander.
I would like to be added as a co-sponsor. My guess is the whole assembly would.
Thank you. I agree. If you would add us as co-sponsors. Any objection
Thank you, Ms. Osiander.
Any objection to unanimous passage of this item and sponsorship of the entire assembly? Seeing none, that item passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing February 12, 2009 as the 100th anniversary of the NAACP. Whereas on February 12, 1909, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, was founded by Ida Wells Barnett, W.E.B. Du Bois, Henry Moskowitz, Mary White Ovington, Owald Garrison Viard, William English Walling, a multiracial group of activists who answered the call to renew the struggle for civil and political liberty. And whereas the NAACP's purpose is to ensure the political, educational, social, and economic equality of rights of all persons and to eliminate racial hatred and racial discrimination, and whereas, as the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization, the NAACP is 400,000 members strong and has worked successfully with allies of all races, and whereas, believing that future leaders must be developed today, the NAACP has one of the largest organized groups of young people of any secular organization in the country, and whereas the NAACP Youth and College Division has more than 30,000 young people representing 600 youth councils, high school chapters, and college chapters actively involved in the fight for civil rights, and whereas, chartered in 1951, the NAACP Anchorage branch, one of 1,700 nationwide, has been an agent for positive, peaceful change in our community and state for 58 years. And whereas, vigilant in that their mission is carried out, the NAACP Anchorage branch, for its leadership, is faithful and committed to the call in Alaska and urges all citizens to join in the celebration of this important anniversary. And whereas on February 12, 2009, the NAACP Anchorage branch will install their newly elected officers and will celebrate the NAACP's 100th anniversary. And whereas the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes the NAACP Anchorage branch as a voice of reason and righteousness in pressing forward and in guiding Anchorage toward the fulfillment of its promises of liberty and justice for this community. And whereas the Anchorage Municipal Assembly joins the NAACP Anchorage branch in commemorating and celebrating the 100th anniversary of the NAACP, now therefore the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that February 12, 2009 is recognized as the 100th anniversary of the NAACP in the municipality of Anchorage.
Dr. James, if you and your fellow presenters would mind introducing yourselves and indicating your role with the NAACP, I would appreciate it.
My name is Antonio Anderson. I'm the serving president of the NAACP.
My name is Dr. Ellsworth James. I am the president-elect of the NAACP. We will be installed on February 12th. I hope to see you all there.
I'm Paulette Senegal Law, and I am the secretary-elect of the NAACP Anchorage branch.
I'm Virginia Lee Anderson, member at large, and thank you.
I'm Darrell Hess. I'm the treasurer-elect of the NAACP.
Thank you, all of you, for coming. Next item we have pulled is 9B1, Resolution AR 2009-20. I'm sorry? 9A3. Oh, sorry. I apologize. 9A3 from the laid on the table items. Resolution number AR 2009-25. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
Any objection to the passage, unanimous passage of this resolution?
I'd like to be listed as a sponsor.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Gray Jackson, go ahead.
I'm going to present this resolution to Mr. Hugh Brown, and Ms. Johnson is going to read it.
Any objection
Thank
to
you.
unanimous passage of this resolution? Seeing no objection. And listing of Dr. Selcraig as an added sponsor. Seeing no objection, that item passes.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing February 7th, 2009 as Black AIDS Awareness Day. Whereas the incidence of HIV in African American populations continues to be disproportionately high in the United States, and whereas national HIV/AIDS service organizations have endorsed the federal government's call for a national AIDS strategy for the United States, and whereas the Center for Disease Control have estimated the number of new HIV infection is over 50,000 per year in the United States, and whereas the HIV/AIDS continue to infect and affect Alaskans of all races and ethnicities each year, and whereas Black AIDS Awareness Day, designated on February 7th of each year, calls on African Americans to get tested, get informed, get involved, and get treated. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly recognizes Saturday, February 7th, 2009 as Black AIDS Awareness Day in the municipality of Anchorage, and encourages all citizens to take part in helping to increase awareness and understanding to prevent the further spread of HIV and to increase compassion for those living with HIV/AIDS, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly.
Thank you very much. Now, 9B1. Ms. Gray Jackson. Resolution AR 2009-20.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve. Madam Chair, one of the reasons why I pulled this resolution is because recently there was another bill added, a House Bill number 94, and I'd like to, first off, move to add House Bill 94 to line 9, right after Senate Bill number 33. I'd like for it to state, and House Bill 94, and I have copies of that bill to pass out. I would like for this bill to be attached to this resolution for the record, and I'd also like to invite two UAA students up to the podium, Carl Wing and Ryan Buckholz, to say a few words in regard to this. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Acting Mayor and members of the Assembly. My name is Carl Wing, and I'm currently serving as Student Body President of the University of Alaska Anchorage, and myself and my colleague here are speaking for 15,000 students. And this resolution, we came before Ms. Gray Jackson and Ms. Johnston and other members of the Assembly pretty much asking and addressing an affordability issue that students of the University of Alaska, not just Anchorage, have been dealing with for the past several years. Alaska is ranked among the lowest in the country in financial aid. And what does that mean? That means that students are not finding other options of finding other alternatives of funding to go to college and get the education that they deserve. And the history of the Alaska Achievers Incentive Program, it was a program created by students and actually written the state legislation and presented it to the state legislator about a year ago. The progress of the bill the first year, it left one of the House committees, but it did not get to the floor. This year, however, our progress is that students from across the state have been approaching their local governments and many other organizations across the state to find support for this program, because we, the students, have been very passionate about this topic, and it's another means of keeping Alaska's best students in Alaska, because the students eventually are going to be the solution to all the problems that we face today, whether if it's from challenging the economy, improving the workforce. We're doing our part to make sure that we get our good grades and that we get qualified for the workforce and just being ready to just take care of Alaska in general. So our advocacy efforts are just finding a simple endorsement for AAIP. There's no money requested. That is not our intention whatsoever. Just a simple endorsement from the body. Former student body president of UAF and current North Star Borough Assembly member Joe Blanchard is in the process of writing a resolution to endorse the AIP, and the Juneau City Council as well is in the process of doing the same thing. And here we are coming before you to address this issue, among other things. And, I'm going to bring it over to my colleague right here, to Ryan.
Hi, I'm Ryan Buckholt. I'm a student senator at UAA, and this is one small piece in a large statewide effort that ourselves and other students across all the different campuses of the University of Alaska system are doing in order to make sure we have success in this session. Last session we came pretty close. A lot of us think that, if there's still 120 days, we would have passed it. So we're really excited this year. We got a lot more momentum going, a lot of support in Juneau, and really urge your support for this. Can't remember the exact statistic, but a large majority of students end up living within 20 to 50 mile radius of the university they graduate. So when Carl mentions 15,000 students, a good chunk of those will remain in Anchorage in the workforce, and that's very important to our city.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, me too.
Hold on a second. Let me find it. Where is it? Okay, Mr. Birch.
Thank you for coming down this evening. I believe I talked to Carl, and it's nice to see you in person here. One of the questions that I had when we spoke on the phone was to compare the University of Alaska against, say other schools, University of Washington, Idaho, Montana, and I just am kind of out of touch, and I was wondering how we compare. I thought we had a pretty good value in the University of Alaska as it stands now, as far as competitive cost-wise. Were you able to get that information, or?
I'll let my colleague answer.
Actually, when it comes to needs-based tuition, there's actually an association on needs-based tuition programs across the states and the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, and I believe in the last academic year, which was 06 to 07, when they did their study, we were ranked 44th out of 52, and again, that includes District of Columbia and Puerto Rico. And that was in the previous year, I believe we were closer to 40, so that was a loss.
What is the cost of tuition for a year and room and board at the university?
Including the food costs and dorms, I believe the figures range from about $10,000 to $15,000. On average, UA students, when they have to take out loans, are around those numbers, and that also includes book fees.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess just to add a little bit more information, even with loans, grants, and other alternatives that are available to us, and what I mean by other alternatives, that includes like alumni fundraising, community partnerships, all that other additional resources that come in to help students. There's still not enough resources to help students find more ways of going to school and attending school, because students in general have been facing tuition increases nonstop for several years, longer than we've been alive, from what I understand. But it's been a burden for us, but I mean, we've been doing our part to stay involved and to get the good grades and just to be ready for the workforce. But this is going to be a potential solution to help answer or become that remedy.
Great. Thanks for coming.
Apologize. Ms. Osiander.
I'm frustrated at resolutions that support specific bills. I would much prefer to have a resolution that talks about concepts. Secondarily, in-state tuition at Alaska is a lot less than in-state tuition in Washington State and Oregon. I also have had conversations with folks at the university who are having trouble funding their scholarship program for the top, I think it's the top 10% of high school grads. So I wish there were some better avenue than this to talk about this whole thing. To me, it sounds great, but there's a lot of other priorities that I might put higher. So I don't know how I'm going to deal with it.
Thank you. Dr. Selcraig.
I'm going to support this. I had the pleasure of going to college when there was a wonderful loan program at in the state, and we were able to actually borrow the money, and a good portion of it was forgiven if we came back here and worked, and I think it really helped many, many people who are now my age have an opportunity to go to college. We are, even in these times where things are challenging compared to other places, we are a relatively wealthy state, and it's important, I think, to invest in young people, and I think education's a real important thing. We heard in terms of our own economy, making sure that we have people who are educated to meet our workforce needs is a big issue in terms of economic development. So I actually philosophically agree with Ms. Osiander. It would have been easier if you would have just brought this as a concept rather than, I don't really like to get into supporting a specific bill, but I am going to support it because I do agree with the concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Very briefly. The problem with supporting bills is, number one, it takes up our time, particularly on a busy night, and number two, we've got a couple of them on here. And like Ms. Osiander and Ms. Selcraig just said, I'd much prefer to do it from an Anchorage assembly. Please deal with tuition and scholarships and so on at the state level, rather than saying this bill I support and that bill I don't. I haven't even read them. I just got them tonight. So it's a problem for me. And I just would urge us not to get engaged in the practice of resolutions that support state legislation when we've got our own business to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, this item, thank you, gentlemen, for coming to speak. You may take your seat. Take your seats. This item has been moved and amended, moved and second. It needs a second.
I second it.
Okay, and the amendment also needs to be seconded.
Yes.
Is that right?
She added 99.
94. Okay.
Madam Chairman, I believe I did second that motion.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That item has been moved, seconded, and amended. Any objection to unanimous passage of this item? Excuse me. Any objection to the amendment? Seeing no objection, the amendment is approved. Any objection to the main motion as amended? Mr. Coffey. Let's have a roll call vote, or put the vote up on the board. Madam Clerk. That passes 8-2. Thank you. Next item. (9B1), Ms. Gray Jackson, Resolution AR 2009-20. Oh, that was it. I apologize. 9B4. On the laid on the table items, Mr. Birch, you pulled that item.
I did pull it. I think it's unnecessary.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Okay, that's been moved and approved. Any discussion? Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I brought this forward at the request of Senator Wielechowski and Representative Peterson. And I hear the arguments relating to specific bill numbers because bills change. And even though we may like one at the moment, down the road, it changes. But language in here, and I think the representative and the senator recognize that in Section 1 on page 2, it says, like the current versions. So I think that we're talking about a philosophical position here. We've all seen and we've all heard repeatedly from our constituents, and we know it to be true, that gasoline prices in this state and in this city and other localities around the state are significantly, and many feel unreasonably and unwarrantedly higher than they are in the rest of the country. And there have been investigations happening at the legislative level for some time. These high gas prices are due to any number of factors, but I think it's worth commenting on that there may be some price gouging going on. Gouging almost seems too mild a term for some of the things that have been happening to us at the pump. And the impacts of these actions are more wide-ranging than I could even cover tonight. Most impacted are small business owners. and people who are paying a high premium for fuel. And as we all know, most of the people who are employed in this state are employed by small businesses. And individuals going to the pump, are being gouged. And what this legislation does, that's been proposed by Senator Wielkowski and Representative Peterson, is to, forgive me, I don't want to misspeak, it's not a price-setting bill. It is a bill laying out a cap for excessive pricing beyond which refiners need to justify themselves. And if they justify themselves, and there may be any number of justifiable reasons why the prices may be that high, then they can set the prices wherever they need to set them. I realize we have a lot to do tonight, so Madam Chair, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Flynn.
Madam Chair, I need to declare a potential conflict of interest. One of the two refineries referenced in this resolution is obviously a pretty big customer of my little company, and just want to lay that before the body for consideration.
Mr. Coffey, would you please grill Mr.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn, do you have a personal financial interest in this matter?
I do not.
Do you have a private interest, given your employer-employee relationship? And I would imagine that would be determined by the order of magnitude that the Flint Hills refinery brings to your railroad, because if it would result in layoffs at the railroad if the refinery shuts down, that might impinge on you. But I don't know that, so I'm asking.
There's a legitimate likelihood I'd be seeking new employment if the refinery shut down, Mr. Coffey.
Well, that would lead one to conclude that your personal private interest would impede your ability to do the public interest, although one might argue that the public interest would not be well served by the closure of the Flint Hills refinery. So, Madam Chair, I'd recommend that Mr. Flynn be found to have a conflict based on his personal private interest with his employer and not participate in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Flynn may abstain from this vote. Mr. Birch?
Yeah, I speak against this resolution. Not only I think it's bad policy to be, kind of queuing up on some of these specific items, but this is just bad business. I mean, trying to dictate the price of gasoline in Anchorage, and I think it frustrates, anybody that, if you travel and you pay a different price in different communities, but it has a lot to do with competitive market forces. And the fact is that the price of fuel in Anchorage, gasoline in particular, is going to be dictated far more directly by the cost of importing fuel from a West Coast refinery. And I think, trying to cap it at 10% above the cost in the state of Washington, I think it's nuts, it's invasive, and I think it's kind of time not very well spent. I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Ms. Johnston.
I'm also voting no. Actually, the legislature just had a report out on this, and it makes no economic sense. It has been tried elsewhere. It's actually backfired, and the cost of fuel has gone up. We're a small population with 2 refineries. We don't have the competition you have outside. If we made it difficult for one of the other refineries to stay in business, then we'd be a one refinery, and we'd have no competition, and our prices would even go higher. And this is very, very bad business. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion.
Wait.
You're not on the...
I'm sorry.
Okay. Dr. Selcraig, please. We have lots of business tonight.
Well, I don't think I'm going to be supporting this, although I am concerned about high prices, mostly because on lines 35 through 37 it says excessive pricing is illegal, and then it goes on to say, it's also, we can enforce it if it's unconscionable. So I'm wondering why we're not dealing with, if there's price fixing, or if we've got unconscionably high prices, why we're not enforcing laws that already exist. And I also, I am concerned about, I guess I could support this if I knew more about what the 10%. I don't understand where the 10% came from. I don't know. It seems arbitrary at this point. And what we don't want to do is create a situation where we may find ourselves with people who are no longer interested in actually providing us gas. And I think that that's a concern. So I would be happy to look at this in more detail, and if I understood it better, maybe I would be supporting it, but tonight I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further Assembly members wishing to comment, Assembly members, please vote on this item. That item fails. 3 yes votes, 7 no votes. (9B4). 9B5 is the next item. Resolution number AR 2009-27, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly requesting detailed financial information concerning both anticipated revenue and budgeted expenditures.
Move to approve.
Okay, that item is before us. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. You will recall 2 weeks ago we passed a resolution, and it focused in part on the desire of this body to be engaged in the deficit issues before the city. What I started out thinking was we were going to try to operate under the provisions of Title III that would have led to the adoption of a set of directives relative to collective bargaining for the dealing with the deficit. But what I found was there was a lot more here, and a whole different approach seemed appropriate given that fact. The whereas clauses, I think, are all pretty clear. We did put in here at the time the indication of the special meetings in February 17th and March 10th for the purpose of giving notice to the body and to the public that we were going to address the deficit there. But we also, in meetings with the administration and with the chief financial officer and the budget head and so on, we crafted requests for information for our work sessions and for our assembly meetings, and that's what you find in sections 1 through 4 of the resolution. And basically, these were put together with Mr. Abbott's assistance, Ms. Weddleton's assistance, and so on. And then I would like to add Ms. Selcraig as a sponsor, which I should have done in the beginning because she was the one who helped write this, and we got in such a hurry this afternoon that when I sent it to the final, it was 3:02 p.m. And Ms. Grunstein was in a big, she's trying to get here, and it was tough to get it done. And I neglected to inform her. So Ms. Selcraig's name should actually be here, and I would appreciate that, and of course she'll confirm that. What we're trying to do, folks, is get information so that on the 13th of February and the 6th of March, and then our public sessions, we have detailed information on expenditures and revenue so that we can help the administration in its efforts to deal with this deficit. Thank you very much. I urge support.
Is this the item that was that Mr. Flynn asked to reconsider during this meeting? No, that's right. This is a different item.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Osiander.
I'm generally supportive. However, I think that Section 2 seems really excessive. I imagine if we get that for every single employee, we're going to get a book of information. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it, but it seems more than I want. The other thing, though, that I see as missing is some kind of a report on the status of fund balances and reserve funds. And so I'd like to make an amendment to add a Section 5 saying the status of reserve funds and fund balances shall be reported, if I could.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Osiander. Is that a motion?
Yes, and I second.
It's been seconded?
You have the line? Yeah.
Okay, could you repeat that, please? The status of fund balances?
And reserve funds. The rationale for that is that I've, in the last few days, heard some discussions that fund balances have been depleted. I don't really know the status, but it's relevant for us, particularly in light of our fund balance policy, to get a checkup on those.
Okay, the motion, the amendment is to add a Section 5. The status of reserve funds and fund balances shall be reported. Any additional comments on that amendment? Any objection to that amendment? Seeing none, that amendment is incorporated. Ms. Osiander, anything else? Okay. Mr. Starr.
I'd also like to be added as a sponsor.
Okay. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander, in discussions with Mr. Abbott, the reason we put there on line 38 by department so we could get the picture of the department, not you or me or all the list of employees. So the department's wages. Oh, I know. No, it would overwhelm us and probably staff to have the list. But if you do it by department, I'm told that it would be much more, we wouldn't have to, I need somebody to carry it for us. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I'd like to be a sponsor also.
Okay, any further discussion? Mr. Coffey, it's rather unusual to have the dates of meetings as in, whereas in a resolution, and I'd appreciate being able to pull those and deal with those separately.
Yeah, at the time.
Because they haven't
time
been.
Of the drafting, I didn't know the other, which of course was why we.
And who's going to be? I'd like to know who's going to be providing all of this financial information that you're requesting. You and the other sponsors are requesting for this information.
Ms. Weddleton, Ms. Phillips, Mr. Abbott, the people from the various departments.
Can I have a comment from the administration, please, on this request?
Sure. We will get you as much information as we have available. I mean, to some extent, the requests are a little bit ambiguous. We'll give you as much information as we have and cooperate as best as possible.
Okay, the administration is all right with these 2 work sessions and 2 special meetings?
Well,
and providing staffing to those meetings?
We don't have a problem with the dates from our perspective. I do think that scheduling something on the 13th of February, which is the weekend just before the President's Day weekend, I think when we set the Assembly schedule last year, we stayed away from that weekend because we thought there'd be a high likelihood of people being missing. Mm-hmm. And so I have concerns about, just in terms of attendance and really getting full attendance from your body on the 13th as well as the 17th. But if you want to schedule them those days, we will be here.
I agree. I'm sure if members of the Assembly don't wish to have meetings on those days, they can vote against that or move to pull that and change the date.
You may also, I guess another option might be to delete that paragraph and just indicate meetings scheduled as decided by the chair, but that's up to you.
Okay. Any further comments
Yes.
from the body? Yes. Dr. Selcraig?
Part of the intent was to actually provide information to the public, assuming that this is approved, so that they have a structure and an understanding of when we'll be discussing things. So I would prefer that we go ahead and set dates tonight so people know what's going on and it's structured.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Coffey?
Yeah. We could have given an Exhibit A with 50 pages of detail if we wanted to, I suppose, on what we're trying to get. What I did and what other members have done is met with Ms. Weddleton and Ms. Phillips and said, how do we ask you for this information? And we had discussions this morning. Then once we had those discussions, I went back to the drafting table, and when I got done, I sent it off to Mr. Abbott to get his feedback so that we would understand what it was we were trying to gather in the way of information. And this is what we came up with. And at least, I don't want to speak for Mr. Abbott, but my understanding was at 3:02 when we said final it, we were in agreement that this was an appropriate way in which to address this issue. So I'm not trying to obfuscate or make it more difficult. I think Ms. Weddleton knows, and Ms. Phillips knows, Mr. Abbott knows, and I assume the mayor knows as well. What we're trying to do is get information so that when we address the deficit and our participation is required or appropriate, that we have enough information to say, Mr. Mayor, we think this, or we would appreciate that. So that's all I'm trying to do here. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Coffey. Sometimes we come with information and then you say, well, we want more information, and I don't want to be in a position of saying, well, why didn't you give us more the first time around? And we're going to give you the best information we can, and if we don't have it all, then we'll look for more based on your request.
I have every confidence that will happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further discussion, this item is before us. Members would please vote.
Mr. Jackson? I can correct it. Okay. Yes.
Okay, are we voting again?
No.
Yeah, I don't see the vote. Where's the vote?
The vote, I can correct the vote.
Okay. That passes
Unanimously. It'll be unanimous.
Okay. That item passes unanimously. And for the benefit of the public, the work sessions for the Assembly are scheduled on Friday, February 13th and Friday, March 6th. And the two special Assembly meetings, the first is on Tuesday, February 17th from 6 to 9 p.m. in this room, and on Tuesday, March 10th, also in this room from 6 to 9 p.m. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, item 9D5 is next pulled from the consent agenda by Ms. Johnston. Thank you. That would be Assembly Memorandum AM 60-2009, Amendment Number 2 to Indigent Defense Services Contract with the law firm of Gorton, Logue, and Graper in the amount of $346,830. That's moved and approved. That's been moved and seconded. Right,
Yes.
Item 9D5.
I have a question of the administration. Is this within our budget, or is this outside? Is this in addition to the budget?
Mrs. Johnson, through the chair, this is not a proposed budget amendment. This is an amendment to the contract so that we have the legal authority to pay the firm what it has earned in 2008 for services provided in 2008. And it's covered by funds that are available in 2008 budgeted appropriations. So there's no revenue effect to this. This is simply an amendment of the contract.
Okay, thank you. And I'd move to approve.
Okay, thank you. That item has been moved and approved. Any further discussion on this item? Any objection to unanimous passage of this item? Seeing none, that item is approved. Next item, 9D, as in David 6, Assembly Memorandum AM 61-2009. Mr. Birch, you pulled this item?
I did.
So, let me read it. Approval to extend and appropriate the grant agreement with the Alaska Arts and Culture Foundation for the purpose of administering the 2009 Municipal Arts Grants Program for the Municipality of Anchorage, Office of Economic and Community Development in the amount of $274,330.
Move to approve. Or second?
I moved.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Birch, go ahead.
I guess my question is in this time of budgetary concern, if this is something that we have considered, are these pass-through funds or are these funds that may be better allocated towards police, fire, or road maintenance? And I'd be looking to the administration for some cue on that.
Mr. Birch, there's two features on this. In the 2009 budget, there was, in the original budget as proposed, there was this $274,000 figure that was originally proposed, and then in addition, there was an additional $40,000 that was added by the Assembly as an amendment. After discussion within the administration, we only put forward the $274,000. The additional $40,000 that was added by the Assembly is something that we're looking at a recommended cut from the 2009 budget. And we see these programs as very important in terms of a lot of kids programs that keeps youth out of trouble. But Ms. Michael can address that in more detail about where some of these monies go. But just in terms of the budget considerations, we are already looking at cutting the $40,000 that was added by the Assembly as a recommended reduction in the 2009 budget.
Thank you.
Ms. Michael, go ahead.
Yes, I'd be glad to expand on that. The Alaska Arts and Culture Foundation has played an important role for the municipality. They actually administer the grant program for the city. Those funds represent several nonprofit arts organizations, and they actually receive the grant applications, make the distributions, and I do believe the grant awards have already been made for this year. John Brower is here, and I'm sure he could answer any questions that you might have. But we feel a commitment that has already been made to the organizations, and we'd like to continue to support that previous to them administering this for the city, it was done all by municipal staff, and it was very labor-intensive. And for a $13,000 administrative fee, all of those grants are administered, monitored, and reported to the city.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Starr.
Through the chair, Mary Jane, we have an employee on the municipality payroll that I guess deals with the 1% of art program as well. Where's the redundancy here on that, and do we need both?
Through the chair, actually there is no related overlap in those two positions. The 1% for art manages the art projects that are required on capital projects. So, for example, the Anchorage School District new construction would require a 1% for art. So she actually works with the school district in various projects to select the art pieces for the public facilities and make sure they're installed and maintained. These are actually grants to various organizations that provide youth activities. It may be trying to think of what some of the art awards would be, but John Brower, I'm sure, could respond more thoroughly because he administers the program. He's the chair of the board.
No, not needed at that time, but
okay.
Thanks for your response.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Birch?
Just for clarification, is this a memorandum requesting the expenditure of these, approval of this grant agreement? I'm trying to understand if these funds are expended and committed already, and if they are, why would this be necessary? Why is this necessary?
Mr. Mayor.
Through the chair, the Arts and Culture Foundation awards the grants. They actually have a grant agreement with each of the organizations, and I think there's probably 40 or 50 individual grantees. Sometimes the amounts are $2,000, sometimes they're $10,000. They're very small art award grants. They make those awards. The municipality has an agreement with a grant agreement with the foundation for the total amount of the funds and to actually administer the program for us. So they award the grant funds. We write them one check for $274,000, and then they, in turn, write individual checks to the individual organizations that are selected.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments, is there any objection to the passage of this Assembly memorandum? Seeing no objection, that item passes unanimously. The folks in the audience who are holding up school bonds yes signs, please put them down. There will be plenty of time when we address the school bonds a little bit later to extend your urgings to the Assembly. Thank you very much. Next item is 9 Delta 9, Assembly Memorandum AM 64-2009, Sole Source Award to Hamel Green and Abrahamson Incorporated to provide consulting services for a feasibility study and grant application for a joint combined heat and power plant project for the municipality of Anchorage. Mr. Birch, you pulled this item.
I pulled this because I'm
Move to approve.
Sorry, go ahead. Thank you. Mr. Birch, go ahead.
Yeah, my concern with this is it relates to a $100,000 expenditure of municipal resources, basically to apply for a grant application. And it strikes me that we should have the capability and qualifications within MLMP to assemble and complete a grant application for this joint agreement. And consequently, I'd be inclined to have this done internally. Thank you.
Any further comments? The administration have any comments on that? Okay, any?
Madam Chair, I'm in the queue. I guess
Mr. Starr, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see your name.
I do have a question for Mr. Posey on that same vein. With your staff quiver of talent has a Mr. Wolforth on it, and I know we pay him, and so Mr. Birch has a specific point there. Don't you have talent in-house, Mr. Posey, to oversee this initial proposal?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, basically this is a consultant that both Providence Hospital and the University of Alaska had under contract to work with us on trying to put something together that would work. and do all the planning, pull everybody together. We've spent we'll be spending $20,000 to $30,000 before the grant application can be acted on by the legislature. This is specialized work for combined heat and power at a small scale, and the people that the University of Alaska had hired, that we joined with University and the Providence Hospital, was decided amongst the three parties the best way to approach it. And our staff was overwhelmed with all the other things that we were trying to do, but this is not the kind of work we do.
Are we proposing again like a mini turbine like you did in downtown, or where are you headed? Because modern technology, you guys are all over that, as you tell us. But I guess I'm concerned if we don't have the specialty in house, what sort of technology are we heading for here?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, this is basically 8 to 10 megawatts, and
gas turbine, then, right?
Maybe small mini micro turbines, basically, rather than the 30 to 40 megawatt to 100 megawatts that we deal with.
Well, and again, to dig into the power needs of this specific user, I mean, they're middle of the grid, I guess, is what I'm getting at. Are we giving them a backup power option for your customer specific? And if that's the case, it seems awfully specific to two customers, and we're taking $100,000 of money to supplement it. So I guess, where's the benefit to the greater ratepayer?
Through the chair, the benefit to the ratepayers, the greater efficiency in the amount of gas that's being used for both power and heat, and if you can capture that heat and use it beneficial. We could probably pipe some heat all the way from plant 2, but that's a lot of right-of-way, an awful lot of steel to get it to them. If this project gets grant funding from the state, then it's a go. If it doesn't, it doesn't fly.
Okay, thanks.
Any further comments? Okay, seeing none, any objection to the passage of this item?
I have objection.
Mr. Starr, let's vote then. Mr. Birch, did you have another comment? I didn't see your name up here. Okay, let's vote then. Voting is open. Yes, we're voting on 9D9. That item passes 7-3. Next item is 9D, as in David 11, and D as in David 12. I assume these are items to be combined with the bond issues?
Just 11, ma'am.
Just 11.
I'd like to move to postpone discussion of D11 to do it after we've dealt with the road bonds. And the road bonds are number 14C. So reorder the agenda to postpone to deal with this after 14C.
Okay, any objection to postponement?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any objection to postponement? That item will be taken up after item 14C.
Thank you.
Next item, 9D12, Ms. Osiander, also.
I'm waiting for this to clear so I can push, but I move to approve. There you go.
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
And I just pulled this to note, there was some language that caught my eye on this one. The lines 28 through 29 basically says the design criteria manual adopted by Anchorage on March 24, 2007. Since I've had many conversations with people who are upset with various parts of the design criteria manual, I want to emphasize that this is not a document adopted by the Assembly. It's done instead by various departments. And when I called in to Developmental Services, they agreed that they were fine with deleting the words adopted by Anchorage on March 24, 2007. So I'm supportive. I just think it's misleading. So, Madam Clerk, this isn't really the meat of the contract, but I'd like to move to delete the words adopted by Anchorage on March 24, 2007, line 2829.
Second.
Thank you. Any objection to deletion of this date?
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none.
Urge support.
Thank you. Any objection to, pardon me? Oh, okay. Okay, any objection to the unanimous passage of this item? Seeing none, that item passes. Item 9D17, Assembly Memorandum AM 72-2009, Amendment Number 3 to the Utility Relocation Agreement with Chugach Electric Association for the design of an overhead to underground relocation required to facilitate the Arctic Boulevard right turn project. Mr. Coffey, you pulled this item.
Move to approve. Madam Chair, move to
Go ahead.
consider.
117, yes.
9D17.
Go ahead, Mr.
Move
Coffey.
to continue this for consideration with the ARDSA bonds, item 14C. There's an item on there for the turn lane.
Okay. Is that moved to? Yeah, it's been moved. No, we're not going to approve it and consider it until after 14C. With 14C. Okay, with 14C. Okay, this is postponed to be dealt with 14C. Any objection to postponing this item? Seeing none, that item will be handled with or after 14C. Next item, 9E1. Information Memorandum AIM 8-2009, Annual Executive Salary Report. Mr. Starr, you pulled this item.
Move to accept.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, you have a comment?
I pulled this for clarification, I guess, and somebody at the administration can perhaps start, and then I have a few questions. I'm not sure who to ask, but when you take the report that we have in front of us and compare it to 2008 budgeted, the numbers are indicative of an executive salary increase over what we budgeted for. The 08 budget amounts don't equal the current pay of the executives. So my question is, what does the 09 budget reflect if we have a continuation basis concept? Are we missing something here?
Mr. Mayor?
Madam Chairman, I'll start and others can weigh in. Mr. Starr, when you say that they weren't budgeted for 2008, I'm not familiar with a line or an item in the budget that describes executive salaries.
We were given a report some time ago in the budget discussions, not this budget cycle, but the prior one on 2008 budgeted amounts per salary of executives. That's what I'm referring to. Now when you take the 09 or this current report, what I see is that there was a raise given to the executives across the board of somewhere to 3 to 4%.
I see. If I understand your question, then, are you asking if there was a budget, if the budget that was approved for 2009 included funding for executive compensation changes? The answer is yes, at a 3% rate.
So did we give raises after the budget in 08 was approved or before?
For 08?
Yes.
I
guess when did we give the executives the raises?
In 2008?
Yes.
I don't remember the date, Mr. Starr. It was early in, well, I shouldn't say. I don't remember when they were processed.
Was it after the budget was approved for 09?
The budget for 09 was approved in November.
Correct.
No. It was, they were, for 2008.
Well, let me ask you this. You were on the list, Mr. Abbott. When did you get an increase in your pay?
In 2008?
Yes.
Early in the year. I don't remember whether it was February or March or April or May. I don't remember the time frame.
And then that's subjective to, again, the 08 budget number doesn't match now, so it appears that the mayor, I guess, authorized the executive salary increases as he sees fit throughout the year. Because we had the same discussion the year before in the budget, is that we were giving raises out to the executives in February, and I guess what the criteria is, and it's concerning if we haven't reflected it appropriately in the 09 budget.
The 09 budget does include 3% across the board wage compensation for executives. That doesn't necessarily mean that executives receive that, but that amount was included in the 2009 budget.
So does that mean they're going to get increases in 09, or does that mean that it's the budget that reflects the 08 increases?
I believe that effective in the first pay period of 2009 that most executives received a 3% increase?
Authorized by Mr. Begich, then? I guess Mayor Begich, is that how
Correct.
that process works?
Correct.
Okay. I guess the next question through the chair is Acting Mayor Clayman, your prerogative to give executive raises as you see. What's your policy going to be on that here, given the discussion, if we're seeing increases as early as February of, like Mr. Abbott says, he got one February of last year. What are you going to do? Do you have any idea yet?
Mr. Starr, I guess I'm not sure you heard Mr. Abbott's answer that January 1st, when Mayor Begich was still the mayor, he gave executive raises of approximately 3% to the majority of the executives. And so those raises are in place. That was the answer that Mr. Abbott gave you, and that's my understanding.
I guess that was my point, is the compensation that he gave, is that 08's, pay, and if it was reflected in the 09 budget but occurred the first of the year, how could it be in the 09 budget if we're using actuals carry forward?
Well, Mr. Starr, I think your question is ambiguous. The budget that was approved in November included a 3% raise for executives, as I understood the budget at the time we voted on it, and my understanding is that if on the 1st of January those raises took effect. They were a 3% raise from whatever they were receiving, those executives were receiving in 2008.
Thank you. That item would be a good item for discussion at the special meetings later this month. Any objection to the acceptance of this information report? Seeing none, that item is accepted. Next item. I was hoping to get to all these folks who want to testify to us, but we're almost there. On the addendum. 9E3, Information Memorandum Number AIM 10-2009, Fourth Quarter 2008 Financial Reports is before us. Mr. Birch, you pulled this item.
Yes, move to accept.
Please punch your buttons.
Okay.
Mr. Birch, push the first motion. There you go. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Mr. Birch, comment?
Yeah, I think there's a very significant charitable donation component in the just completed year, and I guess I just wanted to bring focus to that and encourage this body to take a close look at charitable donations that are made with basically with public money and with the taxpayers' dollars at this time, and would hope that will be on the agenda with our budget review process going forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Starr?
A follow-up to that question and through the administration, can you, as the previous resolution requested some more information, can you clarify when in these charitable givings the municipality is functioning as a grant administrator and then when it's monies outside of that? Because my understanding in some of these that reflect as contributions, they're actually passed through grants from other funding sources and where the grant administrator. Is that true or not? I mean, there's a couple of questions there, but do we act as a grant administrator and that reflects?
I think Ms. Michael can respond to that better than anyone.
Through the chair, maybe you could clarify the question for me.
Well, when my colleague says it's taxpayer money, I mean, it's taxpayer property perhaps, but the funding sources is what I'm after. Do we act as a pass-through grant, for example, if the state gives us money and we forward it on to education, youth programs, for example? Do we do that?
Through the chair, that's correct. We administer several grants from the state of Alaska and actually also through our congressional delegation, and we act as a pass-through to various organizations.
On this report in particular, you know, as we move into the budget discussions for the deficit discussions, is there a way for us to break out the difference between those grant administrative responsibilities and when, in fact, we're using ratepayer monies in cases like ML&P and also, you know, where municipal tax dollars may be imported? Is it easy to do?
Through the chair, I'd like to answer this question. I don't believe it is easy to do, and the reason why is this report is an automatic report generated off of our financial system. So my recommendation would be, if you have a question about a particular item that you're seeing on the report, to direct that particular question to Ms. Michael or to me if she's unavailable.
And I appreciate that advice. It's just that the total amount of, general giving from the general government is $7.9 million. So it's not an insignificant number if it's all taxpayer contributions. So, I guess if we can dig down and we'll take that up, throughout the course of a couple of weeks. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Any other comments? Dr. Selcraig?
I'm just reviewing on page 3 of this document under under budget, under that column. I think we were made aware of the fire department, and I think that was $1.5 million is what we were told, and now we're looking at a $2 million over budget circumstance. Am I to understand that each of these, under that category, each of these departments are in fact where they're in parentheses over budget, and does this increase our $17 million deficit?
Through the chair, I believe the reason why this figure looks different than the figure you've seen before is because when we come to the Assembly and ask for a supplemental appropriation, we're coming to the Assembly because a particular fund is going to overspend its budget, but recall that the fire department operates in more than one fund, so the numbers won't always completely reconcile. And the answer to your second question, which is, does this add to the $17 million problem? What happened in 2008 for fire is definitely part of the problem that we'll address. We're addressing cost reductions now, but you'll see it at first quarter budget revision.
So we've got operation and maintenance at $306,000 over budget. I guess I'm wondering, having been a manager of a department, actually, at the municipality, I had some expectation of staying within the budget. And I'm a little concerned about, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see, police is almost $1 million over budget, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Dr. Selcraig, if we could save this discussion for the special meeting on the budget, I would really appreciate it, and I think the public would like us to get on with this.
I am interested in some sort of protocol being established so that we have regular information about budget situations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on this item? Thanks. This item, any objection to acceptance of this information item? Seeing none, this item is accepted. Final item pulled from the consent agenda is number 9E4, Information Memorandum AIM 12-2009, Status of Municipal Light and Power and Chugach Electric Association Utility Restructuring. Mr. Birch, you pulled this item?
Yeah, move to accept.
Push your first motion button. Thank you. Mr. Birch, go ahead.
Having just received this, there's a certain amount of fanfare that came with the proposal to merge Chugach and ML&P. This is coming out like kind of a whimper, and I guess I'm just interested in. I think it pushes back to 2014 the potential gains that were identified at the outset. And as I recall, former Mayor Begich was clearly optimistic that this was going to save, reduce, I believe it was 100 positions in that joint operation and significant financial benefit to the ratepayer. And this kind of fades. It kind of indicates that that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. So, may I guess through the chair, I'd like some feedback from the administration as to whether this is kind of all wrapped up now and we're not going to see any significant savings as we move forward.
Mr. Abbott.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Birch, that's not correct. All we're suggesting right here is that we've recommended, Mr. Coffey has been involved in the process, that we take 90 days off of the work that's been going on with Chugach Electric and ML&P and wait for the outcome of the legislature. The number one issue that can affect both CEA and ML&P's individual success or any merged or combined success would be access to state capital or state borrowing capacity.
and secondarily, state support for further identification of gas resources. So both utilities have agreed. It's consistent with what you all approved in your legislative program 2 weeks ago, that we move forward and we work with Juneau. Until we know how or if Juneau is going to deal with it, and one of the issues the governor has announced is her support for the Rail Belt Energy Corporation. And she has indicated that she's going to be submitting legislation before the end of February to create such a corporation, which would conceivably own and acquire assets such as either individual assets of utilities like ML&P and Chugach or the utilities themselves. So until we know what's going to happen with that process, it doesn't make sense to continue the research efforts that have been going on for the last almost 12 months on the specifics of this project. But no, I don't think we've determined that there's less potential value there than what was described over the last couple of years.
If I might, Madam Chair, we've got probably $1 million invested between Chugach and ML&P in this, in identifying the cost savings, and I guess I would, certainly encourage the administration to look forward to the kind of the cooperative nature of operating together, where you can reduce the operating costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Coffey, you have made a comment, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As Mr. Abbott indicated, I've been sitting with the working group. There's a lot of technical stuff that escapes me, but one of the things that has come up very recently in the last few weeks has been the fact that the state of Alaska is weighing in some fashion. What that means is we don't know what that means, but it could very well affect whatever it is we're trying to do at this level. So I think a wise decision was reached, meeting before last, and we said, look, let's just stop spending money on consultants, stop spending energy trying to figure out all of the multitude of issues associated with this cogeneration until we see what the state legislature does, both as to establishing of some kind of an entity and with regard to funding. So I read this E9, E4 yesterday, and I said, yep, that pretty much describes what we've done so far. So there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of benefits that can be accrued, but how we get there is still very much up in the air. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selcraig.
Actually, the description of what's going on is concurrent with what we're hearing in the Community and Economic Development Energy Committee, and that is that the state's coming forward with at least a proposal for some sort of cooperative or aggregated effort from this region, and I think it's in our best position to figure out what those joint partnerships look like and what our options are, and then proceed. So I think we're still all moving towards a direction of recognizing that there's efficiencies in combining these utilities or working together to have a cooperative relationships. So I'm looking forward to see what happens.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Any further comments on this item? Any objection to the acceptance of this information memorandum? Seeing none, that item is accepted. Before we move on to old business and public hearings, L.V. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move a point of personal privilege, and I'd like to do that because the president of the Abbott Loop Community Council is here with some young people from the Abbott Loop Community Council School, and they won't take up a lot of time, folks, but they have something that they'd like to say to us, and I'd like for them to come up to the podium and say that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, I'm Al Timani, President of the Abbott Loop Council, and we've been assisting and endorsed a project that came from the teachers and from Nancy Neal, who was the pusher of this project. She's a teacher at Abbott Loop Elementary School. The sixth grades all got together, and they put together a program for a safety need in their area at 84th and Lake Otis. And so at this point, I'd like to introduce Nancy Neal, the school teacher that put this project together with the students and their committee. And then the students will each give you a very, very brief couple of words at the shorter mic, and I'll hand these out to the chairman up there to disperse. At this point, I'd like to introduce Nancy Neal, the school teacher from Abbott Loop Elementary School.
Thank you, Mr. Timani.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Assembly members, everybody who's here. Thank you. This is an awesome way for the kids to learn. They are actually learning the process of government, and this all came about from a class that I'm taking along with Annette Valdez at my school, and it's to teach the kids about the foundations of the Constitution and Project Citizen, which is where this came from, and it's about the common good. And with that, we want to change the policy regarding flashing 20s. We want to get some flashing 20s in front of our school for safety reasons. And with that, I give you my students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead. The lower mic if it's more comfortable for you.
Hi, my name is Jenna Allen, and we are 6th grade representatives of Abbott Loop Elementary. Why we are here is because we think the speed limit in the front of our school is too high, and we want to lower it because we think it will help the students for crossing the streets.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Johnson, and what we are doing is we are trying to change the speed limit on Lake Otis Parkway from 45 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour and get flashing 20s on Lake Otis and 84th Avenue.
Hello, my name is Jared Bollister. Parents, teachers, and students are very concerned for the safety of the students who are crossing the street because of the icy road conditions. We want the money funded. We want the money funded this legislative session.
Hi, my name is Matthew Wallander. We are here because we want to prevent any future incidents, and since they took down the overpass on Lake Otis, it is unsafe for students crossing the streets. For example, about 3 weeks ago, a 2nd grade boy was crossing the street and got stuck in the meridian of Lake Otis Parkway, and he got scared and confused, and the crossing guard had to come and rescue him.
My name is Ronnie West Howard. As my colleagues have told you, we are trying to change the speed limit in front of our school. The current speed limit in front of our school is 45 miles per hour. The legal school zone speed limit is 20 miles per hour. Several years ago, a student from Hanshu Middle School was crossing the road and was hit by a car going 45 miles per hour. At that time, that was the speed limit. It's not fair that Cassoon, Spring Hill, and Hanshu that they have flashing 20s and we don't. I think we should be treated with the same respect.
Hi, my name is Chase Quinn. We are your 6th grade representatives from Abbott Loop Elementary. We are trying to change the speed limit on Lake Otis and 84th Street to 20 miles per hour. On Lake Otis right now it is 45 miles per hour, and on 84th Street it is 25 miles per hour. It is unsafe for students to cross the street or walk along Lake Otis during school hours because the speed limit is too high.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eric Locker, and some reasons why we want to get the flashing 20s is because we want to prevent any future injury of death, or we want to prevent any damages to properties along the two roads. We used to have an overpass, and the city was deciding whether to keep it or not, and when a huge truck hit it, that solved the problem. They were going to get rid of it. And now, and now the students have to cross at the street light, and if cars are going that fast, there's a higher chance of them being hit when it's icy outside. And another reason why we're doing this is the 6th grade is learning the process of government and the process of what we have to go through to change a policy. And yeah, that's it. Thank you for letting us speak today, and good night.
I want to thank you very much for your patience in sitting through all of this discussion and debate and voting by your government. I do have a question on this item for the administration. These young people were kind enough to provide a cost estimate of $180,000. I was involved with the installation of the traffic light at Lake Otis and Reeves, as well as the extension of the 20-mile-an-hour speed zone there, which I think is one of the longest in the city. But that involved a traffic light in both directions. This appears to be signage and flashing lights, and I'm curious as to why it's so expensive to install flashing lights.
Madam Chair, I don't think that we're prepared to answer that question at this moment, but if you would like, we can research that during the break and get back to you afterwards. Would that be adequate?
I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. Dr. Selcraig.
I'd also like to ask the administration just to provide the Assembly with some information regarding a strategy for safe crossing. I mean, I think I believe somebody's been hit by a car there and died over time, so it would be great if you could look at that and come up with some strategies that would make it possible for children to cross safely. And it is odd that the overpass is gone. So I think it was really helpful to have the students come tonight. It brought attention to something that really matters, and I really appreciate you taking the time to come down.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the students for coming out this evening. And you did a really good job at the Community Council meeting last week in front of a smaller group. I am just so impressed with the job you did this evening in front of all of these people. So I want to give you another hand, and thank you very much for coming out.
Hold on. One more comment. Mr. Starr.
Yeah, through the chair. Mr. Abbott, PM&E has some school site and traffic pedestrian monies. Are you familiar with those? We get them from the state yearly, I believe.
There is a state grant for, I believe, intersection safety improvements. Is that the one you're referring to?
I think so. Mr. Lamson actually works with the dollars, I believe. Is that something that we should connect these folks with to see if there's a city contribution available already from the state?
And I think what we need to do is work with the traffic department, answer the questions that have been asked by Assemblyperson Drummond, and then we'll make a recommendation to you on funding options.
Good. Can you report to us when you have some of that coordinated?
We sure can.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. We have some old business before us, fellow Assembly members. In item 11A, AO 2008-124, an ordinance amending Chapter 25.35 to add a mission statement, update the Anchorage Community Development Authority organizational structure. Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Weren't we going to postpone?
Yes.
We never did the work.
Okay, any comments on postponement? Ms. Osiander.
No, we talked about this at the work session. There's no time.
Okay, thank you.
We have a date for postponement?
Well, I was going to ask the clerk or the chair.
We need...
Clerk. May? Sometime in May?
May 26th.
Well, I'm waiting for
Make it May
26th.
26th.
26th?
Second.
Okay. That item is postponed to May 26th. Is there any objection to postponement to May 26th? Seeing none, that item will be taken up at May 26th meeting. Next item, 11B, AO 2009-5, authorizing Anchorage Community Development Authority, speaking of which, to acquire lots and tracts within North Point Bluff subdivision.
Waive reading.
On January 20th, the public hearing was held and closed. This item needs to be moved and discussed.
Madam Chair.
I don't see it it hasn't come up on, Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Thank you. The basis of my motion to approve is a lot of work that was done in the work session of basically 2 hours, a briefing from the Department of Law, and in essence, those who were there got a very, very detailed analysis of the issues and the problems associated with it. To resolve this matter in an equitable fashion that protects the interests of the city and moves this process to hopefully a successful conclusion in the relative near term, I would urge this body to approve this matter and move on with this, authorizing the foreclosure of the property and so forth as set forth in the ordinance. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Birch, you're next.
Yeah, I will not be supporting this. One of the concerns I have is the city being in the land development business. This was rolled out with a fair amount of fanfare by Mayor Begich here 3 or 4 years ago. We've got $800,000 in the renovation and the raising of the former Hollywood Vista apartments. There's a tremendous amount of money invested in this so far. I think the market value to be realized can be realized on the courthouse steps, and any gains that can be had would come at that time. And I just don't see committing up to $6.9 million to secure this interest over an extended amount of time. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, there's been some concern that I've heard from some of my constituents and others who've emailed us that this amounts to a bailout for a local developer. And just to clarify for the record, if we approve this, there is no bailout for the developer. Not one penny goes to the developer. It's about retaining the municipality's interest in this property and ultimately selling it so that we recoup our investment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Dr. Selcraig.
In the same spirit of Mr. Flynn's comments, I'd just like to give a pencil sketch of what we're doing tonight. There was an original contract for the development of this property. At the time the property was developed, the city, first of all, I think made an error, and we took second position behind the bank for the loan to provide the developer for the money to do the property. The development proceeded, and there was a dispute about moving gravel and who was responsible for the bill associated with some excess movement of gravel that wasn't anticipated up front. That bill was about $350,000. The developer chose not to pay it, and the city chose not to pay it. The person who moved the gravel basically said, hey, I want to get my money, and he put a lien on the property, and it wasn't paid, and the property's moving towards foreclosure. The bank, which has the first on the property, is not going to allow it to be, not going to allow that to occur. So basically, the bank's ready to pay this off, and we would lose our interest, our original $3 million interest in the property. That's kind of a sketch. So where we are tonight, in order to maintain or to preserve the original investment that we had, what we are attempting to do is to go in, buy back the property, and then I want to go on record agreeing with Mr. Birch. I don't think that once we own the property, we should get into the lot selling business. I'm hoping that we buy the property back, put it up for sale, and let a developer develop it, and we'll be whole in the end. So, in fact, it is not a bailout for Mr. Marlowe. It is a situation where we are in a pickle. We have the potential of losing the original investment that we had in the property, which is about $3 million, or spending more money. So, I think we're all up here scratching our head. I think in the end we're going to be whole, but I think in retrospect there are some things that occurred that if we had it to do over again, we would do differently. So just wanted to provide that kind of overview for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Ms. Osiander.
I want to comment before I make this vote, because I'm very reluctant to make the vote. I am reluctant to approve this, but I feel like I've been put in a position where I have to. I'm also somewhat resentful of the fact that this was such a hard sell from the Begich administration. We were going to make so much money off of this property. I generally agree with the comments of both Dr. Selcraig and Mr. Birch that government doesn't need to be in the position of developing property. It's my belief that this is an authorization to go up to this amount. I sincerely hope we don't have to spend this, but I believe that it's a way to preserve municipal assets to do it. So I am extremely reluctantly and resentfully going to be voting yes.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Starr.
I also feel sort of a lose-lose scenario. I'm back to the same question and to the administration about the requirement for the municipality to back up the full faith and credit
of ACDA. Now, do we have that responsibility here? Is that what we have with the Development Authority, or where are we at? I've read everything, and it looks like we're on the hook to back them up with the city's full faith and credit. Is that right?
Through the chair, this is an issue we've talked about before. In my opinion, if ACDA enters into what is effectively a very short-term borrowing agreement with a local financial institution, that the municipality would not per se be on the hook. An entire series of unfortunate events would have to happen before the municipality could ever be on the hook for this. And the unfortunate events would have to be so severe that, in my opinion, it would really require that ACDA ceased to exist and the parking authority ceased to exist, and all of the assets of the authority were reverted back to the municipality. So I feel pretty comfortable that approving this loan would not result in any taxpayer dollar, similar to when an enterprise fund of the municipality issues revenue bonds. The taxpayer is not on the hook for the repayment of revenue bonds, and this is probably even more secure that the taxpayer would not be on the hook for this short-term borrowing from the bank.
Well, let me give you a scenario where that potentially could occur. We've got a market assessment value of $7.9 million or something like that. Let's say with the depressing economy and the land sales issue, balanced with ACDA's balance sheet, let's say, for example, the property lost $2 million. That's more than ACDA has. What do we do?
Through the chair, the loan feels a lot larger than in reality it is. If the loan is actually drawn and the transaction actually occurs, shortly thereafter, the outstanding remaining loan is much smaller than you're being asked to approve today. So, but to continue to answer your question, ACDA does have some cash and investments of its own. The first thing it would do is it would use its own cash and investments to repay the loan in the event that the land sales did not proceed as planned, or if they proceeded at a lower market value than they're estimating. Mm-hmm. And then, if they were still struggling to make the loan payments, the next source of funds would be their operating cash flow. Recall that that ACDA, though their net income isn't particularly healthy, their operating cash flow is healthier than their net income would show. So the second thing they would do is they would sort of cease doing other development activities, and they would use their positive cash flow to continue making loan repayments to the bank. Ultimately, if many bad things happen year after year after year, let's say an earthquake without insurance coverage, I mean, very, very serious events, what I think would happen is ACDA would cease to exist and the municipality would end up reacquiring all of the parking assets of the municipality. But it goes back to my original comment, which is I believe it is highly unlikely, highly unlikely that the taxpayer would ever be on the hook for a penny of this debt.
Thank you, Ms. Weddleton.
Okay, I have another question for the administration. There's a lien also placed now for the contractor that's been moving some gravel extraction on this, and he's filed a lien. Who pays him?
Mr. Abbott? Mr. Pollack.
I'll take that. At the foreclosure sale, assuming it goes through on the 12th, whether ACDA bids or Northrim bids, the lien from the contractor who filed the lien would be extinguished at that point.
With whose money?
There would be no money exchanged. Their claim or their collateral for that lien would disappear, basically. They wouldn't get paid.
So we're not going to pay the contractors based on our original agreement, which I kind of remember. We had the deal structured that they were going to get paid to move the gravel as part of the exchange. Is that? And so now we're going to, quite frankly, we're going to stiff them for that?
No, we did not contract with the person. The developer contracted with them, and that's part of the legal dispute that we have.
Yeah, point of order, Madam Chair. We're getting close to the executive session legal.
Well, I understand, but are we being sued on the matter?
Yes.
I didn't know. Sorry. No. Now I know.
I brought up the point of order.
How can you make this affirmation that it will be extinguished upon the sale?
It has to do with basically foreclosure law. When a deed of trust is foreclosed on, any claim behind that is extinguished at the sale.
And so there'll be no lien on it when we're done with the transaction, provided we're the high bidder. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Can I ask about the status of the lawsuit, Vice Chair?
Mr. Starr, we dealt with all of this stuff on the work session and the executive session on Friday, and I wish you had been there. I think that would be excessive at this point with all the people waiting. Any further? Oh, Mr. Birch.
Just a clarification. So it goes to foreclosure sale. We have some indication that the value of the property is discounted cash flow value is over $7 million. So if the property is sold well in excess of the amount owed to the bank in first position, that would be Northrim, to whom do those additional if there's competing bids, if it bids for $7 million, who has a benefit of that additional value?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but
you auction it off, right? I mean, you got a subdivision there. You auction it off. The bank is owed $3.9 million. Say you sell it. Say the high bidder is $7 million between two competing bidders. Where does the amount above the amount owed Northrim go?
The first $3 million would come to ACDA because we have a secured position, and the remaining $100,000 in your example would go to the next lien claimant who had position in the title.
So if in fact we are confident that the discounted cash flow value of that property is the $7.6 million presented to us this evening, then when it goes to a courthouse, it goes to foreclosure and it's auctioned off, then there's competing bidders out there. Presumably, if the value is there, then to the extent that the sale value exceeds the amount that Northrim recovers, the city, in fact, does receive the benefit of that, correct?
That is correct, up to our deed of trust. So,
well, I'd say if you've got the courage of your convictions and you think, in fact, it's worth $7.6 million, then put it up on the courthouse steps and see who shows up to bid on it.
Well, that's what's going to happen March 12th.
Mr. Birch, we need to authorize them to do that. Mr. Reeves, you have a comment?
You misunderstood me. I don't think we should be bidding on it. I think if it's got that value, let the market bid on
it. Yeah, if I can respond, the market will have an opportunity to bid on it March 12th. I mean, no one is prevented from bidding on it. And as a point of clarification, ACDA is not interested in being a land baron or a landowner. Our only interest is to preserve an asset that ACDA has, which is a $2.975 million note. That's simply where we're going with it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Reeves. Mr. Reeves, did you want to comment?
No, I think Mr. Pollack is absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Coffey, final comment?
Yeah, I'm going to try to get this swift so we can move on. There's a $3.775 million first deed of trust in favor of Northrim Bank. We hold a second at $3 million, round numbers. There's a third from Northrim for $500,000. There's $800,000 worth of lien claims that run down it. You can do the math. That's $8 million. The law says that a holder of a first deed of trust who forecloses wipes everybody below him out. So if Northrim forecloses, makes what they call an offset bid for $3.9 million, the municipality's $3 million goes away, Northrim's third of $500,000 goes away, all the lien claims go away, that's it. Northrim bought the property for $3.9 million. What the city is asking us to do is authorize them to pay the $3.9, acquire the property, to the extent that it holds its second, bid in its own second. The money flows out of that, back to the city, back to ACDA, not the city. And so net out of pocket, we're $3.9 million. We then have a piece of property we own free and clear that is improved. The net present value, the net value after sales price, commissions, holding costs, land swap with the railroad to clean up a problem on the title, on down the list, leaves us $7.67 million at the end. I note this. Only the city and the railroad can solve that 11-lot problem we have in the northwest corner of that property, and so there's a whole wealth of things that goes down. What I asked the ACDA to do last week, and they did at the work session, was give us the pros and cons and the various scenarios of what they could do and why it would work. Now, we're at a point where we can make two choices. Number one, we can say, yes, go do this, and then we'll go through this process of disposition and all of the stuff necessary to protect the city's, the ACDA's asset, and we'll see where we come out in the end. That's tomorrow, if you would. Or we can say, nope, you can't do it. If we say, nope, you can't do it, we're going to, whatever our value is and whatever the asset is, will be gone on March 12th. And it's not a good choice. We should never be here in the first place. This is one of the things that can arise out of a problem with a community development authority. I share Mr. Birch's absolute anger, if you would, with the way this whole thing was presented and the way it worked out. But we are where we are. For me, it's the only reasonable alternative is to do what ACDA is asking. And the other alternatives, which we got lengthy and detailed explanations at the work session, the rest of the alternatives, they don't make sense to me ultimately. So as much as I don't like the pickle, to sell Craig's words, I don't see any other way out of the pickle that protects the asset. I will be in support. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just Mr. Coffey's comment reminded me I placed a potential conflict of interest on this matter on the record Friday and was ruled that I would participate. But if you want to reiterate that process, that's fine, or we can just stand on the Friday ruling.
Let's reiterate it. Mr. Coffey, would you take him through the process?
Mr. Flynn, let's reiterate, just so everybody here knows. Mr. Flynn works for the railroad. There's a small piece of railroad lease land inside the subdivision. And the question is, do you have a financial interest in any of this?
I do not.
Okay. The next question is, does your private interest from your employer's perspective influence your ability to put the public interest first?
It does not.
Is there any aspect of this matter that we should have further disclosure on that you're aware of that would indicate to us whether or not you have a conflict?
There's nothing I'm aware of.
All right. Madam Clerk, Madam Chair, based on what we did on Friday and again tonight, I would recommend that you rule that Mr. Flynn can participate fully in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Flynn may participate in this matter. Seeing no further comment, please vote on this item. That item passes 9-1. Thank you very much. One final item on the of old business. We have an item for reconsideration, item 11C, AR 2008-334, in support of sound financial management by postponement of new hires and certain municipal contracts until after first quarter budget review. This item was amended and approved at the meeting of January 20th, 2009. Notice of reconsideration was given by Mr. Flynn January 21st, 2009. The question before the body is, shall we reconsider this item? That's been moved and seconded. Please vote on reconsideration. That is the non-debatable item. And do we need 8 votes to reconsider? Do you want to comment on it? Okay. Hold on a minute. Let me look at my cheat sheet. Yes. Okay, hold on 1 minute. Oops. Okay. Reconsideration. A reconsideration requires a simple majority. We need 6 votes to reconsider. The item is debatable if you feel you want to debate reconsideration. Otherwise, any debate.
Madam Chair, can I?
Mr. Starr, go ahead.
I'm not sure. I've not seen this matter used. Can I have some clarification from previous practice on the body for request for reconsideration? I thought was based on the discovery, if you will, of additional information that would have a significant outcome to the vote, and that, is that in fact? Madam
No,
Chair, what
this-
you believe is needed to happen here?
I don't know. Mr. Flynn was on the prevailing side, Mr. Starr, and he's the one who asked for reconsideration. If Mr. Flynn would like to talk to us about why he's asking for reconsideration, that would be acceptable before we take a vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Starr, for the question. In talking with some of the supporters and sponsors of this, fellow supporters and sponsors of this resolution, it was clear that there was some intent that was not appropriately conveyed in the language. I believe you have an amendment in front of you from Dr. Selcraig that I think more accurately reflects the sentiment of the Assembly, and so I'd simply like to give her the opportunity to offer that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Selcraig, do you wish to speak to the matter of reconsideration or wait until we have voted to reconsider it? We need to vote to reconsider it before.
I'm fine with voting to reconsider.
Okay. All right. The item is before us. Madam Clerk, can you go ahead and vote to reconsider. We need 6 votes to reconsider this item and amend it.
Ms. Drummond, Mr. Coffey?
We have 6? Yeah. Okay, go ahead and put it up there and make the minutes. Okay, that item passes. That item passes for reconsideration 7 votes to 2. Dr. Selcraig, go ahead.
There appeared, after we approved this resolution, there appeared to be confusion on the part of both the mayor and members of this body regarding the original intent of the motion.
Excuse me, point of order. We need a motion on the floor, so a motion to approve first.
I move to approve this. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second to the motion, please?
I can't. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Selcraig.
There was confusion or a misunderstanding about what the original intent was. This resolution was actually brought to us in December, on December 16th, and it was in response to the concern I had regarding the available resources for the budget that we had just approved. It had come to my attention that potentially we were going to have a shortfall, and at that time it was not possible to know what the shortfall was. So it seemed prudent to at least urge the administration not to hire the additional new positions that existed in the budget of our 2009 budget, along with some concerns I had, and I think other members of the body had, in light of the fact that there's been a practice in the past when there are budget balances at the end of an annual budget cycle, sometimes departments actually use that balance in their budget to create new positions that we don't see. So in an effort to not create any new positions that we don't see, and also not to hire the ones that we approved in our budget until we understood how much money we actually had in the bank, I brought this in December. It later got postponed, and we're now into February. It's before us again. It seemed to be a lot of flap around the wording last time. I mean, I said new hires, and apparently I needed to say new positions. That does change it. The new hires allowed it to be broader. It allowed it to really evaluate whether or not we wanted to replace people after they left. The administration seemed to indicate that that was almost unworkable, and so I am glad to work with the administration. However, I think the intent of this is to really encourage the administration to not hire new positions and also to be very prudent about replacing people. And it doesn't reference the replacing, but I think the intent here is to be watchful about what we're doing, considering we really have a serious budget deficit before us. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Selcraig, did you have the motion to make a motion?
Yes, I have an amendment here, and I believe it's been passed out before you, and it relates to lines 5, it should be 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay.
And
would you like to read that into
yes.
the record, please?
Now, therefore, in conjunction with passing and improving the 2009 municipal budget and in support of sound financial management practices, the Anchorage Assembly requests that hiring be deferred on all new municipal positions until after the 2009 first quarter budget review unless monthly reports on the state of municipal finances reflect adequate funding.
Madam Chair, I'll second that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. That's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Ms. Osiander?
I think that this amendment significantly weakens the resolution. Basically, what essentially was a request for a hiring freeze now says that, according to the discretion of the administration, hiring can occur if there is a monthly report that says there's adequate funding for the new hires. I'm not going to be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Any further comments on the amendment? Please vote on the amendment. Start again? Okay.
What happened?
Oh, it failed. I'm sorry. That motion failed 4 yes votes to 6 no votes. The entire resolution unamended is again before us. What's the wish of the body?
Ms. Osiander, may I speak?
Dr. Selkirk, go ahead.
I didn't vote for my own motion because I actually drafted a motion at the request of the administration, did my best to kind of be workable, and it doesn't seem to me that there is the will in the body to actually weaken this. So what I need to understand, and it was unclear to me at our last session, what needs to be changed to make this legal? It was implied that somehow there was a confusion about separation of powers. We got a feedback from the legal staff that there wasn't a problem with separation of powers, but yet the mayor had concerns. So I'm just wondering if our intent is to encourage the administration to not hire new people for a while or fill new positions or do new hires, what do we need to do to communicate that in the context of respecting the separation of powers?
Well,
Mr. Mayor.
Through the chair, the separation of powers gives a decision about how to spend the money appropriated by the Assembly to the mayor's office, and we intend to exercise that consistent with the charter, and we certainly understand the request of the comments of the Assembly in this resolution. It's non-binding, and we don't consider this binding on the administration. So that's where we stand.
Okay, Dr. Selkirk, go ahead.
So I'm confused about why the issue of separation of powers was raised.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Gutierrez raised separation of powers at the last meeting. I agree with Mr. Gutierrez that it's for the executive to manage the budget, and I think that's the case, and I believe his objections where he felt it was in this resolution intruded upon the province of the executive. I think we understand that this is non-binding, so the resolution says what it says, but it's not binding on us in any way.
I just would like to follow up on that.
Dr. Selkirk,
so
go ahead.
It's my understanding that in light of the fact that it was a resolution, it isn't binding, and consequently it only provides a message to the administration about the intent of the Assembly regarding this problem. It doesn't mandate the mayor to do anything. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So there really isn't an issue about separation of powers?
Well, there's no issue of separation of powers. This has no binding effect upon us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Starr.
Through the chair, Mr. Klayman, you're surmising then that the concept of what we do with the budget process is then appropriate a bulk sum of money, and you guys at the decision-making level at the administration are free to spend that as you will. Is that sort of what I just heard?
We are allowed to spend it consistent with the budget that's approved. We don't have to spend every dollar that's appropriated. We can choose to spend less. We can't spend more without coming back to you, but we can spend less.
Well, the expectation on how you spend it is what I'm referring to. In the expectation that we hashed out at the budget with the debates and the discussions about where we needed resources and assets is still applicable here. So what I want to make sure is that, you recognize in those guidelines what we had at the budget discussion times, and we're not getting into an area that, we're going beyond what we think is going to happen.
Mr. Starr, we will, any expenditure we make will be completely consistent with the charter, the code, and the budget that was approved by the Assembly.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, let's vote on this item and move on. That item passes unanimously. That's unusual. I don't know. Can we only reconsider it once? Let's dispense with that. Okay, let's dispense with that. We are at the end of the regular agenda, ready to begin public hearings. I apologize to the public. This took considerably longer than I expected our consent agenda and old business would take. We need to take a dinner break and then come back and begin the public hearings. I would like to see a show of hands of who is here to testify on the bond issues. Can you help me count? Keep them up until we count you. Okay. Okay. I have 20 on the right and 11 on the left. That's 30, about 30 people at 3 minutes each is 90 minutes. No, they don't get 5 minutes each. They get 3. Oh, okay. By the time we're going to make this expeditious and tasty and expeditious, as Garrison Keillor says. We will be back. I would like to try to be back from dinner in 20 minutes, and so we get started at about 7:35. Thank you. We have one continued public hearing item that Ms. Osiander promises me will take 5 minutes. Ordinance AO 2008-123, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to provisionally adopt a new chapter 21.03, review and approval procedures. Thank you. Needs to be moved, please.
Still it's a continued.
Ms. Osiander has moved the S version.
No.
Do we have a second?
I was wondering that. Isn't it?
Oh.
Did the public hearing close?
I don't know.
No. Okay.
Where's that gold sheet? All right, we're under continued public hearings. Is there anyone present who wishes to testify on an additional chapter of Title 21, Section 3? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move the S version.
Second.
Ms. Osiander.
The only reason this is going to be quick is because the committee spent 2 months on it. You should have available in front of you the version with the yellow marked up amendments in it. And if members of the public want copies, we have them right in front here. Basically, what this chapter does is it talks about the procedures for reviewing actions and instituting actions and makes some significant changes. It also extends who gets notified of various actions. It redoes the section on the Board of Adjustment procedures, and those changes came from the current Board of Adjustment people. It clarifies ambiguities inside and outside of the building safety service area. It clarifies the standards needed for appeals on decisions. I would like to note there's one reserve section we didn't quite finish, and that is dealing with street and trail review. Because we haven't yet had time to clarify the distinction between small trails that maybe just a particular neighborhood is interested in and large trail projects, for instance, like the coastal trail, where the whole municipality would want to know if changes came. With that, the committee unanimously urges adoption of the S version.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Any comments from the body? Seeing no comments, please vote on Title 21, Chapter 3.
Vote.
Oh. Start again.
There's some.
Okay. Please vote again. Oh, sorry. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Shortest Title 21 chapter in its history.
A lot of work.
Yeah. Madam Chairman, I'd just like to thank the staff for their hundreds of hours and dedication in this process. And once again, we passed it because you guys were able to pull things together that really work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. We are now in new public hearings. We are going to group these items. I believe the wish of the body is to group them all together and take testimony on all items at once. What I'd like to see is a line of people down the middle of the aisle and folks sitting on both sides in the front rows so you can be ready to testify quickly.
Madam Chair, I'll move to combine the hearings on the bond-related matters.
Second.
All bonds together.
Yes. We're combining the public hearing. What's the wish? Is there another wish in the body?
Madam Chair, I propose we combine the school bonds on the one hand and the municipal bonds on the other, but not all at once.
Okay, the school bonds are first on the agenda, so let's take school bonds first. I apologize. Item 14A, quiet please. Item 14A, ordinance number AO 2009-8, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $69,880,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage, Service High School, Eagle River High School, and Girdwood K-8 School. The other bond is item 14B, ordinance AO 2009-9, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, question of the issuance of not to exceed $27,480,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage, district-wide building systems renewals, replacements, renovations, and acquisitions. The public hearing on this item is now open. Yes, ma'am.
I have a S version for both.
That's right.
A document shouldn't be, are we working off the S version?
I believe we are working on the S version.
I think just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a difference? Yeah. There should be a difference between the S version and the regular version.
Well, what is the odds are maybe we should have some explanation of the difference.
Can I have an explanation from the administration of the differences in the S version from the original?
Carol's at the end of the line down there.
That's for Ms. Como to answer.
Excuse me. We received approval from the state on the projects. There's a letter attached to the back of the S versions that was not part of the first edition, the first ones.
No wonder I couldn't find any changes in the document itself. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Members of the public, please give us your name and go ahead. We have 3 minutes each.
Name is Adam Trombley. Last name is spelled Trombley. Common sense would dictate in an economy where people's jobs are uncertain, the money that they do have needs to be saved, and their expenses need to be set. I think it's highly irresponsible of the body to allow so many bond issues to go on this April ballot. especially when you're seeing a city that already has to deal with the Anchorage Police and Fire Retirement Fund. That's an unfunded liability of close to $41 million. There has to be some sort of common sense involved when it comes to other people's money. And the school's not going to fall apart. I think we should wait out the economy, wait for it to settle, wait for something to be solid before we put before the voters this amount of money, in $70 million essentially. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley. Any questions for this person? Seeing none?
No, there is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Selcraig and Ms. Gray-Jackson. Go ahead, Dr. Selcraig. You didn't. I apologize. Ms. Gray-Jackson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Adam, for coming out this evening. My question to you is, I think I heard you mention something about jobs.
Yes.
The lack of jobs. Do you believe that if these bonds are approved here by this body, and then if they're approved by the voters, that this would create jobs within our community?
I don't necessarily think government has the ability to create jobs. I think you're saying it's a zero-sum game when you take from someone and give to another to build something, especially when it comes to government. It's a zero-sum game.
So you don't think that if these bonds are approved, that it would create jobs within this community?
No, I don't, because I think that the people that are already there.
Okay.
No,
All right.
I don't.
Thank you, Adam.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Please tell us who you are.
Yes, I'm Lou Pandolfino, the principal at Service High School. Madam Chairwoman, Assembly members, and Mayor Clayman, appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight regarding the two school bond propositions. I believe there is clear merit to both sides of the bond discussion, and I thank you for your serious consideration, regardless of how you'll vote in a short while. People will testify tonight regarding economic and political realities, which I know you must consider, but perhaps to better inform your decision, or at least to clear up a few misconceptions about Service, I'll speak for just a few moments about our fine school. Until the 2004-2005 school year, Service was the sole high school for hillside neighborhoods. The student body was made up predominantly by students from white, middle to upper income families. Boundaries were redrawn when South High School opened, and Service changed overnight from that suburban, affluent school to an urban school with different needs and challenges. Over 47% of our population is comprised of minority students. And with Henshaw, our primary feeder school, enrolling over 51% minority, we will be a school with a minority majority, if you will, by next year or the following. The percentage of students who come from lower income families has also increased significantly, as has the number of students for whom English is a second language. As of today, there are 38 different languages spoken in the homes of Service High School students. The shift in these demographics currently make our student body the fourth most diverse in the district, behind only Bartlett East and West high schools. In the past 5 years, our faculty and staff have worked very hard at restructuring programs to meet the changing and complex needs of our students and our society, and to deliver an education to young people that will prepare them for college or the job market. In fact, College Ready is our motto this year, and we've asked all 1,900 of our students to write a post-graduation plan. We've worked hard to create a school community that encourages engagement and attendance and academic accomplishment, and that discourages apathy and truancy and disconnectedness. And though our students have seen success, the physical structure of our school as it stands today has been an obstacle to school improvement. The physical environment plays a significant role in student achievement. A poor environment negatively affects students and teachers alike, but where our students are bound to our school unless they move to another attendance zone, teachers are not. One statistic that I find significant is the retention of Service High teachers over the past 4 years. Of the 37 teachers occupying the renovated G-Wing rooms since it opened in 2005-2006, we have 30 of those same teachers, or 81%, still teaching in those classrooms. Of the 19 teachers who taught in the still-to-be-renovated C Hall, Music Wing, and Phys Ed spaces, 6 of them will report to work tomorrow morning, or 35%. Highly qualified teachers are essential, and a quality physical environment is essential if we are to hold on to those highly qualified teachers. I ask that you allow voters to decide whether or not we as a community are willing and able to support these bonds. As a
Please
service
wrap it up, Mr. Pandolfino.
As a service eye principal, I know the need is there, and as a community member and a parent of 2 ASD students, I've appreciated the support this body has given our public schools over the years. Please continue to show that support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Pandolfino? Ms. Johnston? Please stay.
Yes, is service still on open campus for lunch?
Yes, it is.
And what is your...
To qualify that, it's open campus technically, but we have a freshman academy that has a different schedule with a different lunchtime, so it's a de facto closed campus for our freshmen, our youngest, most neediest students.
And how many students are at service?
1,900.
And how many do you think stay in at lunchtime?
I don't know. We do have plenty who go down for lunch of the upperclassmen. I know a few students will testify tonight, and if you ask them, they may have a better answer.
I was thinking, because how many can sit in your dining?
You know, it's very hard to say how many stay precisely for that reason. Our dining area is one of the most unattractive spaces and dysfunctional spaces in that building. Students don't eat there. They go to the commons areas that were renovated over the past 6 years, and they eat in those areas, and we allow them to do that. But they're all over the building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander.
Mr. Pandolfino, I want to thank you for your remarks. You taught me a few things. I appreciate it. And I think Service is lucky to have you. I want to say that I think Service is due, and all my concerns that I'll discuss later is about political environment and in no way reflects the needs, because Service is due. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Chad Sant. I am a seminar teacher at Service. I am also the drama, debate, and forensics coach, and I teach theater. I would like to start with kind of the public climate, and I will keep this short, I promise, a lot shorter than the last speaker. The thing that we all need to remember is that the state has offered to reimburse 60% of this, and I know the media is not doing a real good job of reporting that right now, but that is part and parcel of this formula. It's a great deal. You're getting a $70 million bond, and you're getting it for less than half of what you normally would pay, and that's not being reported. As the theater teacher, I came to Service at 2002, and when I walked into that theater, I was there to kind of restore the drama program. I'm not kidding you, there was mice urine and feces in both stage right and stage left, with curtains that had been sitting there for years, and we had to basically fumigate the place and try to renovate it. It was not up to fire code. We got in a lot of trouble, and finally the fire marshal moved in, and we had to make do with what we do. We run that with a Band-Aid. It's basically MacGyver and bubble gum. That's how we keep our shows going. We just closed Fame last weekend. It was a very successful run. We had 4 shows. Friday and Saturday we had to turn patrons away because we could not accommodate them. Our theater is smaller than this auditorium. It seats 200 people. That's it. Our average show crowd is 400, and we usually have to move to Golden View for the larger Broadway musicals because of this. With a student population of 1,900 and a School of Fine Arts quickly moving up through seminar and our orchestra and band and choir, and I'm also the Fine Arts chair there, we can't use the space that we have. We can't fit more than 12 dancers on the stage at one time without them colliding into each other. So obviously my interest is for the auditorium, but I'm here on behalf also of all of the coaches, all of the athletes, all of the students who will benefit from this renovation. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you will at least let the voters decide. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sant. Please stay. Ms. Johnston has a question.
Yes, how many folks does Golden View hold as far as their theater?
Well, we end up using their multi-purpose room, which is really their lunch room, and it does have a small stage on it, but that stage is bigger than ours. And it's literally a matter of getting patrons in, and we can accommodate up to 700 at Golden View. But the acoustics are terrible. The chairs are hard. There's no scaled seating. It's not a theater. It's basically just a space.
Have you ever used East or West?
We try to get there. The problem with East and West, and Bartlett and Shugiak for that matter, their theaters are booked almost a year in advance. They do a great job. They provide a wonderful service to this community. There is no real theater south of Tudor. East has one, Bartlett has one, West has one, Chugiak has one. We don't have anything in South Anchorage. Diamonds is, again, an auditoria. It's a cafeteria. South's, again, is an auditoria. It's not really a theater, although I'll take what they've got, for sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is David Kohler. I'm Department Chair for Special Education at Service High School, where we serve approximately 210 kids in our special education program. And I'm here to speak in behalf of the bond's effect on those students with the most significant needs. Ironically, I graduated from high school the same year that Service High School was built. So I'm here to tell you, it's old, okay? Now, what's more important about that time frame, though, is that at that time, there was policies and practices of exclusion and discrimination towards students with disabilities. From that time, we have changed to policies and procedures that now promote inclusion of students with disabilities. Now, Service High was built at the time when there was the exclusion of students with disabilities. We have more and more students coming in with more and more significant disabilities. The attitude of the students and the teachers and the overall atmosphere of the school has caught up. The building, however, has not caught up. The facilities we have right now are simply inadequate for what we need to do with these students. These students need very special teachers and very special facilities. At Service High, we have the teachers. We don't have the facilities. The phases of the construction that have been done did not address the areas of the life skill, and when I say life skills, these are the students with the more significant needs. It did not address those areas. Now, this was not purposeful, for sure. I have no question this was not purposeful. But, once again, they have been excluded to this point from what has already been done at Service High School. So, I'm asking for you to put this forward to the voters so they have the chance to see if we can move forward on this and to continue our movement toward greater inclusion of these students. I'm asking not for us to get ahead, but just to catch up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this gentleman? Thank you for coming.
Mm-hmm. My name is Chris Stevens, and I'm here as a member of the Mayor's Economic Advisory Panel. And we had a meeting the other day, and the mayor made a presentation to us on the level of bonding, and that's what I want to talk with you about briefly. By way of background, I also serve in the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors as an executive committee. I'm president of Bond Stevenson Johnson, a commercial real estate brokerage firm. And if I look familiar, it's because I write a column in the Daily News once a month on commercial real estate, so if you're wondering. The mayor's presentation that he made to us, I think, did a lot in my thinking, the entire panel's thinking. I walked in with the attitude, I'm generally in favor of the bonds because Anchorage is a progressive city. Historically, we've always done what we needed to do to move the city ahead, good times and bad, and as long as it's prudent, I thought it would probably make sense, but I know nothing about bonding. By the time the mayor's staff had finished their presentation and answered their questions, I was convinced it was prudent. And I think you've had that same presentation, and let the mayor's staff answer any more on that, but that's what I conclude. I think some of the comments that were made by some of the panel members are really worth repeating if you haven't already heard. David Lauer, who's the senior executive at First National Bank, pointed out we have a time now unprecedented low interest rates. And so by bonding at this time, we will get the advantage of extremely low interest rates. He also said that his thinking is down the road we're going to have an inflationary problem. And we'll probably be paying the bonds back with inflationary dollars, which is also to our advantage. He also pointed out there's no question that bonding and the construction that will result in it will stimulate the economy, and that's all to our benefit at this time. Ed Lamb, who runs Alaska General Hospital, said he's trying to recruit highly educated, highly skilled people to come to this community. And it's the quality of our community and what we offer that attracts them. So we have to keep moving ahead. We have to keep being a progressive city that can attract the best that there is to attract. I know in my business in commercial real estate and working with national companies, retailers primarily, but others, who are looking at coming to Anchorage. They want to go to cities that are successful, that are progressive, that are moving ahead, who are willing to make the investment in the community. Those are the kind of communities they're going to go to first, not the others. So it's to our benefit to go with this bond package. We can afford it. It's a prudent thing to do, and it will help Anchorage to continue to be a progressive, successful city.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. We have several questions. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I asked the same question about the cost of borrowing and was told exactly the opposite, that our public borrowing now will cost us more rather than less. Right. So I just, and that came from a public financial officer. So I just wonder if you'd heard anything. What's your experience?
Well, I don't get involved in public bonding, so I'm just repeating what Dave Lauer said. So
what happens in private borrowing?
Private borrowing today, it's some for commercial loans.
Assuming you can get it.
Huh?
Assuming you can get it, but.
Well, you can get them for worthwhile projects.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Osiander.
I'm just curious, sir, can you imagine a situation where the Assembly should not put something on the ballot? Based on your testimony, I was.
Let me back up and say I qualified it because it had to be prudent. Now, we didn't get into the individual bonds. We were only talking about the total level of the bonds. Okay. So the point that I was trying to make, and I think that the mayor's staff made to us was, yes, if you look at it financially in terms of how much bonding should this city have, and all the studies that they have done and the assumptions that they've made, and assuming no reimbursement from the state, just if there was none, and there may be some, it looked as though it's financially prudent.
So you're talking about bonding capacity.
Capacity, exactly. We weren't addressing individual bonds at all. Okay. Yeah.
Ms. Johnston.
Yeah, Jennifer.
Are you aware that currently, I think, and I'm just looking for my papers, but I think the school district has $33 million in approved but unissued bonds?
That was not brought up at the meetings. We didn't discuss that.
That we only issue the bonds once they're needed.
Right.
And so actually, I think it's over $70 million the whole municipality has. And I was trying to look for my papers that we're over the medium as far as per capita, as far as our bonds. Was that part of your presentation?
Yeah, that was brought up in the presentation. I think it was also brought up that given other factors of the community, that the community has the wealth and the ability to support them. And this is what was related to me by the staff. So.
Just that we're close to, I think it was 3,300 per capita if we passed everything tonight. And I think the report was something like 4,000. But it was because we were a young, up-and-coming city, and it was for new construction. And I'm the first to say that service was never completed when it was first constructed. Yeah. But it is not new construction. Yeah. And we're not looking at new construction bonds. I was just wondering if that stuff had...
Well, I think that one of the questions I had, and they were answered, was that we're at about, I think I'm right on this, of our bonding capacity, we're roughly at 50%. And if we pass everything, we'll be at 75%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Oh, Dr. Selkirk, go ahead.
Are you aware that there's a tax initiative underway here to address property taxes and?
Yes.
And if you look at communities elsewhere, and the way I'm wondering if you're concerned about attracting people to the community, and I think that's a really important thing, but if we became a community that had a much more limited capacity to tax, in the long run, do you think that would contribute to making us an attractive place? I mean, part of this decision is in the political context that we're in and the mood of the community. And do you have any comments on kind of the discerning our way through this in terms of those long goals of staying an attractive community and having the capacity to.
Sure. I think in all reality, given the economic bad news that we get barraged with every day, you have to expect that everybody's concerned. I'm concerned. We're all concerned. And we import all that. At the same time, the Anchorage economy, thank heavens, is somewhat isolated, and you can look at the reports and see that hopefully we're not going to experience anything like what's going on in the lower 48. At the same time, your point's well taken. If you're going to be a progressive city and you're going to keep moving forward and making the investment in your community, the money's got to come from someplace. You can bond some of it, you got property taxes, maybe you got other tax measures. It's got to be paid for somehow. And I don't think it's good for this city to stop or to go into a hiatus of doing what has to be done to have the community going forward. That's in general. And obviously property taxes are part of that equation. I personally think we've got a lot of burdens going on the property tax holder in this city because we won't have a sales tax. We can't ever seem to get it through no matter what. And so I think property owners have a legitimate beef, but I don't know what the solution is because if you can't stop, you have to keep going forward. Does that answer your question?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Marlowe, and I am student body president of Service High School. Many of you have attended Service High School or know someone that has or does. Our sports teams, clubs, and programs have always excelled since the day it opened in 1972. The Cougars have continued creating a very impressive reputation for themselves. However, throughout the years, with all the successful events and students, our school has fallen into an unfortunate state of disrepair. Even with the improvements that have been added, my actively involved mother, a 1978 graduate from Service, notes that our gym, little theater, music hall, and front office are the exact same from the day that she walked into the halls of Service High School. Except the once fresh sheetrock is now old and falling apart. As a 4-year varsity cheerleader, I have spent a great amount of time in our little theater. And it's unfortunate to say that we also share it with mice. It's not uncommon to see them run across the corners of our mats or across our practice bags. And another bonus to practicing in the little theater was having to vacuum our mats before practicing because the flies that had died and fallen off the ceiling landed on our mats. Inside the school, any student will tell you about the brown-stained, drooping ceiling tiles, dented and destroyed walls, and our creepy, dim-lit, music, carpeted wall hallway. I know personally, and from my deep involvement with service activities, that this is not just an issue of low-grade facilities, but also a lack of space. From our school day activities to extracurricular events, there is not enough event or spaces to hold all of Service High School. We are, to put it plainly, limited. For the sake of expediency, I would like to second what Mr. Kohler, Mr. Pondofino, and Mr. Sant said. We have so many great students and events that have come from Service High School, and I would like to ask each and every one of you to help that tradition carry on by helping pass our bond. There is a factor that some have not thought about, and that factor is me. It's us, it's the students. Yes, we can continue or manage without the passing of this bond in our below standard environments, but we do deserve better, don't we? No one should have to stack their bags on a water fountain during cheerleading practice so we don't find mice in them afterwards. I hope all of you believe that this bond is worth the positive impact it will have on the future and the current students of Service High School. I just ask you and beg you that you give these students the ability to flourish in an environment with resources that are needed to succeed. Like I said, we could manage, but please don't make your decision without our futures in mind. Please don't make us settle for much less than we deserve. Service is falling apart. And I'd also like to ask everyone who is here to silently represent Service to stand up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marlowe. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming.
Good evening. My name is Steve Pfeiffer, and I'm a parent from Chugiak Eagle River. I don't have a dog in this fight. In fact, these bonds will do nothing for my children. But I can say that my children have benefited greatly from school bonds, whether it be the expansion of Chugiak Elementary, the new Mirror Lake Middle School, or even the renovations at Chugiak High School. My oldest daughter attended Chugiak High School when there was relocatables and overcrowding. Thankfully, that has improved with renovations, and my two youngest children who are there at Chugiak High School now get the benefit of what school bonds have done. I can speak for experience as to what it's like for a child to go through and get the education at a worthwhile facility. I want to thank the voters of Anchorage for passing the bonds in the past that have led to the facilities that my children get to experience today. I wish that all children in Anchorage could have that same experience. If money weren't the issue, I'm sure that that would be the case. I would also like to draw your attention or ask you to remember those children from Abbott Loop that were here tonight. Those are the direct recipients of what service renovations will be. But remember, they were here for a civic lesson, and part of that civic lesson is that every citizen in this town has a vote. And I ask that you put these bonds forward so that the citizens can vote. Each citizen will have an opportunity to look in their own pocketbook before they step into that voting booth, and they will make the decision themselves whether or not they can afford these bonds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Piper. There are no questions. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. My name is John Bolko, and last name is spelled B-U-L-K-O-W, and I'm here to speak in favor of the bonds. I think the speakers before me have demonstrated the need for the bonds, and as a result, because there's a need, fiscal responsibility sort of says we need to do this now, because who knows how much longer the state is going to reimburse. And so if that there's a lot of advantages from the money standpoint. I'm an investor. I can tell you now, yes, the bonds are, you will get a cheaper interest rate now than you used to get a few years ago, and probably will, higher interest rates in the future. It will stimulate the economy. We get to spend the money now, pay for it later, but we don't have to pay for 60% of it because the state's going to reimburse the city for that amount. I don't know, I guess I just want to reiterate what the previous speakers have said about give the voters a chance to make this decision.
Thank you very much. There are no questions. Welcome.
My name is Samuel Depkin, and I am the student council president at Girdwood School. I am an 8th grade student and have gone to Girdwood School for 9 years now, and I love Girdwood School, and I will miss it next year while I'm at South. I will miss the teachers and students, but not the building itself. When I was in elementary, we had numerous problems with undersized classrooms, which are some of my few memories from my early years of school. Now that I am in junior high, the problems are even more evident. As a student in an advanced math class, we are shuffled around, often being in 3 to 4 different empty classrooms each week because we don't have a classroom of our own. Also, the junior high has only 2 classrooms, which limits the number of how many electives and the choice of electives that are available to us. Furthermore, the junior high lacks a breaking space, forcing us to break inside our classrooms. This is my last year at Girdwood School, but I have younger siblings who will and will continue going to Girdwood School, and I look forward to seeing them experience the new facility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no questions. Please come forward.
My name is Julie Depkin. That was my son. Last name is spelled D-O-E-P-K-E-N. I am speaking as a teacher and a mother of students at Girdwood School. And I'm also speaking for several people that could not be here tonight, coming in from Girdwood at night on a weeknight. It's kind of hard for some people, including my husband, who's home with our other 4 kiddos. And he's the vice president of our PTA, so he would have been here if he could have. First, I'd like to thank you for your past support of the Girdwood planning process and for voting to put that on the bond in the past. And second, I'd like to urge you to continue that support and put us on the bond along with Service and Eagle River. We're not asking, Samuel said a couple of things that weren't quite accurate. He probably doesn't fully understand. We're not asking for a new facility. We're just asking for renewal money, basically. We'd like to extend the life of our school, but also bring about an environment where the classrooms are the right size and can accommodate the students. So right now our school's about 28 years old, so it's not terribly old in comparison to Service and some other places, but kids notice and we notice that the building is definitely starting to deteriorate. We have lockers falling apart. We have holes in the floor. The gym and the main hall leak regularly, which presents a safety hazard. We have technology limitations because of our electrical distribution system. But one of the biggest things is that our spaces are really, really small compared to other schools. They're much smaller than what are currently called for in the ed specs. Our kindergarten room is only half the size that's recommended for that age. Our primary classrooms are only about 2/3 of the size that are recommended. And just studies have shown that adequate space really does impact learning, so we want to stress that. You can tell I'm a little nervous. Our gym is definitely large enough for an elementary program, but it is not big enough for our junior high kids. They can't, there's 30 some of them this year, and most of the time they have to sit out because there's just not enough room for them to really have full PE program. So that does impact their program. My library, as much as I love it, is essentially in a classroom, so it's not very big at all. I have virtually no teaching area. I have no real read aloud area. My books are crammed on the shelves, and it's a welcoming place, but it's really, really small. We also have virtually no space for meeting and learning areas. Our speech pathologist that comes down, counseling, PT and OT, bilingual, they all jockey for position, and sometimes they're in the same place, which isn't really good for the kids if they're hearing other people interact. We also have our electives, our advanced math students, as Samuel said. They're not really in empty classrooms. They're in empty spaces like the library when it's not being used or the music room when it's not being used, so they travel around. We have no computer lab, we have no science lab, and we don't have adequate common areas for the kids. As a mom, I'm speaking 8th grader, 2 5th graders, and so I'm concerned with space and the lack of equity, especially for the middle school kids. We'd like to kind of move to a middle school model, but 2 classrooms don't really allow that. Oh, I'm already. We don't have a science lab, so they're not getting a full curriculum. I've seen excitement at our planning meetings. I've seen our staff in action. They make so much happen with what we do have, and I can only imagine what will happen. Okay, I'm sorry?
Please summarize.
Okay, so just to be able to let them have bigger spaces will just mean the world in terms of instructional just exploding in terms of what they can offer the kids. And I want to just say that I know that it's a tight budget and that kind of thing for people, but you're investing in the future, investing in our kids. 60% reimbursement, you really can't beat that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Depkin. Yes. Welcome.
Hello.
Please tell us who you are and speak right into the microphone.
My name is Heather Holland, last name Holland. I am a student at Service High School, and as Mr. Sant has said, we recently performed Fame the musical. I was part of the pit orchestra for that. The pit orchestra was all smooshed onto stage right, while the actors had stage left and the hallway to change because we have no dressing rooms, and as it was, they were still cramped and messy. The floor is creaky. During intermission, we would peer out through the cracks because our curtains have rips. We say that our theater has poltergeists because there are so many little things that always go wrong. And it's just not a very nice place. That's pretty much it, actually.
Thank you very much for coming, Heather. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and Assembly. My name is Max Kohler, Kohler, and I am a senior at Service High School in the Seminar School program. I'm here this evening on behalf of myself, my classmates, my school, my community, and my city. I'm here this evening to help sway the Assembly into making a difficult and rewarding decision. I have just recently received the rank of Eagle Scout. In order for me to receive this award, I needed to carry out an Eagle project. Some of my fellow Scouts who had finished or were beginning their projects had chosen to stomp out trails and mountains or build a bench near a lake. Upon hearing of these projects, I knew what I did not want to do. It turned out to be an easy choice: improve my school. I built a recycling shed for Service to help our messy recycling system currently in place. Just as Service needed my help with recycling, it needs your help with new and improved areas. Whether in community involvement, sports and activities, or academics, Service has excelled. And behind every student, a great teacher, but a school that is falling apart. I have personally used all the areas of my school. I have used a little theater to read poetry, recite literature, and perform. Being a dual athlete in hockey and baseball, I have used both the gym, the little gym, and our track. Our library that houses knowledge and inspiration and a few of the best librarians in the ASD is very much so falling apart. Our state is evolving and our city is evolving and our schools must follow. I understand that there is an economic crisis. I understand that there are numbers to crunch. I understand that there is hope and change on the horizon, but how long must we wait for change? 4 years? 8 years? I say no. I say that if we want change, we must do it ourselves. I know that I would feel honored to be part of an assembly that has been granted the opportunity to be part of such an influential vote. The proper decision of the assembly will tell the city that education is of the highest priority, that our assembly knows what it takes to raise a child, that our assembly that we vote for cares about the present and future of children, education, and the success of not only the city, but also the great state of Alaska, a state which has been in the negative light of the media for the first decade of this new millennium. The nation may not see the significance of this bond, nor will anybody of the assembly be rewarded or called a hero. In fact, the only thanks you may get are from those of us who spoke here tonight and have participated. But just as your votes represent hundreds of people, our thanks represent hundreds of people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming.
Madam Chair and Assembly members, my name is Soren Worth, and I'm a classroom teacher at Service High School. I also live in Girdwood. And is it just me or are signs getting smaller? I want to say I'm also a seasoned campaigner. I've worked on several different political campaigns, and I want to extend myself and my work to pass this bond should you approve it tonight. I don't want to reiterate all the problems we have at Service High School with our maintenance. Clearly, the level of the condition of our school is unacceptable. We have crowded classrooms. Our little theater is an embarrassment. And for a city that is as great as, a municipality as great as Anchorage, I think we can do a lot better. There's something I heard tonight that really struck home to me when thinking about this, and that was Assemblymember Birch's comment earlier that we need to stand behind the courage of our convictions. And I know that many of you are considering maybe a complex political matrix of issues if you vote or don't vote on this with property taxes and whatnot. But I know that you all support schools. And I ask you tonight to maybe leave aside some of those political issues and stand behind the courage of your conviction. We need you now to be courageous leaders and let the people have a say on the health of our schools. Thank you for giving me some time to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Worth. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Peyton with an A, Burrell, B-U-R-R-E-L-L, and I am a just graduated four-year student of Service High School. I am also a four-year student of NJROTC and a two-year actor. Service is, as you know, in complete utter disrepair. The theater is too small, and in the 4 plays that I have been in, we have had actors in the aisles because we don't have enough room to accommodate them on the stage. The floorboards of the stage are they're so old that I fear that actors are going to fall through them because you can literally find the weak spots in the boards. So obviously Service needs a new theater, but also ROTC needs more places to practice their drill and their riflery. As Mr. Pandolfino commented, our multi-purpose room is in disrepair as well, and that's because we have holes in the wall due to our rifle team, and we have cracks and chips from our tiles on our floor missing because our exhibition armed team have dropped rifles and destroyed the floor. As you know, students go out to lunch because they don't want to spend their time in the lunchroom. I guess that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it.
Madam Chair, my name is Steve Nerland. I'm the president of the School Bonds Yes for this year, my first year. My message is very simple. Let the public decide. A review of the last 10 years of school bonds votes indicates to me that the public has a very good understanding of the things they'll support regarding the Anchorage School District. There have been votes for and against. As over a 15-year volunteer in the school district and a supporter of many of the bonds, but not all, I know that myself. And I've served on task forces that I've agreed with many of the positions of the school district and those against. But let the public decide, because the need is real and it's not going to go away. And it's not going to go away because this body asked the school district to give the Assembly a 10-year plan of renovation and upgrades for our schools. The ASD this year will retire over $46 million in indebtedness. The state has agreed to reimburse 60 to 70% of the bond, and the governor has indicated that she'll support community projects that are supported by those communities. Someone made a commitment to our education. It's now our turn to commit to the education of our future students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nerland. I really appreciate you stepping forward and chairing School Bonds Yes. I was on the school board when that organization was created, and I'm very pleased that it continues to this day.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Nerland? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Simon Keel. I'm a sophomore at Service High School. I'm pretty active in the community. I'm in Boy Scout Troop 210 based out of St. John's United Methodist Church, 2-year student of the NJROTC program. I can't do anything more than just say again how badly Service is in disrepair. Again, there are holes in the walls of the cafeteria. It's nasty. You walk in there and there's a big hole right in the middle of the mural. The little theater is tiny. It's not very impressive to have a lieutenant commander of the United States Navy standing up there with just bad lighting, bad acoustics, the whole entire NJROTC program crammed into a tiny spot. It's just bad. Please let the voters decide. That's all I'm asking you.
Thank you very much for coming. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Chris Rickard, and I'm part of the CGBC board for the football program at Service. I have a junior at Service. You know, I really just would urge this board to push through this bond. It's not just about the here and now, it's about what we pay forward for our children. At one point, Service was a wonderful school, but it is fallen into disrepair, and just like with your homes, if it starts to fall into disrepair, you do choose to repair it. You don't choose to let it fall apart. You don't choose to to live in unsatisfactory conditions, and that's exactly what our children are doing. When we do functions at Service High School, my first impression when I walk into the cafeteria area, The tiles are browning. It's a very small area just to do a banquet for a group of football players and their families. You can't even smush them all in there without it feeling very crowded. I know that our board raises money just for our own maintenance of our fields for our kids, and that should be things that our community should have a choice whether they say, you know, we want to put our money into our community, into our schools where our kids go. And we're not asking at this point decide what gets fixed or what doesn't get fixed or how small something is or, you know, what rodents are or are not running around. But we're asking for it to be put on the table so that the community can decide whether they want to dig into their pockets. Everybody in this community knows how tight everything is, whether it's their personal budget, their business budget, their jobs. We all know that it's tight, but I think our community needs to decide whether they want to put out that money or not. You know, these kids, my grandkids are going to go to that school. That's the area that they're probably going to live in. And I don't want to see them go into the same school that my son went to, that I went to. You know, it's time for these repairs to be made. It doesn't mean that it has to be a total overhaul, but we are investing in our children's future and their standard of living. And what are we teaching them if we don't say that the area that they're getting educated in isn't worth fixing up so that they can learn in a nice environment? That's all I have to say.
Thank you. You have a couple of questions. Please stay at the podium. Ms. Osiander?
Well, first, good for you for all you do for the schools. I just wanted to ask you, I'm assuming you pay property taxes, and I wonder if you think that the amount of property taxes you pay now are reasonable and fair.
Of course they're high. We're all thinking they're high. But when I'm looking at where they're going to our kids, they're going to our community. These programs have to be funded.
Property taxes are probably going to go up 6 to maybe 10%, even without this being approved.
They probably are, but I also know that my utility bill went up 22%. I had no choice in that. Okay. You know, and that didn't go to anybody. At least my property taxes would be going into an investment towards my children and my grandchildren.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Come back. We have another question. Mrs. Rickert, come back. Mr. Starr has a question for you. Okay.
I guess it's a football question. You play on natural turf now, and you're going to get out of the bond package artificial turf installed. Is that the way I understand it?
Well, I would hope so. You know, they used to call service the mud pit because without the help of a very generous group of people, community fundraising, and a person that puts his own hours in, our field would just be mud. And it was a very bad safety condition where we had kids with broken ankles, and we as a board had to raise that money so that our kids were playing in a safe area.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Thanks very much for coming. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Bob Bell, Bravo Echo Lima Lima. 15 years ago, I was sitting in Mr. Starr's chair. It's back when I still had brown hair, didn't have the computers or the comfortable chairs. Anyway, little history lesson here. I'm sure all of you have lived here long enough to know that Service was Service Henshaw, a senior junior high school. It still is, physically. We just put high school kids in the junior high part. And clear back in 1993, we were going to do major renovations of Service High School. And the agreement was, we got to get Golden View first. So we're going to put that on the ballot, and then we'll get to Service. Then we had to renovate, I think Wendler was next. Then we had to replace Diamond. Then we needed South. And it's gone on and on like that now for 15 years. 15 years ago, we agreed that we needed to do major renovations to Service High School, and we still haven't done them. And it's time. I'm sure you've all been in that school recently. And it's shameful. And there's no reason for this school to be put off as long as it has been. Look at all the schools we've built since there. I forgot Eagle River. We're building a new Central. We're building a new Clark. All of these schools, and the whole time, Services sat there and said, our turn next? Yeah, next year. Well, it's next year. It's time to do it. So I encourage you to put these bonds on the ballot, and I'm sure they'll pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Ms. Osiander has a question for you.
I just have to comment because I had such a strong sense of deja vu. 15 years ago, I was there talking to you on the assembly, asking for school bonds, and you said no a couple of times, Mr. Bell.
Not on
Remember
service.
that?
Not on service.
Remember some bonds issues.
Never mind.
Actually, Debbie, I think you're wrong. I don't think I ever said no on a school
We'll
bond.
talk afterwards.
You bet. Anybody else?
Ms. Gray Jackson. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bell, it's really nice to see you because when I was staff, we worked together really well, and I remember you sitting over there, and I'm sorry to say, but your hair wasn't brown then.
Some turned gray and some turned loose.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Whitaker, welcome.
Hello. My name is Jed Whitaker. I like Mr. Flynn's idea of a bond moratorium for a variety of reasons. One is that we have a governor who does not know the difference between a production tax credit of $200 million and a budget cut. What she calls a $268 million budget cut is actually a reduction in the estimate of the production tax credit granted to oil exploration operators. This same governor offered a budget based on $74 a barrel oil and has instituted a hiring freeze. It is clear to me that the governor does not have a clue about how to provide and pay for state government. A second reason is that $1 billion was lost in the stock market due to certain legislators telling Commissioner Pat Galvin to aggressively invest the Constitutional Budget Reserve account. It is possible that the CBR will lose even more money. A third reason is the budget shortfall the state faces this year. A fourth reason is that tonight this assembly increased the MOA's budget shortfall by potentially $6.92 million, and I have not seen from this body how it will address a $24 million budget shortfall. In summation, now is the time for caution, and I support Mr. Flynn's bond moratorium.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Mr. Flynn has a question for you.
Not really a question. It was an idea, Judge, and I'll tell you at this point, I'm probably not going to stick with that tonight, just so you know.
Mr. Flynn, you should stand by your convictions.
Hello, my name is Julia Murakami, Murakami, and I am a junior at Service High School, and I also was recently in the Fame musical. And the first lines of the play were, I made it, and I had to scream them and run down the aisle, which have stairs, and I'm extremely clumsy, and I say that theater is, it inspires fear in me. The entire theater is gross. The ceilings, the floors creak, and you actually can tell which spots are going to give out first, because when you step on them, you can feel a change in, I don't know, weight, like it's bad. And we also had to redo our entire play so that we could squish our pit into the right side of the back. And the whole thing was just disgusting. But I also have brothers and sisters. My sister, who would like to be a cheerleader, has to go to the Little Theater to practice too. And it's just not a very nice place to be. I personally also do not eat in the lunchroom because it's gross. And the food is great, but I think that eating in the cafeteria makes the food less appetizing. It's bad. And I don't know, that's pretty much all I have to say. The school needs to be renovated, and I think that the people should have a choice whether that should be done or not.
Thank you, Ms. Murakami. Dr. Selcraig has a question for you.
We've been hearing about the gross cafeteria. Yes. Is it not clean?
It's not that it's not clean. It's that the entire appearance is just not very appealing to the eye. There's holes in the walls. The tiles are chipped. The mural itself is partially destroyed from the riflery team. The ceiling is, I don't know what's up there, but it is not, that is not clean. And
okay, thank you. I just wanted a little more detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Jeff Friedman, President of the Anchorage School Board. We're going to be brief because you've already heard quite a bit from us. I do want to repeat on behalf of all our food service workers in the district a statement that you just heard. The food is great. Yeah. So I think the point I want to leave with you tonight is that businesses invest in communities that invest in their schools. What we're asking for you tonight is the opportunity to put before the voters the question of whether they want to invest less than $3 a month on a $300,000 property. That's all we're asking for. And I believe this is a good investment in our future, and it's a needed investment, and it's the first step in our 10-year capital plan. The need is not going away.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Carol Como. I'm the superintendent, and I would like to echo Mr. Friedman's comments. What we really are asking you is to put these two propositions on the ballot. Let us put the facts out there, including the information from the state that we've received with the debt reimbursement, and give us a chance to educate the public. If the public says no, we will respect that. And I think that's important, that the public gets to decide this. I recognize the dilemma that you're in, but we really would like you to take what you've heard tonight, and I'm sure you've probably heard from other people that we'd really like the opportunity. School Bonds Yes is our advocacy group, separate from the school district, but that certainly is going to be out there trying to educate and advocate. Our kids deserve it. I think those young people from Abbott Luke that you heard from earlier, those are future service students. They deserve a quality environment. My kids went there too, and when I go into service to see the older parts of the building, I feel like it's back when my kids were there in the mid-'80s. So we definitely need to renovate and bring that school to completion. So I would urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you both for coming. We have several questions for you. Mr. Gutierrez, you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Riflery team using live ammunition? What's going on there?
No, we're going to let Mr. Platofino could answer those questions for you.
That gets to my real question, and former Assemblymember Bell in part answered, I think, my question. But when I was in middle school, we didn't call it that where I grew up, but I went to a school that was 120 years old, and it wasn't in nearly as bad a shape as what I'm hearing tonight about service. How did it get that bad? Now, part of the answer is, well, it's been in line for a long time. But what's the story?
Mr. Gutierrez, through the chair, first of all, the Service High School had over 3,000 students for a number of years when it was Service Hanchu. That building, we do put $20 million plus into our general fund every year for preventive maintenance. It's wear and tear. The rifle team, obviously JROTC has to use the same facility as the multipurpose room. It's old. It doesn't mean we don't have a maintenance department. It doesn't mean that we're not repairing things, but there's a lot of activity. The school is used a lot by the community and so forth. So we can certainly get you more information. We've put substantial work order work into that school. But I'm not disputing what you've heard tonight either.
No, and I certainly didn't mean to insinuate that it's not being well maintained, but clearly it's heavily used, and not just by the school community, but by the larger community as well. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Right. Let me ask you this. How much debt have we retired in the last year? How much bonded indebtedness have we written off the books?
This year, it's about $46 million we will be paying off this year. I don't have it in front of me. We've given you a chart that shows the last few years of debt payment that we've been paying off.
Okay.
Some of that's paid for by the state, some of it by the local taxpayers.
And if I read this accurately, we're looking at, for this particular bond, about $7.27 per 100,000 assessed valuation.
For Proposition 1 and Proposition 2 is $3.36 with the debt reimbursement. Without the debt reimbursement, it's higher than that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
So at one point, I thought we were doing large projects and then what were called renewal projects. We were kind of alternating from year to year. How come this year you have a large project and I don't know what to call the $27 million because I can't call it maintenance.
The capital improvement plan that we submit each year shows a large project every other year and the major maintenance or capital renewal, whatever you want to call it, project every year. So this is in step with that plan.
If I might too, if you look at our 10-year CIP that we gave to you, and we will bring you a new one in March after the school board approves it, that we are alternating our large high school completion projects. We are trying to spread those out. We have a significant number of elementary schools that have not had any work or a little bit of work that would be interspersed.
What happens if this is voted down?
Comes back next year.
Yes, these needs will not be going away. The debt reimbursement with the current legislative authorization expires November 30th, 2010, which would give us one more chance. But we believe, even with the construction costs somewhat reduced right now and a good workforce availability, we don't know what a year would say. But the same projects will be brought forward. They won't go away.
There are some things, such as the sewer connection, that we would just have to go into savings for to pay. I can't think of any other way to come up with that amount. But these other projects, we might prioritize something differently and not do a roof on one school this year out of our general fund and instead take that money for one of these projects. But the projects that we're planning on doing in the next 12 months are going to be the same projects.
Do you know what do you have on your books right now to go out on the street this next summer as far as construction?
I could get Ray Amsden up here to answer that, but right now we're finishing Clark. You know that's going to open in August. We are beginning construction of Sand Lake and Chester Valley and a number of smaller projects that range from security upgrades, cameras, those kinds of things, all the way to those two elementary school projects.
So maybe all total probably about $45-50 million, you think? Or?
I'd have to ask staff.
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
know off the top of my head.
If service was, if these bonds passed, when would you start on service?
They would finish the designs, and then as soon as they were ready to be bid, they would be bid, and they would be done in phases because we have to construct around almost 2,000 students. So it would be phased in, but the funding would be approved, and we would only work with the city to sell bonds on a cash flow basis, and so we would sell them in a series of when we have the need for the cash.
And as far as when you do that, and I mean, voter approved, as far as the state reimbursement, does that matter if you haven't completely issued your bonds?
No, the legislation is the dates that are in the legislation and voter-approved bonds within a certain time frame, and these are 20-year bonds, and the state since 1993 has paid 100% of their appropriation through $9 barrel oil up to what we've had recently. So I believe the commitment's there from the legislature to continue to honor that commitment to urban areas and communities that bond, because there are direct capital appropriations for rural Alaska.
What I'm saying is right now it's up to 2010. So that's just for everything that's issued up until 2010. Is that correct?
No, just voted on, not when the projects, they don't have to be completed by then. They simply have to be authorized by the voters by that date.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Dr. Selcraig.
Just following up on Ms. Johnson's questions. So the state contribution is guaranteed?
It's annual appropriation. We have received the letter that's attached to the S versions saying that all the projects, with the exception of the site acquisition, qualify for 60 or 70% debt reimbursement. So they have moved it along. The legislature, the governor has in her budget that's before the legislature now, debt reimbursement appropriations that's due, and then it would have to be appropriated every year. But as I said, since 1993, the legislature has always honored that commitment to the debt reimbursement.
If we didn't receive it, what would happen?
Well, the ballot has to read that you're basically committing the full faith and credit of the community. And that's said right there on the ballot. We always say that in any information we give out, and that's really important. But in the end result, our history has been that the state has come through with the debt reimbursement.
So with the debt reimbursement, and then also if we factor in the debt payment, this project, the total cost for this project, if we pull those two things out, is $40 million?
No, you really can't pull out the amount we're paying off, because those are 20-year bonds, and we're continuing to pay it off. It's something that people ask us a lot, and so we provide that information.
So what does that mean, that 22%? I mean, when you say we've got debt repayment, what does that mean? That means we've paid down that much of our debt?
Yes, every year we pay down that much, but if we add debt on the other end, we're continuing to add to the debt. But people always ask us how much we pay off.
We pay off 47 million, whatever it is, then the state reimburses us approximately 52% of that.
Right.
So you can't add those two issues together.
But I'm thinking about the outcome in terms of impact on taxes.
The net increase, the net increase, because we are paying some down, is less.
Is less.
But as a taxpayer, I would say that's not a great way of looking at it. I have to even be honest here, because if you didn't put the bonds on, the net decrease would be greater. So,
right.
I think it's important that they know we are paying down on the debt, but this does bring the total back up.
Right, and we've been very honest with that when we've been out in the community.
Thank you. I'm sure you thought about this a long time, and you went through your own process of deliberation. Did you consider bringing in light of the economic situation we're in, did you consider bringing a lesser bond? I mean, I represent the Chester Valley area. I remember when Chester Valley was #1 and way overdue for a new school, and we put Clark on the ballot, and we recognized that having Chester Valley and Clark was just too much to ask the voters to do. So I'm just wondering, I mean, this is a big school bond at a time where I think economically the community and the country is kind of thoughtful about, engaging in more debt. So what was your rationale to just stay on track? Was it just...
Well, the Capital Request Advisory Committee debated and deliberated. They brought me a recommendation that was slightly higher than you have before you. We had a work session with the school board because I did not know what I wanted to recommend to the board. We did some polling with Dittman, which we've shared with all of you. And clear message from that survey that we did in early December was that with the debt reimbursement, if the public clearly understood that, the bonds would pass. Without the debt reimbursement, they absolutely would not pass. The renewal bond would pass regardless of the debt reimbursement. So we gave all that information. Mr. Dittman made a presentation to the school board, and we had a work session in December for 2 or 3 hours just talking about the bonds, the issues, should we bring something forward. And then from there, my staff and I wrestled some more with it, really did some real soul searching, but came to the point we felt we couldn't not put service on this ballot. They've been waiting a long time, as you've heard. The need is not going away. Yes, it's a big amount, but the debt reimbursement is very persuasive to me. And when you look at what the actual increase for these two propositions per 100,000, it's really a very small amount for the investment we're going to get back in quality infrastructure. Plus, it is a jobs bill. There will be employment opportunities for construction workers, and we believe it's just the right thing to do for our young people, and it follows our 10-year CIP. and which we take very seriously.
So if Proposition 1 passed, for every $100,000, people's individual taxpayers would pay $7.27 per 100.
With the debt reimbursement.
With that has already factored into it. Right?
Correct.
So if you
And for Proposition 2, it's $3.36 per 100,000.
For Proposition 1, for example, if you owned a $300,000 house, it's about $22 a year.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Coffey.
$9 barrel oil was in the 80s, not in 1992. But
Excuse me, it was
yeah,
in the 90s,
I know, I've
too.
been
But
here a
anyway,
long time
go
as have
ahead.
you. Here's what worries me. The debt reimbursement is an annual appropriation.
Correct.
We can't, it's not the full faith and credit of the state of Alaska. It's the full
Right.
faith and credit of the municipality of Anchorage. I acknowledge that for 17 years, they've done it. They've just changed the budget, anticipated deficit from $400 million to $1.6 billion. They lost $1 billion in the constitutional budget reserve. The permanent fund lost 30% of its value, tens of billions.
We understand.
I know you do, but
too.
the public may not. And the reason that I wanted to make clear, particularly on debt reimbursement, I worry that when we have those financial circumstances and those financial losses, which are huge, I'm not sure what they're going to do in 2010. And I'm talking about the city's deficit too, where that's not going to just come and go in 2009. It's going to be with us in 10 and maybe 11 and maybe 12. And I don't think there's anybody up here who doubts the need. I always ask you how much a square foot and all of this stuff, because I worry about the cost, but nobody disputes the need. The question is the risk we're taking when we do this, because if they fail to do debt reimbursement, it's not just going to be Service High.
Right.
It'll be across the board, many, many, many projects. What's the total bonded indebtedness of the school board, of the school district?
It's
several $100 million.
Yes, it is $700 million or something like that.
You see,
Yes.
that's why I don't get scared. I'm kind of old, and I probably won't have to suffer all the consequences of all of the bad decisions we might make. But it worries me, Carol. I mean, that's what worries me, and how you can't give me any assurances that kind of doomsday scenario won't happen.
No, I can't, but all I can do is bring you what we believe is our recommendation and ask you to put it on the ballot. I understand your issue.
And I can say, nobody knows what the economy is going to be like in a month or 10 years. But I am fairly confident that this is a wealthy state, and we are not going to be in a depression for the next 20 years. And these bonds aren't even going to be sold for a year, or at least the soonest they could be sold is April, if they pass. And then the soonest they can be sold is April, because they won't be passed until April.
No, you say June of 09 is when you're going to have them sold. You say that on your handout. So you're talking 5 months from now.
So the first payment would be a year from June of 09.
I'm not arguing.
And we're going to be on the upswing economically by then. We're certainly not going to be where we are today.
That's one scenario. I'll give you another one. I just did. That the losses compound themselves, and there's no easy answer. It's just if you don't take that into consideration, and you're going to reach into people's pockets, and I've heard about the $7.27. Well, if we don't get 60% debt reimbursement, that school alone is going to be $15 per 100,000, not to mention the other $700 million, or however many portion of that is associated with the failure to get debt reimbursement, and it's going to be a huge problem. It could even lead to the default of the city. Now, that's a doomsday scenario, and I acknowledge that, and I hope that never happens. But if I don't think about it, then I'm not doing my job, and that's the reason I brought it up, and I understand we may have a difference of opinion.
Well, and I think you need to know, we wrestled with this in December when we were talking in the work session. We've wrestled with it for many months. And we aren't making this recommendation lightly and frivolously. I just want you to know we have agonized over this thing.
Please don't misunderstand me. I know, and that's one of the reasons when we get to the ARDSA bonds and the stuff later, that's us. You guys have done yeoman's work trying to get there and understand it. Okay, and I very much, you're an elected body just like, well, not you, but him.
And if I could add, this is a scaled-back version because the original design for service alone was 90-some million.
I know.
So it was scaled back. Not as far as some people would like, but it was scaled back.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Okay. Don't go away. I have a question. Anyone else? You mentioned earlier that service, you put in a significant number of maintenance work orders against your general fund maintenance funds for Service High School.
Well, for all our schools, but I can't imagine Mr. Pandolfino back there and his staff haven't put in a number of work orders as some of the things that have been reported. I told him as I was standing there I was going to take a little field trip up to Service and look at this floor and a few things. But our maintenance department absolutely responds to work orders requests, but sometimes it's the wear and tear, just like in a house. At some point, you have to go in and do a substantial renewal, and that's where we are with this, the part of the building that has not been renewed yet.
Well, what I was suggesting is that if this project is approved by the voters, approved by the Assembly and voted on by the voters, it will take off some of the heat from your maintenance general fund and allow you to spend it in other schools instead of on service.
Well, absolutely, Ms. Drummond, and also it's going to be much more efficient because we're building to as much as we can, as you know, toward LEED standards, and I think that's going to help with the efficiencies in this building.
Right, and I did take the tour last summer, and I do appreciate the $95 million cost of this project initially did scare me also, so I really appreciate that you worked at it and brought it down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else wishing to be heard on the school bonds? Oh, Dr. Selcraig, one more question.
Excuse me, I just one more set of questions. Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to talk a little bit about Proposition 2. What would happen if we deferred maintenance for a year?
Our buildings are getting older. Some of it's security upgrades, cameras, trying to protect our facilities against vandalism. We have some code upgrades. We have hazmat. We have roofs that need to be replaced. It's a combination. If you looked at the list in the memorandum, it's substantial, and it affects schools all over town.
Some of it is city fire marshal requirements with the sprinkler systems, and traffic safety upgrades. More and more people are driving to school, and as much as we try to convince them to take the buses, they are driving, and that is creating safety problems.
So when we're bonding for codes and sprinklers, what's the lifetime on those bonds?
20 years.
So we're I somehow have to wonder about the wisdom of bonding for sprinkler systems. I mean, it seems like there's other models, and it would take a transition to go to another model where we had a reserve fund, where we annually put money into a reserve fund. I mean, we're basically going to be paying interest on sprinklers and mechanical projects. I mean, I just wonder about the long-term economic value of.
But we don't bond for 20 years for anything that will not last 20 years, and usually longer. And so, that part of it works. But certainly, if we had the ability to say, let's just put this money in our general fund and pay it that way, and just charge the citizens of Anchorage an extra $20 million in taxes next year, so that we could just pay out of pocket, that would be cheaper in the long run, but it would make a huge dent in people's pocketbooks in the first year.
Well, it's certainly a difficult transition, but I would suspect that over time it's probably a more prudent way to handle our money. I mean, I guess that when I look at, and we've got the same thing in our municipal bonds. We're bonding for ambulances and emergency equipment. It's a way of meeting the current need at a fairly expensive cost in the long run. Anyhow, thank you.
Thank you both for coming. Okay. Anyone else wishing to be heard? The public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve 14A 2009-8S version, the 69880 that we've been mostly talking about.
Second.
Can I get a second? So we can talk about it?
Yes. Mr. Gutierrez has seconded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Which one's on the forum?
14AS version.
The big one.
The $69,880,000.
Thank you.
Including Service High School, Girdwood, and Eagle River. Okay, first person to be heard, Jennifer Johnston.
Well, I have to say, I kind of feel like I'm at an all-you-can-eat buffet, and I'm not sure where my next meal is coming from. And I feel this whole evening as far as bonds, that's where I'm at. Service High School, I know Service High School really well. In fact, I probably know the halls as well as any of you because I've coached there, and when the weather was bad, we had to run through all the halls and the stairs. And it is in desperate need. It was never finished. It was a poor design to begin with, and as I say, it was never finished. And I have said the last 2 years, the people that have asked me to support Service High School, and I've always said I would. My fear about this bond is I'm afraid we're setting up Service for failure. And I know that the school board has gone through the public process. I know that they've thought about this carefully, whether to put it on the bond or not. But I'm fearful that it's not going to pass. And by not passing, I'm fearful when it comes up again that it's going to be property tax people saying, we told you once we don't want it. Why are you bringing it back? And that, I think, would be a huge disservice. But I guess the school district really has thought all this through, and they're willing to take this risk. And I actually am not as, and I hate being a pessimist, because it's not who I am by nature. But I'm not as much of an optimist as Mr. Friedman as far as what's happening with the economy. And I don't think that Alaska is going to actually skate by. I think we're in a much better place than other places because we do have a little buffer. But we are, in the city right now, running a deficit budget. And we're going to run it's going to be a dire situation next year. The state is running a deficit budget. And I have a feeling there's a number of people sitting in this room that we're all kind of looking at a deficit budget. And I know that anybody with a 401k is seeing that there's been a difference out there. But if you're willing to take this risk with all of that, and I had given my word the last couple of years that I would support Service, and I just hope I don't eat my words, because Service really does need to be fixed. And Service is a great community, and I wish my children were going there now, because I like the school that I walk into now. And I have to say sometimes schools are more the people than they are the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Birch.
I, too, am very familiar with Service. We've had two children who are products of the Anchorage School District, and spent a fair amount of time there at Service myself. And we had a lot of community councils. I think that's, I remember Mr. Bell there and going down and meeting with him when we're very active with the community council. It's a good community facility. And it was run down then. And I think this action this evening, I think, will serve to, by approving this, will serve to allow the voters to consider this. I agree with Ms. Johnston that there's a lot of issues on our plate here, budget-wise, and first quarter budget revisions coming up. But at the same time, I think we do need to take a forward look and carefully consider the each of the bond issues that come in front of us. But I believe that it's time for this to go in front of the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Ms. Osiander.
I want to explain my mindset a little bit. I have been having conversations over the past few months with some, particularly people on fixed income who have seen their 401ks tank. I have heard some of the discussion about what's occurring at the state level. I recently went to the AEDC luncheon where they said for the first time in 20 years we're not going to see any economic growth in this city. I recently discovered that even though we'd had general discussions about our investments as a city, I recently discovered we've got a $17 to $20 million problem. I also know that we have labor contracts coming before us with language that says even if our CPI is 1 or 2%, we're going to have to give a fixed increase beyond that. We have a group of people who are so fed up with the increases they're seeing, not only in property taxes but utilities, that they've got a petition going with about 10,000 names on it already. I absolutely believe that we're going to be making cuts not only in this budget but in the next few years' budgets. Property taxes are going to increase probably 6 to 10%, which is going to compound the frustration and the anger that people have when they call me up on the phone. On the other hand, I have advocated for schools and volunteered and worked for schools for, gosh, almost 20 years now. It's embarrassing to say that. I'm looking at Mary nodding her head, yeah. And I think that schools and public safety and infrastructure are vital. And so I'm finding myself in a really strange position. My initial thought was that all bonds we should have a hiatus for a year so we find out really what's going to happen with this economy and what's going to happen with the tax cap. But I've had a number of conversations as I looked at these specific bonds where I thought that's not the way to go. But I have been extremely critical in looking at each one of them. And this is a difficult position for me to take. But right now, I'm not going to be supporting this one, but I am going to be supporting the maintenance one.
Okay, Mr. Coffey.
I'm becoming a curmudgeon, folks. Becoming. I didn't used to be. I used to be young like Mr. Flynn, and one could say empty-headed, but that wouldn't be a kind thing to say. So I gave you a hint of my concerns when I spoke with the president of the school board and to Ms. Como about what's going on. A bit of it's compounded by a concern of mine that this community as a whole expects first the school board, which they do their job, they work hard to try to get the right answer. But I think there's an expectation on us that we'll work equally hard and that our decision will be based on the view of what we think is best for the overall community. And we owe $1.4 billion. We pass these bonds, we're going to owe $3,400 each and every citizen in Anchorage. And that will be a 20% increase from what we owed as citizens last year. Whew. You know, the U.S. of A. is in a big pickle, a big mess. Alaska is not probably in as big a mess, but we sure went down. We took a huge financial hit recently, folks. I don't see when we're going to get it back. We're over that hump and on a deep. I'm fearful that we're on a deep decline in wealth and the ability to do things. Part of what concerns me is some of this stuff is, I just heard from Ms. Drummond, I asked her, I said, what does this say on this little chart? And it's another, I guess another gymnasium. I can't read it, so I'll take her word for it. So Service will have 2 gyms. Maybe we're at an age where we can't afford 2 gyms. Maybe what we ought to do is fix the floors in the classroom and the offices for the teachers and the principals and the administrators and call it good. So, because I am concerned about all the things that Ms. Osiander mentioned and all the things I mentioned, and let me say one thing before I do it. The school district went back and really put a sharp pencil to this project. What I would hope is they would put, when this thing fails, which I believe it will be on the ballot, but I believe it will fail, I would hope they would put a sharper pencil to it with an eye toward the financial circumstances, which I think are not going to be good. In fact, they may be very bad for the next few years. So you know where I'm going on this, and I thank you all for your testimony, and I hope I'm wrong. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey, I just want to tell you that those are existing gymnasiums. So they've been there for a long time. This bond issue does not build a new gymnasium for Service High School. Mr. Flynn, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we were looking ahead to the bond process, I was the first person, I think, to pose the possibility of a bond holiday this year. No bonds for the ballot in April. And I'm not sure that I'm entirely convinced that would have been a bad idea. However, the flip side of that is there are real needs in our community, and this is one of them. Now, I think I share some of the pessimism of my colleagues as to the likelihood of this passing once it gets to the ballot. And with all due respect to my colleagues on the school board, I think we're taking a big chance here. However, you've done, as Mr. Coffey noted, yeoman's work, and I'm willing to respect that and support you on this. If I'm not if the voters are not as sanguine about our future as I am, then we're going to have to look at our approach and maybe do it differently next year. But for this year, I'm willing to support you. Thank you.
Any further comments? Dr. Selkirk, go ahead.
Well, I've been listening to the testimony and my fellow assembly persons, and I can tell you I walked in tonight really uncertain, and that I appreciate the deliberation on the part of this entire body. This is a really complex and difficult decision, and I sat with my friends. Yesterday I talked about it with students in my class, and you can roll out a pretty good scenario for a variety of ways to approach this question. And there's good rationale for supporting them and for not supporting them, for dividing them or for voting for all of them. And so basically, I think that there are some pieces that are essential to think about here. One of them that matters to me is that I think we have to be cautious as a community to be prudent and wise about how we're spending our money. And I think part of that prudence has to do with not being too cautious and not being too ambitious. The cautiousness can be a tool where we find ourselves pulling back and actually reducing our economy in ways that result in the reduction of jobs. And one of the attractions of the larger Proposition 1 is that it actually is a wonderful community project that will employ a lot of people. And it would come to Anchorage at a genuinely reduced cost. We wouldn't be paying for it all. The state would be paying for it. Now, you could argue that that's still public money, but that it would allow us to have an engine moving in our economy at a time when people may be looking for work or we may not have work. And that, I think, is a thoughtful thing to think about, whether or not you would want to turn down a $69 million community project that would actually serve as a motor for jobs. On the other hand, the issue of taxes and the issue of the fact that we're looking at a 6 to 10% increase in taxes, it has to be weighed against what this will really cost us, $7.27 for every $100. And it seems to be that's an additional tax burden and people are feeling the pinch. When it's all said and done, I went to East the year that the bond didn't pass. Our dark room was a janitor's closet. East was never really very whole. It took years and years for East to be whole. But I do know that we functioned okay in it. I think that West was always an envy because West was built by a community that was at a time when we were really willing to step forward and invest in the future. And I think that West set an example for this community that I want to always remember, and that is that we paid taxes then, we didn't get any rebates. There weren't very many people living here. It was 20,000 people that paid for West. So with that in mind, and just thinking of the future and my commitment to the future, I am going to support this evening. And I think that the school district is going to have to do some real work to explain to the public why it's worthwhile and why it's a good deal. And I'm happy to participate in that conversation. I do think it's ambitious, and it might have been easier if we had seen a smaller package this year, but I think it's appropriate to give the public a right to vote on it.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find myself in the odd position this evening of sort of thinking I knew what was going to happen and being proven terribly wrong. I think there are a couple of comments I just want to expound upon. I think Dr. Selcraig said it most eloquently. She used the word prudence. And I think that combined with with one of the members of the public who urged courage. Courage isn't blindly rushing in. Courage is taking calculated risks and doing what's right even though there are some risks. And I think that's what I heard Dr. Selcraig say, and I appreciate that. I think that's absolutely right. I think for those who urged courage from this body tonight, I think you saw in the last few moments an exceptional amount of courage, and I appreciate that from my colleagues. I am in support of this, but I do hear the message of prudence, and we need to look at all of these issues with a critical eye. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. I'm just going to make a brief comment. I appreciate Ms. Johnston's comments, and also that she asked the administration to show us about a 20-year history of the school bonds put up before the voters, what passed, what didn't. And I have to say the school district has a great amount of stubbornness and perseverance, because all those school bonds eventually passed. It might have taken 2 or 3 times for some of them, but I know you need to put this out before the voters and show them what's happening. I'm glad to see the School Bonds Yes folks out in force tonight, and I hope you will stay in force through Election Day. Thank you very much. Would the body please vote? Remember, we have 2 ordinances here. Are we voting on both at the same time? One at a time. 14A, $69,880,000. That passes 7-3. Thank you very much. That passes 7-3. Item 14B, Ordinance AO 2009-9, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, $27,480,000 of GO bonds for district-wide building systems renewals. That item is before us.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. And
the S
second,
version.
The S version is before us. Any comments from the body? Dr. Selcraig, please make it snappy.
Yes, I don't plan to vote for this one. I actually think that this list more than likely can wait a year, and I'm looking for a way actually to reduce this budget, and it seems to me it's, I'm ready to take a holiday on this section of the budget, actually out of sensitivity to the taxpayers, and it seems to me that the issues that were voiced here tonight were 90% or almost 100% about service. It's a school that you can actually see, touch, and feel. I also really think over time, even though it's difficult for us, I think we need to come up with a better way to pay for maintenance. I think bonding for maintenance ultimately is not prudent. I don't think it's a very smart thing to be doing, and I know it would take some very complex discipline to shift to another approach, but I just don't think that ultimately it's good fiscal policy, so I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Ms. Gray Jackson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I understand the economic situation that we're in this community and in this world. I am personally affected by it with my 401k. But I just simply refuse to fear itself. I just won't go there. I know the school district put a lot of work into both of these bond propositions like they always do. And I spent many, many years as staff with the Assembly and working with Mr. Bell when he did come up with some bond proposition changes, and I had to figure out what the numbers were going to be based on debt reimbursement. But with that said, I am just simply truly honored that I now get an opportunity to not only vote for these bonds at the polling booth, but to vote to put them before the people, which I honestly believe is the courageous and simply right thing to do. So I'm going to be honored to vote yes on this bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Ms. Johnston.
I think I'm going to be provincial tonight. I want to see service pass, even though it's in Mr. Coffey and Miss Gray-Jackson's district and not in mine. And I do think a lot of, I know that roofs, electrical, sprinkler systems are all very important, but I think we only should have one bond from the school district on this year, so I'm going to be a no.
Mr. Coffey.
I meant to push my mic. Okay, here's the way I think. If service has a chance of passing, then we probably ought not put 24/7 more on the ballot, or 27/4. Let me get the number right, 27,480. So we're putting service on. If we put this on top of it, it's $100 million. Man, I don't see how that can pass. People are saying don't use your judgment and put it on there and let the voters decide. I would have voted for this in a heartbeat by itself. So I think I'm with Ms. Selcraig, Ms. Johnston.
Ms. Osiander.
You know, it's always funny where I'll echo the comment from the other end. You think you know where people are. Consistently, the voters and the polls have shown a greater support for maintenance of facilities than for new construction. I guess I'm a little confounded by the comments. I'll be supportive.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, am sensitive to the notion that one may damage the other's chances. On the other hand, I feel very strongly that both of these bonds will pass if the 10 members sitting up here work to pass them. If we don't, they don't have a chance. If the school board members don't, it doesn't have a chance. If they're on their own without our support, they'll both fail, and fail badly. For that reason, and I think it's incumbent upon us to make the case to the public, but I am in favor of letting the public have the final say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing no one, let's vote. Item 14B, Ordinance AO 2009-9S. Five does not pass.
Madam Chair, because I want to make sure we give this a shot. I'm going to move, I'm on the prevailing side, I'm going to move for immediate reconsideration and urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We are voting whether to reconsider this vote. Please vote to reconsider. A yes vote will allow us to reconsider our votes on that item. Reconsideration passes 7-3. That item is before us again. Any further comments? Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Folks, we're really clearly divided. I would just urge everyone to give it real deep thought. It would be If we vote it down, we vote it down. If we vote it up, we vote it up. But to be split right down the middle is one of the things we've all tried to avoid with this 5-5. So I'm not going to necessarily advocate any one position or another, but if anybody has any doubts about their position one way or another, now's the time to do it. You get a chance to rethink what you just did, and I would urge you to do so. I know I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Hosiander?
To give just a little try to convince people. And that is, one of the things that you do when you're watching your pocketbook is make sure that what you've got is maintained. Consistently, when you talk to people, they stress the importance of maintenance of our facilities. We have set our priorities for parks maintenance. Even when we did our long-range transportation plan, we talked about how vital it was to maintain the infrastructure that we've got and not let it deteriorate. This bond proposal contains things that are fundamentally needed. Sprinkler systems, electrical upgrades, fire safety issues, fixing leaky roofs. You heard my comments of concern about the debt that we would incur. I think it's going to be very difficult to be in office for the next year or two. I think that not only on this body, but nationally, there's going to be a whole lot of soul searching. But I don't think it's wise to cut back on basic maintenance of infrastructure. And that's what this bond is. So I really urge you who voted no to think about it.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm feeling precisely what Ms. Osiander just articulated. And the thought that jumps into my head is if I can't afford to buy a new car, I better darn well change my oil on a regular basis, change my air filter, check my brakes, make sure that I'm not going to put myself in the position of needing to buy a new one because I let the one I have fall apart. And I think that's precisely the situation we're in with this particular bond. So I would urge you to support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The voters haven't decided yet. Dr. Selcraig?
I'm going to vote no again, and I think that we're in a time where it may be just not possible to have everything we want all the time. And I'm happy to work hard to see service pass. I'm happy to go out and talk to the public about what a great idea it is. But I think that the school district and the municipality is just like any other entity, like our families. When we have less, we have to do with less. And the question is what are our priorities here tonight? And the priority I heard was at Service High, and that's the big project. I don't think that it's practical or even fair to be asking this community, and it gets back to what Ms. Johnson said about being at an all-you-can-eat buffet, and wondering where your next meal is going to come from. The fact is that part of where we are right now is needing to learn that we may not be able to do everything we want right now. That doesn't mean that we can't move forward. It doesn't mean that we can't build Service High. It doesn't mean that we can't do some big things. But, when I don't have enough money in my house, then that's when I don't decide to paint the house that year. I wait a year. My hunch is, and it may be wrong, but my hunch is that we can fundamentally defer some of this until next year and then come back to the voters maybe with a little bit bigger maintenance package next year.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Klayman.
I would just suggest, I think Mr. Coffey's right, this is a big decision. I'd suggest the body take about 2 minutes and just stand up and breathe for a minute before you vote.
We haven't got 2 minutes. Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
What I said
we have a lot
earlier,
more bond issues to consider tonight.
And I'm not going to talk for 2 minutes. What I said a few minutes ago, and then I started thinking about it. Now I'm trying to do what I think the voters might do and guess about what this thing's going to do. Wait a sec. I should quit doing that, and I should decide on the merits of the proposition. Mr. Gutierrez, we bought a new car about 15 minutes ago. That's my thought when we did service, okay? So, but do we need this? Absolutely. If we don't take care of what we got, we're worse off. That doesn't mean I should try to figure out if the voters will pass it. Let them, if we're going to do it, let them decide. My job is to decide on the merits. I didn't think service was a good idea. I voted no. I think this is a good idea. You just got 6 votes to put this on the ballot unless somebody else changes their mind. Done.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. I'm just going to remind the body that whenever there are 2 school bonds on the ballot, if there's any danger of one not passing, it's not the maintenance bond that doesn't pass. The maintenance bonds almost always pass. There are 25 schools on this project, on this list, as opposed to the 3 on the big one. I urge a yes vote, and thank you, Mr. Coffey. I see no further comments. Please vote. Again.
Oh, wait, it might be no. I screwed up. Yeah,
I'm not going to let you take that back, Dr. Selkirk. Sorry. Read. Go ahead. Okay, that passes 6-4. Thank you.
Madam Chair, to protect against a motion to reconsider tomorrow, I would urge someone on the yes vote of service to move immediate reconsideration. This avoids the risk of anybody changing their mind in the morning. So moved. It's too late.
Second.
I would urge that we vote not to reconsider.
Okay, a vote to reconsider is before us. Urge a no vote. Please vote.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mrs. Gray-Jackson.
We just did a notice of reconsideration on the $27 million bond. Did we do one on the service bond? Well, what's before us is the 27.
I said the service high school.
Yeah, you did.
No, you can give notice of reconsideration during the course of the meeting on
Mr. Coffey, I didn't say that you couldn't, okay?
Yeah.
I was just not clear on what we were voting on at this moment.
That's why I was trying to answer.
Thank you.
The motion to...
Ms. Gray-Jackson is correct. Our voting screen shows a $27 million bond.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. There you go. Go ahead and vote to reconsider, and we're urging a no vote. Reconsideration fails. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, the reconsideration that failed was on whether we should reconsider service, just to make it absolutely clear on the record. Ms. Gray-Jackson was right. It was incorrect on the screen for a minute.
Move to reconsider the second one.
Second.
Oh, we did that one? Pardon me.
Oh, great.
All right.
Good. Let's move on. Thank you all for coming tonight.
Moving on.
Let's see. We have 6 municipal bonds.
Move to combine the public hearing on the municipal bonds.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander.
Is there a second?
Okay. We're going to take a 2-minute at ease, then come back and begin the municipal bonds. for these 6 bond issues for the municipality? If
So moved.
That meets with the approval. Thank you. Body, the public hearing for 6 ordinances is now open. I'm going to read through quickly just the amount and the area. Item 14C, Ordinance AO 2009-10, not to exceed $43,900,000 for operations and maintenance costs in the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 48-209. 14D, Ordinance number AO 2009-11, not to exceed $2,600,000 for Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 49-2009. Item 14E, Ordinance AO 2009-12, not to exceed $4,500,000 of facilities, renovations, and related capital improvements, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 50-2009. Item 14F, Ordinance AO 2009-13, not to exceed $1,550,000 of GO bonds to pay the costs of public safety and transportation improvements and related capital improvements. Assembly Memorandum number AM 51-2009 accompanies that one. Item 14G, Ordinance AO 2009-14, not to exceed $4 million of GO bonds for the Muni of Anchorage to pay the costs of public safety facilities, the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area, accompanied by the Assembly Memorandum number AM 52-2009. And Ordinance, Item 14H, Ordinance AO 2009-15, not to exceed $1,800,000 of GO bonds to pay the costs of fire protection capital improvements in the Anchorage Fire Service Area, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum number AM 53-2009. The public hearing for these items is now open. Please step forward, identify yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Joe Perkins. I'm an attorney here in Anchorage, and I am here not in that capacity, but as the president of the Anchorage Library Foundation, a foundation that was established back when this building was basically under construction. And for obvious reasons, I am here to support, I forget the number, I thought I'd remember, but I forgot which particular bond issue you mentioned, but it is the one that contains $1,500,000 for libraries. And I want to speak to one of those, and it's actually not the bond for this building or for the improvements to this building. It is the bond of $500,000 for a downtown branch library, of which we all know there is not a downtown branch library. What the Anchorage Library Foundation happens to have is $600,000 in its bank account right now, and another promised $600,000, which we will get in the next month. Plus, we have $100,000 in our account from BP. That $1.3 million can go only to the establishment of a downtown branch library. There's another $200,000 available to the municipality, already pledged by the Rasmussen Foundation. That's the $1.5 million, which is shown on some materials that I have prepared by library staff. That's the $1.5 million which is in hand. It is 100% private money. No municipal dollars are in hand right now of that 1.5. It's all private money. Where things happen to exist right now and why this is a significant issue at this moment is that there is a lot with a small building on it on the same block as City Hall. The city is able to purchase that building for $1.2 million. The $1.2 million, of which we have $600,000 and have been promised $600,000, is coming from an anonymous private donor. We are limited in our use of that funds to the establishment of a downtown branch library. If there is one library bond proposal for which there is tremendous leverage, you already have the ability to call upon us to give $3 for every $1 that you are asking in bond monies. You will never see from us, in all likelihood, the $1.5 million at this moment in time. Now, I say that because...
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Please summarize.
Thank you. Currently, we are in negotiations with the municipality to enter into a donation agreement with respect to those monies. The bond proposal, if it is approved by you tonight, will allow us to continue those negotiations, and we have promised to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perkins. I have some questions for you. Ms. Osiander is first.
Thank you. Probably not.
Basically, I've been for some months now trying to get my hands on how much more we need to finish the library projects we've got going now. And according to this, we need $3.2 million for Lusac, $500,000 for Mountain View, $550,000 for Eagle River, and the $1 million for downtown. I can show you a copy of it. Or
Okay, and I have, with respect to, for example, Chugiak Eagle River, I see a state request having been made for $500,000. So, I mean, I think
that's going to happen. I mean, do you think the money's really going to come?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, the reason I asked that question is it's been really frustrating for me to not finish one thing before you start another. And the other thing is there's nothing, you've emphasized the donation for the building, but we're going to have people to staff it at a time, and Mountain View, at a time when we're shrinking our budget, our operating budget. Have you guys talked about that?
We certainly have.
And how would we fund the increased need for personnel at the library?
With respect to the downtown branch, it is not anticipated that the funding would be very significant to open it. But certainly, there would have to be a reallocation of personnel and resources if the library's budget, the operating budget, does not increase.
So you'd support taking the librarians from the other branches to staff the downtown one?
I'm not sure that, when you say librarians, I'm not sure that's completely the right. I think that the opportunity that is presented with the availability of $1.5 million, which obviously if we don't spend it today or the next month, it will still be there. The problem is that the opportunity to acquire this particular lot in this particular site won't be there. And it's fair to say that the Library Foundation, along with library staff, have been searching for a site for a downtown library for 6 years. Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Birch has questions.
Yeah, Ms. Osiander, there's an O&M component associated with the downtown library, and I think, as Ms. Osiander indicated, it's a carrying cost. Even if the capital cost is fully donated, it would be the additional carrying cost and the staffing cost.
Right. I think I was assuming that Ms. Osiander was presuming that what would happen if the $500,000 bond fails, where then would the O&M money come from?
Could I clarify, Mr. Birch? So basically, $325,000 will be raised on the tax cap if this passes, and that's what you're referring to as...
That is what I'm referring to, and if, looking at the other, some of the other capital programs that we've had is that the O&M typically includes staffing, additional staffing, and heat, light, and electric, and ongoing maintenance costs associated with the building. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Birch. Dr. Selcraig.
Are you aware that most, actually, municipal buildings, when we build them over a certain threshold, requires a site selection process?
Yes, and what I have learned in the last several days, as we've been discussing this grander issue of the donation with municipal staff and the municipal attorney's office, is that the current threshold is 4,000 feet. That will change if new amendments are made to the relevant provision of the code to 50,000 feet. This particular building is 4,100 square feet. So it is 100 square feet larger than the threshold. So yes, we are aware of that.
And are you aware that the convention center, actually, one of the reasons we built the convention center was to attract people into the downtown to spend money? I mean, that's a primary reason for having a convention center? Is that
sure? Yes.
And are you aware that we have limited lands around the convention center for commercial development? We've got a state building on one side. We've got a parking garage at an angle. We've got the municipal building on another side, and we've got a office building on the west side. So as you go around the convention center, there's very limited space for future commercial development.
I think our board is well aware that the establishment of a downtown library branch in this particular building, which is on that same block as City Hall, would not fix the use of that property in stone forever. And the covenants that have been the subject of some negotiation with the municipal attorney's office recognize that the use of that one-story building, or the building, or the use of that lot may very well change, and it might change relatively quickly. And there's no question that if it's going to change, then the library would need to be relocated. And there's recognition that that development of that downtown block is likely to occur, whether it's 5 years or 10 years or whatever. We don't know, but basically we would be prepared to work with the municipality. The covenants would require us basically to work with the municipality. If that block is going to be redeveloped, the library may very well be moved. And
why would we want to build a new downtown library on a site that we thought possibly within 10 years would be redeveloped for commercial purposes? Why wouldn't we want to find a site downtown that was really appropriate for the library in terms of land use and fix it in one place so that our investment that we made in that library was there for a long period of time? Doesn't it seem like why this site? It seems to me it's an expensive approach, and also in terms of public commitment to a facility. Have you ever tried to change down to, think about Town Square and changing Town Square? People get very committed to public places.
I agree completely. In fact, our donor, her mission has been to replace what was lost.
Maybe we should be looking at a site closer to where it used to be.
And let's just say that the foundation and the current library director and the prior library director and the prior library director before him have been looking. And we looked at Old City Hall, ideally situated in terms of place, but a horrible building for a library. It just wouldn't work. And so we have been looking. It's not that the $1.2 million is burning a hole in the foundation's pocket, but we would really like to try to accomplish our donors' mission. And we recognize that this may not be the perfect site forever, but it is a site that might work today.
Have you talked to the planning department about having them assist you in the site selection process? They actually usually do that for a municipal building. They actually can help you review available properties in the city and actually develop a criteria based on the downtown plan in terms of locating. Have you guys talked with them?
I personally have not, but I've been the president for just 2 years. But this effort's been a multi-year effort.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Bonnie Godfred, Godfred, and I am a 30-year resident of Spenard, and I'm here to save you money. Everybody wants you to spend money. I would like to speak against the redesign of Spenard Road as it is presently contemplated. I believe that you will be making the traffic in our area unsafe, much like you have done with Arctic, if you'll pardon my criticism, and that the traffic of a narrowed down Spenard Road will be pushed into the neighborhoods. Forest Park has worked very hard to slow the traffic down through there. It's a frequent cut-through for the Turnagain neighborhood, and of course the high school traffic is an issue. And limiting the traffic on Spenard is going to push more traffic to Forest Park, more traffic to the residential area behind the bakery. There's a lovely neighborhood that has very small streets. And so my primary concern is safety. I would like the street to look better. I think trees and flowers are lovely. So I am not asking you to just stop your plans, but to reconsider. And perhaps that would save you having to issue this bond this year. Maybe the economy will be better next year. I also wanted to say that, there was a lot of talk earlier about doing this for our children, and I want you to keep in mind that it's our children that will be paying for these bonds. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I always think I could use the children's microphone. I'm not going to, Dan. I'm Lottie Michael, spelled the last name Michael, and I've been a property owner in the Spenard area for about 25 years. In the mid-'90s, I developed an independent senior housing project. Does very well there. It's behind Juniortown on 27th Avenue. It does well there because the seniors walk to the banks and they walk to shopping. They're able to walk all around in Spenard, and that's why that project does well. Recently, I did a redevelopment of the building at 26th and Spenard Road. It's been getting some really good press lately. It was the hemp capital of the world, which really helped Spenard. And we changed it to some live-work lofts. We've got Sugar Spoons there. We've got some really nice startup companies, all independent. And all of these properties are going to suffer if the proposed Spenard Road goes through with the changes that, and I don't want to say improvements, but with the existing changes, it'll hurt me financially. It'll take the tenants under. What I'm here to ask is that on the budget for the roads, it's $6.5 million to change the road on Spenard from Fireweed right past the bakery, all the way down the hill, all the way down Romick Hill to Chester Creek. I'd like to separate that. I'm not sure that Romick Hill needs to be changed, but no one's arguing that point. We've all agreed that, okay, some changes could happen. No one's opposed to that. If you just do that, Hillcrest down the hill, that's $3 million. Instead of the $6.5 million, when there's some real confusion and opposition to it. 80 businesses on Spenard Road are against this plan. 3 of them, only 3 of the businesses are in favor of it. So if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you for coming, Ms.
Thank you.
Did you tear up
Mr. Mayor, members of the Assembly, my name is Tom McGrath, and I've been involved with Spenard Road since the reconstruction of Southern Spenard Road back in the 80s. And during that period, there was 200 or 300 people would show up for the meetings. And it was knock down, drag out, and we got what we wanted. With this one, we had a citizens advisory group that met in 2001. We really couldn't decide what we wanted. In 2006, we had another citizens advisory group. I don't think that the engineers that were in charge liked what we were saying. So we haven't met in quite a while. But there's been meetings going on, and it's like a divide and conquer. They're going to do to us what they want to do to us. And there is agreement on one part. There's agreement from Hillcrest down to Chester Creek, and that the old Romick Hill. It's not divided. People walk on both sides. You kind of slide down the hill because it's not in very good shape. And so that needs to be improved. And I think everybody agrees that that needs to be improved. But from Hillcrest all the way back to Minnesota, there is not buy-in and there is not agreement as to what needs to be done. And on Southern Spenard Road, there was a group of us that actually took it lot by lot and said, this is what the use ought to be, this is how wide the road ought to be, this is where the sidewalks, the plantings, everything. And that's the way this community, I think, would like to design this project. And if you would let us do that in the future, I think it could be done. So I'm asking that the amount be decreased, and that in your project names here, Spenard Road Reconstruction, you just go Chester Creek south to Hillcrest. And then the O&M costs, I don't know where you get $93,000 a year. I mean, you could hire a guy with a Bobcat full time. What's he going to do? I mean, I'm sorry, but it just doesn't make sense. But I would postpone the rest of this. The other things that we've got going in Midtown is we've got the Midtown plan being developed. And because of politics or whatever, it's kind of been put on hold for the last couple of years. Then also, there's the West Side Town Center. Now, according to the 2020 plan, the West Side Town Center will be at Minnesota and Northern Lights, Benson. Of course, we all know that's the wrong spot. We have a town center in Spenard, and that's at Northern Lights in Spenard. You get REI, you get Lottie Michaels' new development, you got Sugar Spoon, and if you haven't tried the pina colada cake, it is great. So, but, you know, we have a lot going in Spenard. The businesses in Spenard are developing Spenard Road, I think, the way we want to. We're putting our dollars into it. But having a project pushed down our throat isn't the way to do it. I think this project, the way it's envisioned, would put Sunrise Bakery out of business. You've got 100 manufacturing jobs there that, I mean, 100 manufacturing jobs might be the only manufacturing jobs in Anchorage right now. So why would you put a business like that out of business? So I'm just asking
Mr. McGrath, you need to wrap it up.
Okay, I'm just asking that we do what we have consensus for, and we don't do what we don't have consensus for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions. Thanks for coming.
Good evening. I'm Brooks Chandler. I'm here to testify and urge you to vote yes on Ordinance 2009-12, which would place a public facilities improvement bond on the ballot. And in particular, I'm here as an enthusiastic supporter of our municipal library system and the effort to improve the services offered by the library, which I feel is an elegant expression of the commitment of our community to the free and making the dissemination of the assembled knowledge of the world freely available to all of us. That's a lofty statement. This particular project that I want to talk to you about is $1 million that has to do with the entrance here to this particular main branch at Lusac. And the reason that the money is being requested by bonds is that the approach to the project, which already was approved, including some money approved by the voters, has changed and increased the expense instead of applying a Band-Aid to the problem presented by the current design of the entrance. It's being converted so that we're more treating the disease and making a more comprehensive design change for the project. It's a worthwhile expenditure of a relatively small amount of public money, and I would urge you to vote to include this proposition on the ballot. And in fact, I'd look forward to going out to the community and explaining and attempting to get voter approval. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Dr. Selcraig has questions, as does Mr. Birch.
You may not be able to answer this, but I think I have a clear understanding of what the project is, but there's $150,000 a year O&M on this, operation and maintenance. And isn't this for the glassing in the entry? I mean, what are we talking about in this? I mean,
how those figures are derived and included in all of these bond propositions is a little bit of a mystery to me, I must confess.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Brooke. I just had a question on, it's actually more of a general question on libraries. I mean, how are they, are they changing? I mean, people aren't reading newspapers, they're doing everything online. So are you seeing, users are seeing more access, kind of online access to library resources as opposed to people driving up and using the libraries?
Yes, the branch of the library I'm most familiar with is the new branch in Girdwood, which expanded the computer terminal access. It multiplied it by a factor of 6, and when you go in there, they're generally heavy use, and so the manner in which information is made available has changed, but the result, at least that I've seen, is that the actual usage of the facility is increasing. And with that, you then get people exposed to the other things that it has to offer. Your circulation as a whole goes up. And I think that will continue to be the case. And in addition, you probably know this, but there's a lot of databases and things that are made available to the general public that you couldn't get, sitting at home on your computer. So people are still drawn to the library, even if they are using the computer when they get there.
But the technology and the connectedness is kind of supplanting the need to have books and shelves of books. Is that what you're?
Well, that's a matter of debate. There'll always be advantages to what I call, book 1.0 in terms of portability and accessibility. But I think the circulation figure and the usage figures, if you study it statistically, will certainly show that there's a lot of use of computers. Whether the actual number of physical things in circulation has gone up or down, I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks very much for coming.
You're welcome.
Welcome.
Hi.
Just pull it down. Pull it down and point it at your mouth. There you go.
I'm speaking in favor of the Spenard Road improvements.
Tell us your name, please.
My name is Maureen Johnson. I'm an occupational therapist working in the field of home health. I'm also a mother of 3 small children, and we live in the neighborhood of Fireweed Lane. I'm an advocate for safe roads and walkways. As a mother in the neighborhood, I would love nothing more than to walk with my family to the local stores, restaurants, and businesses in the area where we live. But after multiple attempts, I could not and will not attempt again because of the chaotic, unsafe disposition of the current roads. As an OT, I advocate for safe and accessible roadways and walkways so people with disabilities could safely and independently maneuver around the community. Not everyone can drive. Just this morning, I turned onto Spenard off Fireweed Lane, and I had to drive around a pedestrian who was forced onto the road because of the small, narrow walkway was piled up with snow and ice. Many times, I'm witness to neighbors in our community with walkers, wheelchairs, strollers, and children attempting to walk to school, suffering from the same fate. I believe that the plan that the city has for Spenard Road has been well thought out, enlarging the city sidewalks to code, allowing steady flow of traffic with separate turning lane, as well as proper sidewalks and lighting. They even added parking areas and bus stop pullouts. What's not to like? Spenard, from Northern Lights to Roaming Hill, is too close to downtown not to improve the safety and accessibility, especially with the number of schools in the area. As a side note, I believe businesses should not be allowed to use a public right-of-way for their own benefit. I believe it belongs to the people, and the public deserves safe and accessible roads and walkways. I ask that you please support the safety improvements to Spenard Road.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Johnson. There are no questions from the body. Thank you.
My name is Jerry Pollock. I'm a board member on the Anchorage Library Foundation. I have been a board member since 1991. I've been involved with the downtown library since 2001 when a very generous donor came to us and expressed a desire to help establish a downtown library branch. This lady is very serious. She has donated an initial $100,000, toward that benefit. When that got no attention from the administration at that time, she donated an additional $500,000, bringing our donation to $600,000. Because of this effort that we have currently on the downtown library branch, she's offered to donate an additional $600,000, which we expect this month, as Joe Perkins pointed out. In addition to that, addressing the O&M cost, this lady, who we believe still has substantial assets, has promised to leave those in her estate to be used for the benefit of the downtown library. We believe those funds will come to the Anchorage Library Foundation, or at least the earnings from those funds will come to the Anchorage Library Foundation and be redirected toward the downtown library branch. We've tried for a number of years to find a site downtown without any success, largely because of the construction issues associated with the unique needs of a library. This building does not have any of those issues. It is a one-story standalone building, and it is uniquely sited to provide access to the downtown transit terminal, where a lot of people who have transportation problems can access the library. They have difficulty getting to Lusac because of its location on the bus route. They have less trouble getting downtown, and there's a lot of traffic through there. It's only one block from that transit center to this library. It is located next to two tall office buildings with a lot of employees that come through there. It is located adjacent to the downtown shopping center, which brings a lot of people downtown. And it will be available for tourism when they come in and use the computers. As you pointed out, that material is used more and more by library users. And it gets heavy use here at Lusac in the summertime, displacing our local residents from using these computer systems here at Lusac. I believe with computers that we would put downtown, it would relieve a lot of pressure on Lusac, and I would urge you to approve this. We have $1.5 million in hand. We're asking to put a $500,000 budget or bond on this budget, and I would urge you to approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Pollack. Dr. Selcraig has a question for you.
Would you consider a different site? I mean, is this the only site that, I mean, if there were another site available?
We have been looking for other sites for 8 years. We've looked at a number of sites. We have not found one. It is very difficult to find a suitable library site downtown.
Thank you.
We've not gone through the planning department, as you asked earlier, but we have worked closely with the city, and they have looked diligently for other sites. It is very, very difficult. And if this opportunity goes by, I believe it could be another 8 years before we find another suitable location, if ever. Again, I would urge you to approve this.
Thank you, Mr. Pollack. Mr. Whitaker, welcome again.
Hello, my name is Jed Whitaker, and I try to only speak when applicable. And this is applicable because I live on 26 between Arctic and Spenard, and I'm concerned that the Spenard Road improvement project is not really going to improve anything, and it will in fact impact the neighborhood that I live in, because people that would be using Spenard will find it more to their convenience to drive down 26 to get to Arctic to avoid the mess that Spenard will become when you narrow it. Therefore, I've listened to the other testimony about Spenard Road, and I am one of those that does think that, yes, from Hillcrest down to Westchester Lagoon, that would be great. But the rest of Spenard Road, I kind of think it's more of a kind of a deal where if it's not broke, don't fix it. And this is not I'm against this Spenard Road improvement project for that reason. It's money that could be used elsewhere and might, if voters are concerned about passing bond issues, might help some of the other bond issues which you have already proved this evening if that was not on there. So I would hope that you do not bring forward the Spenard Road Improvement Project for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Assembly members. My name is Mike Mitchell. I'm here to speak in favor of the Spenard Road improvements. The portion of the overall package that is before you here tonight I am in favor of, and that is the improvements that are planned from Fireweed north along Spenard down the hill to Chester Creek. I speak from the perspective of a resident, a 20-year resident of the area. My property backs on Spenard Road within that part of the corridor that's slated for improvement, and it fronts on Hillcrest Drive. So in the period that I've been there, I've experienced a dramatic increase in the pedestrian and bicyclist traffic that uses that corridor, especially up and down that hill from Hillcrest down to Chester Creek. It increased dramatically when fuel prices spiked a couple years ago, and it has continued to increase since then. Daily, folks use that corridor, both bicyclists and pedestrians, all hours of the day and evening to get to and from Spenard. Between Spenard and downtown, it's a major thoroughfare, and they use it to get to work and to schools and to shops. That stretch is very much in need of safety improvements, especially in that area. Folks are walking and bicycling right in the road, and in the wintertime, the way it's the road is not sloped. Cars have a tendency to slide on the hill going down, and I've seen cars actually roll over coming down there. I've experienced them slide toward me, so it's only a matter of time, I think, before a pedestrian or a bicyclist gets wiped out on that stretch. I also do support improvements in the stretch between Fireweed and Hillcrest. That part of Spenard is also, as I understand it, part of this bond package, but it does stop at Fireweed, so the area where Sugar Spoon is, excuse me, where Chilcoots is, and farther south, that's not part of this package, but that portion between Fireweed and Hillcrest has a quite wide right-of-way. There's a lot that could be done with it, and there are obstructions to the pedestrians where the bakery parks their trucks, which is in the current right-of-way, and which essentially blocks much of the sidewalk. So I think there's a lot of potential there, and I think a lot can be done with the design there to minimize impacts to the bakery and to other businesses while making it safe for pedestrians. So to summarize, please don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. I know there are many objections, but especially on that portion going north, it is greatly in need of safety improvements north down the hill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please step forward.
I would. My name is Larry Brandt, and I'm the general manager for Sunrise Bakery, located at 2248 Spenard Road. I'd like to start with the fact that the bakery opened up in 1951. We currently employ over 100 good-paying, benefited employees. We're the only large commercial bakery in the state of Alaska. We supply fresh baked products from Anchorage to Fairbanks, the Kenai Peninsula, Homer, Nome, Barrow, and just about any village and town in between in Alaska. We currently put millions of dollars into the economy in Anchorage, and that's, I know, been a huge discussion tonight, is jobs, and money. And we currently put millions of dollars a year in payroll and in local purchasing. We have a lot of customers, that we all use. We go to, we deliver to Cars, Fred Meyer, Safeway, Costco, Sam's, Arctic Roadrunner, Wendy's, Arby's, you name it, just about every restaurant in this town, Lucky Wishbone. We donate to charities on a regular basis. We donate to Brother Francis Shelter, Beans Cafe, Food Bank, Awake, just about any little league team or soccer team or softball team that asks for our help. We do that. But I do ask for your help right now with this bond proposal that's up, because the way it is wrote, it'll have a devastating effect on Sunrise Bakery. And it'll have a devastating effect on those 100-plus employees. The way that it's set now, we won't be able to continue to do business, you know. And those are not 100 jobs that I don't think Anchorage can afford to lose.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt. Dr. Selkirk.
There was a comment about parking in the right-of-way. Are you currently using the right-of-way as a parking area?
Yes, we do. The entire front of the bakery, from my understanding, is part of the city's right-of-way. We've been parking vehicles there since 1951. We don't block the sidewalk. I know you've heard statements that we have, but we do not park on the sidewalk. As a matter of fact, we probably maintain the sidewalks on both sides of Spenard, because we also own the lot across the street from the bakery. So we plow that sidewalk, and we plow the sidewalk in front of the bakery.
Mr. Coffey.
I just want to make sure one thing. One of the ideas is to split this deal and do Hillcrest Drive basically down the hill, which is a very difficult pedestrian, bicycle, even a car problem, down the hill to the Chester Creek. Have you seen the plan on that aspect?
I have, and actually I support the changes that are from Hillcrest down to Chester Creek. I think it is great.
All right, and then you heard the other people comment who were in favor of Hillcrest south to Fireweed. And
yes,
it seems to me, I used to ride my one-speed bicycle up Romick Hill, and it was a tough hill, but the bakery was there, you know, from the time I was 6 years old. So my question is this, are there things that could be done on Spenard Road south from Hillcrest that would not negatively impact the bakery, while at the same time resolving some of the problems we have with pedestrians and access and going to the high school and all of these sorts of things? Are there things that could be done?
I think there is, sure. To have the opportunity to sit down and talk about that, yeah, I think we could.
All right, and are you committed to doing that? If we cut this thing in half, will you
be there? I think it's important, yes. And I think it's important not only, you know, is it the homes that are in Spenard, but it's also the businesses. I mean, all of us are part of that community. And, you know, I'm a second-generation employee of Sunrise Bakery. And, you know, there's been thousands of people that have worked there over the years, and I hope it's there for another 50 years. And, you know, there's other people that have the opportunity to work there and their families.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing, oh, hold on a second. Please, can I have the rest of you who want to testify come up front? We're going to have to ask for an extension of this meeting if we don't get done by 11. Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Matt Johnson. I'm the president of the North Star Community Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I am here today to advocate for investment in safety in the Spenard Road corridor. Our council is all about safety, and the roads in our community are the most dangerous elements of our council area. The proposed project area on Spenard from Chester Creek south to just past Benson is one of the most dangerous corridors in Anchorage. Since 2004, there have been 241 reported accidents on that corridor. I believe the cause of those accidents are four-lane roads, undivided four-lane roads. It's an obsolete design. It's substandard. It pushes out any opportunity for ample sidewalks, for proper sidewalks, for snow storage. It pushes out bicyclists. It pushes out pedestrians. I understand that some of the businesses are not happy with the current road design that's under review. I would only ask that they look around Anchorage. Everywhere you look, you see 3-lane roads, 5-lane roads, 2 lanes in each direction with a turn lane in the middle, 1 lane in each direction with a turn lane in the middle, wide sidewalks, pedestrian amenities, bike amenities. You see thriving businesses everywhere you go. I don't necessarily buy that improving safety in a road corridor is bad for business. Sure, nobody likes construction, has to be done right, wasn't done on Arctic right. Those lessons are learned. We can move on from there. Let's see. Let's talk about the southern end of Spenard Road. That basic design is very similar to what is being proposed at the north end. Current traffic data shows that the south end of Spenard carries 36% more traffic than the north end. So to me, that kind of lays to rest the idea that a 3-lane road or a divided 4-lane road chokes off traffic. It appears that it carries 36% more traffic. The northern end of Spenard, while it carries less traffic, has 52% more crashes. So it seems to me that the data shows that these 4-lane roads that we find on Spenard and Fireweed are inefficient and dangerous. Let me cut to the end here. This is deja vu all over again. We went through this identical debate with the same people, the same issues, basically, on Fireweed Lane. That project was canceled. And those of us that live and raise families in that section of town are still paying the price. 3 times this winter, I've seen young mothers pushing strollers in the street. The sidewalks are buried. They're not wide enough to accommodate snow and even 2 people walking abreast. A good friend of mine was in a head-on collision on Fireweed, blindsided, suffered injuries that she will not recover from. When she described the details, I realized that I had seen that accident illustrated on a poster at one of the public meetings as being symptomatic of these 4-lane undivided roads. 2 weeks ago, I watched a man in a wheelchair in the dark in the street, traffic swerving wildly around him as he made his way down the road.
Mr. Johnson, please summarize.
Yes, please. So these roads are not ADA compliant. The sidewalks are not ADA compliant. Is that our vision for Anchorage? Sidewalks that are violate the ADA requirements. In closing, my dad grew up here. My grandparents homesteaded in what was to become Midtown. He liked to tell the story about it. As a kid, he and his buddies would jump on their bikes and ride on a dirt trail to the nearby town of Spenard to swim. It took all day. They packed lunches. And in just a few short decades, that dirt trail is now what we know as Spenard Road. So the point of that story is Anchorage is changing, and it's going to continue to change. And I believe that pace of change is going to accelerate, and we need to be ahead of that. We need to be ahead of that
Mr.
change.
Johnson, we've got to wrap it up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Mr. Butler, make it snappy. We've got no
yes,
time
ma'am.
left
Mark
to debate.
Butler, North Star Community Council. My understanding is that we've been looking at a whole bunch of safety improvements, possibly slowing down Spenard Road traffic. Both North Star and Spenard Road Community Councils have been in favor of that. Speed humps potentially on the side road. We've gotten some buy-in from existing businesses like Choku Charlie's and so forth. We're also, you took the action almost unanimously to help buy the Quick Tow building to realign a dangerous intersection. We want to do the next step. The next step, we think, is to do the hill. We think we have support. We have unanimous support of both community councils. We're also exploring all the other options on the other portions. My understanding is that ADA laws say that these out of ADA compliant sidewalks that we have, that we will either be able to do a project that fixes them, if we do asphalt and fixing the road, or we will let it stay exactly the way it is. So those people that have said we want it just to stay the same, they're going to get their potholes fixed, and that's it. There can be no asphalt torn up or anything until the sidewalks are widened and so forth up to ADA compliance. So we hope that the businesses will continue to work with the community to make sure that we can continue with the project, but one that, of course, impacts them in the least possible manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler, for coming. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward.
Madam Chair, before we hear, I'm going to move to continue so we don't run into the time constraint. I would move to continue until midnight or when we're done with these 6 bonds.
Second.
Yes. We need to vote on that. We need 8 votes to continue until midnight, and obviously we need the time. We've got 6 bond propositions to compile. Please vote to continue till midnight. We're not going to put any bonds on the ballot? Is that the wish of the body?
You need 8.
No, we need 8.
I said until we were done with the bonds. That's what my motion was. I don't care.
Madam Chairman?
Had a motion.
Mr.
Gutierrez, go ahead.
Clarification. If we don't finish our work tonight,
This is
we
it.
don't
We have to
put the
finish
bond,
it
we
tonight.
cannot.
Nope.
reconvene at a later date.
Nope. Administration, is this true? This is the last.
That's true, and that's what we've confirmed with the clerk as well, that today is the last day we can take action on the bond, or not we, but the Assembly. That's what the clerk has advised us.
Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
I will move to postpone till 11:30, but I'll grant to continue, but I want to warn you, if I'm against bonds, all I have to do is not continue, because then they won't be on the ballot. So just so you know, when you testify, you're cutting into time.
Okay, is there an objection to going till 11:30? Seeing no objection, we're going to continue to 11:30. Go ahead and speak.
My name is Renee Haig. I'm the owner of Blaine's Art Supply in Spenard. Our business has been there since 1953, and we'd like to stay there for another 50 years, too, if that's possible. There are several businesses, about 80 businesses, that are against the reconstruction of Spenard Road. Although we're not against wider sidewalks, we're not against making the road safer, we're not against slowing the traffic down. There's not even any crosswalks for people to get across the street. So focusing on things that are less detrimental to the businesses in the area that will make it safer for people who like to walk and ride their bicycles in the area, we're all for that. I just want you to know that also the businesses, we've talked for several months, and we've been on the advisory committee, and we've tried to speak our voices, and they haven't been heard, and I feel that's unfortunate. So thank you for giving us this opportunity tonight.
Thanks for coming, Ms. Haig. Appreciate it. Okay, seeing and hearing no one else, the public hearing on these items is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve 14C, 2009-10. Second.
Okay, please hit the first motion.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, I would request that Mr. Abbott give us a process civics lesson here, how we plan to proceed. Mr. Flynn and I have been working with him on that, but he should explain it if it's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Madam Chairman, what I believe you're going to see shortly are a series of amendments, one per bond. The template for the amendment is the project list that is attached to the AM on each of your packets. So towards the back, might be the second to last or last page in your packet, there is a project list. It lists the bond amount and the O&M, and in some cases it lists other fund sources for the individual projects.
Right. No, I don't know.
The amendments that I believe are going to be offered will make changes to those project lists. Once you're done with each bond and the amendments have been adopted or not adopted, if there are amendments that have been made, I believe Mr. Coffey is prepared to make a motion which will grant the bond council the authority necessary to make the conforming amendments throughout the rest of the text of the ordinance necessary to conform to the amendments that are agreed upon. I think that's what you're looking for from me, Madam Chairman, right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Abbott. That sounds good. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. You should have individual pieces of paper. They've been marked up. The first one is 2009 ARDSA bond, and I think it's got Coffey's name written in the upper right-hand corner. First thing, if you look down, there's adjustments, strike-throughs, numbers written in on both the bonds and O&M column. And if everybody has one like that, you can look at it, you can see what the dollar amounts are and what the O&M adjustments are. The only other thing we neglected to do before we brought it to you in this form is if you look at the very last of the roadway projects, the first category, you go down to Spenard Road reconstruction. The amendment proposes to read Chester Creek south to Hillcrest, not to Fireweed Lane. We've adjusted the money, we didn't adjust the narrative. So I will move for discussion purposes that we adjust the ARDSA bond 14C 2009-10 as provided in that one page that we have. And if I get a second, I'll explain it.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Chair,
Go
what
ahead,
we
Mr.
did
Coffey.
was Mr. Flynn and I, with Mr. Abbott's help and input from other assembly members over the last few days since we had our work session, have talked about things that seem to be acceptable to most of us. And that's the basis here. We also had a discussion tonight for about 45 minutes in the back there to come up with a methodology, which you're now seeing, and to reach some agreements on this stuff. I can read it off, but everybody can read it off, and we don't have a lot of time. So if we're willing to make this amendment, and I would urge that we do it, then here we go. So we can respond to any questions anyone has. Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay, first question, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see one on the local road RID reconstruction upgrades. That dollar amount is totally taken out, and I'd like to know from the administration what projects are impacted by this.
This is the money that's generally associated with the development of new RIDs. As we get applications and interest from the public, these are the funds that we use to do initial design work and investigation into those RIDs.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. I understand that, but my question is what projects are affected? Thank you.
Through the Chair, Ms. Jackson, Jim Lamson. There is one project that has been approved by the Assembly that is slated for design money from this project. It's the Cliffside East Ridge RID. So that design would not move forward if this was deleted.
Thank you, Mr. Lamson.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Gray Jackson.
I know that there is a motion on the floor right now, but I think that it's appropriate for me to also say at this time that I have an amendment, and it involves two projects, Arctic Boulevard, that are on this list to be removed, and my amendment is removing those two projects and adding something else. So when it's appropriate, I'd like to bring that up, and I know we don't have much time, but I have to do this on behalf of the Abbott Loop Community Council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. I would appreciate it if we take care of this set of amendments first before we do anything else. Thank you. Ms. Osiander.
I just requested for the benefit of the public, very briefly, this list be read of what the changes are.
That's okay, Madam Chair. Ms. Osiander whispered that to me. I'll do it. It's on the ARTSA project bonds for 2009. The First Amendment is an adjustment to the 9th Avenue reconstruction O&M, taking it from $137,000 down to $96,000. The reason for the adjustment is they're only doing half of 9th Avenue, so they shouldn't have the full amount. Number two is Arctic Boulevard reconstruction, Phase 3, 36 to Tudor. Delete $200,000. The next one is local RID, local road improvement district reconstruction and upgrades, $200,000. The next one is Spenard Road, change it from Chester Creek to Fireweed to Chester Creek to Hillside. Delete Hillcrest, sorry. Reduce it from $6,500,000 to $3 million. Take the O&M down from $93,000 to $50,000. The next is Anchorage signal system signage and safety, $500,000 in bonds.
51.
Deleted. What?
I'm sorry.
$20,000 in O&M.
Right, the O&M is 51 on the Spenard Road.
What did I say?
50.
I'm sorry,
Sorry.
51, my mistake.
Thank you.
Traffic calming and safety improvements taken down from $950,000 to $475,000 with an O&M drop of $47,000. Arctic Boulevard right turn lane at Tudor, $250,000 in bonds deletion and $6,000 in O&M. Old Seward Highway International Airport storm drain is a $500,000 reduction in bonds and $5,000 in O&M. Water quality and creek restoration improvements is $350,000 deduction in bonds, and then purchase of the street maintenance vehicle facility for $3,700,000 is deleted, along with $15,000 in annual O&M adjustments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Yes.
Do we have a total amount that
Yes,
a new total as opposed to $43,900,000 original and $735,000 in O&M?
Figure where the heck did I put it? I did the calculation, and I can't find out where I wrote it down. It's about $9.5 million in reduction.
Thank you.
Mr. Lamson has the numbers, if you'd like, Mr. Coffey.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Lamson.
Yeah.
Through the Chair, Mr. Coffey, the new total would be $34,225,000 for the bond amount, and the O&M total is $558,000 $6,500.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Yeah. What we were trying to do here is we gave this consideration. We could have no bonds, we could put them all on and let the voters do it, or we could take some wax away and reduce some of the things that probably could be put on. None of these, some of these maybe you could argue on the merits, but most of it was, look, we can delay these 1 year, see where we stand. If we take a substantial piece out of them, we're not doing great harm to the community, but at the same time we're increasing the likelihood that they pass, and we're making responsible adjustments and, I believe, responsible reductions. Thank you.
Urge support.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Thank you. I just want to comment. I live right next door to the north end of Spenard Road, and I see it. There aren't the votes to do the whole project, but I'm willing to take it a little bit at a time, so I'm not going to put up a fight. Mr. Birch, go ahead.
Yeah, I still have a concern about the additional O&M cost. I mean, it strikes me that we talked about this at the work session, but it seems to me like if you're reconstructing a road, you're improving the quality of the road, should be reducing the maintenance on it, and we're proposing to add nearly, even with this amendment, nearly $500,000, and I would propose further reducing that to some significant amount of reduction. I noticed that we have ARDSA streetlight LED energy conservation upgrades, and I was trying to recall what the energy savings is supposed to be associated with those conservation upgrades. I would assume that that's going to have a reduced O&M associated with that as well. Through the chair, Mr. Lamson, how much savings do we have with $500,000 worth of new LED lights?
Through the chair, Mr. Birch, it's about $80,000 for this $500,000.
In savings?
That's correct.
That would be reduced O&M, would it not?
That is correct.
Okay, well, case made. I think what we need to do is, if we got a plus and a minus, I would propose to reduce the $558,000 in increased O&M to $200,000.
Wait.
That dies for lack of second.
Okay.
Although I do agree that the minus 80 in O&M for the LEDs should be subtracted.
And if I might continue, the $96,000 for the 9th Avenue reconstruction still doesn't make any sense. That's an increased additional cost of maintenance on a road that you're rebuilding, and it doesn't resonate well with me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Birch. Dr. Selcraig.
I share similar concerns about the O&M. I look at Edward Street, and we're talking about $70,000 a year, and again, it's a road. But the problem is that we're now at the 9th hour, and we have this. It's very hard to fix things from the hip here. So what I would hope we do is that we hold a really serious work session between now and next year and begin to really review what our strategy is in terms of O&M. I'm really uncomfortable adding, at one point, one project proposed 6 new positions when we look at an ambulance, and I don't think this is a way to build programs. So I have concerns, but the problem is that we don't really know what we're doing here when we just cut it. We could say we want to reduce this all by 10%. It probably wouldn't hurt. My hunch is, but it's hard to figure this out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Anyone else wishing to be heard? I don't see anyone else. Shall we vote on this reduced package?
Yes.
Okay.
On the amendment.
The amended package totals?
The amendments.
Okay, on the amendments?
Yes.
As proposed by Mr. Coffey?
Yes.
Resulting in a bond package of about $34,225. I'm sorry.
Is there objection?
Is there objection to passage of this bond issue as amended?
Million.
Is there objection to the amendment as proposed that reduces it to approximately $34,225,000?
And that includes the O&M?
No, plus an O&M of about $558,000.
I would like to do them separately.
Oh, no. Each item?
No, just the O&M. I'd like to propose an amendment to the O&M.
Well, then wait till we get this amended.
Okay, that's right.
I think we need to allow the administration to figure out the proper reductions in O&M. I don't want to hamstring them on these issues.
Madam Chair, I think I think the O&M percent that we figured with the proposed bond would be reduced on the projects that weren't there, and you don't need to specify that in your action because we have to reduce it. This doesn't give it an O&M that we don't get O&M for portions of the bond that weren't included.
Right. Okay.
I don't think you need to pass an act. I don't think you need to amend it to reduce it. I think that's going to happen in the natural course of things.
Madam Chair, we have before us $43,225,000 in bonds and $558,000 in changed O&M, as per the amendments that are here. I'd like to vote on the amendments that are here. Then Ms. Jackson has another one, and I understand Ms. Elcraig does.
That's right.
We're running out of time.
Okay, Ms. Gray Jackson on the amendment. Okay, the amendment before us for $34,225,000 and $558,500 in O&M. Please vote. Who didn't vote? Okay, please vote again. We missed a couple. Nope. Okay, that passes unanimously. Great. Okay, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to add East 79th Avenue to Hartselle in the amount of $500,000 to this bond package. And the reason why I'm doing this is, first off, I was asked by the Abilene Community Council, and the council approved this amendment, this request for an amendment unanimously. First off, they were successful last year in obtaining a $500,000 grant from the state. And there's an unfinished portion of this road, and if they can get this $500,000 matching grant through this bond, this project can be completed this year. And I would urge a yes vote from my colleagues.
Ms. Gray Jackson, we need a motion. Second. We need a second first. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Is that you, Mr. Gutierrez? Okay. That's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Ms. Elcraig? Okay. Ms. Osiander?
There must be some reason you didn't include this project the first time. What's the administration? Is this ready to go? Why didn't you include it?
I'll start, Jim. Correct me if I'm wrong. It could be constructed in 2009. It's slated for bond funds in 2010.
Why didn't you include it?
Just in an effort to keep the bond at a relatively manageable size, this project didn't make it.
Okay. Any further comments?
You support the amendment, apparently.
No, we do not. We recommend construction in 2010.
Okay.
Okay. On Ms. Gray Jackson's amendment. Ms. Gray Jackson's amendment is on the floor. Ms. Gray Jackson, you want to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I stated a few minutes ago, this community council was successful in getting $500,000 from the state last year, and this project is ready to go, and I don't think it's a good idea to wait till next year when we just approved a bond package where some projects are not going to be done until 2010. And I appreciate the administration's position on this, but I would still urge my colleagues to put this $500,000 into our bond package. We just went from $43 million to $33 million, I believe, and to add this $500,000 amount, I don't think it's a big deal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the amendment is before us to add $500,000 for East 72nd to Hartselle, East 79th to Hartselle. Okay, that's amendment is before us. Please vote. Mr. Birch? That fails 5-5. Sorry, Ms. Gray Jackson. Anything else? Seeing and hearing nothing else, no additional amendments to this bond package. It's before us as amended.
I have one procedural one, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
It's this, that I move to give bond counsel the authority to adjust the language in this AO to reflect changes made by these floor amendments.
Second.
Bond counsel tells us this will just simplify getting the whole thing together because they're doing things like It's $5 per 100 and all of that calculation. And it's administrative, not substantive. So I urge support.
You got punched in your motion? Okay, we have moved and seconded. Okay, thank you. Any objection to the amendment? Who was the second, please?
Second. Mr. Flynn?
Okay, Mr. Flynn is the second. Any objection to this amendment? Seeing no objection, that is incorporated. The amended bond proposition is now before us for $34,225,000. Please vote. That passes 9-1. Oh, where is it?
I don't know.
I can see it. I can see it. Birch is enough. Can't get it. You can't get it.
We'll do manual vote and then move here, and then I'll do it. Are we ready?
Okay.
Yes, we'll go on to the next one.
Okay, thank you. That does pass 9-1.
Move approval 14D. I can't yet.
Oops. Clerk. Okay, ready?
Okay.
All right.
Parks.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Osiander?
I couldn't.
Okay, can you clear the board?
Information statement, Madam Chair, if I might.
Yes, Mr. Coffey.
There's a piece of a document I handed out. It's a copy of an email from Beth Nordland. It will be part and parcel of this, and then I understand Mr. Flynn is to handle these amendments, Madam Chair.
Okay, which one is this? Say it again.
14D.
Okay.
Parks bond.
Parks bond. Okay. Parks bond is before us.
Madam Chair, when you're ready.
Mr. Flynn, just a minute. We're waiting to get the board cleared.
We've only got 15
Yeah.
minutes.
I have 14D, but I have... Okay, very good. Mr. Flynn, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you will note in the email from Ms. Nordland, there are 3 different categories of projects within this Parks and Recs bond. The 3 that have a 1 next to them, which are the Anchorage Multi-Use Athletic Fields, the Anchorage Neighborhood Parks, and the Greenbelt Trails, all have contingent match, meaning there are matching funds available, but only if we pass this bond. Then there are 3 more in Category 2, Far North Bicentennial Park, Phase 2, Margaret Egan Sullivan Park, and Ruth Arcan Park. Those projects have contingent money, have match money that is not contingent on the passage of these bonds. The third category, with number 3 next to them, is Delaney Park Phase 2 and Goose Lake Park Phase 2, have no, do not have match money associated with them that is committed in hand at this time. So, what I would like to do, Madam Chair, is offer a series of amendments that will say, here's what we're willing to support. First one will just strip all the projects out. If we don't want to do that, vote no. The second one will strip out the 2 that do not have match in hand. That's Category 3. If you don't want to take those out, vote no. If you do want to take it out, vote yes. The
Point
third,
of order.
Ms.
There's
Osiander.
there's a motion on the floor to approve. Procedurally, we can't do what he just said.
well, I'll just explain what the amendments are going to be so everyone knows how, can think ahead of how they want to vote. Okay. The third amendment I'll offer will say to take out Category 2 and 3 projects, leaving just Category 1. So that just sort of gives you an idea of where we're going.
Okay.
So I'll make my first amendment, which is to strip all the projects out of the bond.
Second.
And encourage a no vote.
And please note that it is 11:15. We have 15 minutes left unless we want to extend till midnight.
Well, we'll see.
Point of order.
Yes,
If there's an
Osiander.
affirmative motion, you can't make another motion to kill the affirmative motion.
Sure, he's moving to make an amendment.
He's proposing amendments to delete all the projects.
I made a motion to approve. His motion is to delete every single thing in the bond, and you can't do that. I just vote no.
All right. I'll make my first amendment then will be to delete the 2 projects in the Category 3, Delaney Park and Goose Lake Park.
Push the button.
Okay. Any comments?
Second.
Okay. If no comments, please vote to delete the 2 items marked with the number 3.
May I have a point of order, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr.
If we move to delete the 3 by a majority vote, does that mean we are approving the rest? No. No, thank you. No, then he'll go to his next.
I'll go next.
Well, then I need a commitment that he will.
I'll go to my next one.
He's promised. Okay. So the question is, do we strip out the two that don't have any match?
In hand.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, that passes 9, looks like 8 to 1.
All right.
Did Ms. Gray Jackson not
So-
vote? She's there. Okay. Can you correct that? Or do we have to?
There we go.
Okay, she'll fix it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That passes 9 to 1. Or that amendment passes 9 to 1. Mr. Flynn.
All right. Amendment number 2, strip out projects in Category 2. Those are Far Northwest Centennial Park Phase 2, Margaret Egan Sullivan Park, and Ruth Arcan Park.
Okay, any comments? If not, please vote.
So Category 3 is already out. Let's take out Category 2.
This new system's a whiz-banger, isn't it?
Yeah.
That appears to fail 3 yes votes to 7 no votes.
That's my last amendment, Madam Chair.
Move to approve as amended, then.
Okay, your final amendment, Mr. Flynn?
I'm done.
Okay, very good.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Gutierrez, go
What we
ahead.
have left are those listed as Category 1 and Category 2?
Correct.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And I believe the amendment that we have approved reduces the amount of the bond issue by $750,000. Yes,
Now-
as amended, the item is before us, reduced by 2 projects and $750,000. And I assume the same, Mr. Coffey, the same permission given to the administration to alter the
Yeah,
bond
I'll make
language.
that
If you
motion
make
that
that
we
again,
give,
please.
I move that we give bond counsel the authority to adjust the language of this AO to reflect changes made on these floor amendments.
Okay, thank you. The
Without objection.
Okay, yeah, please, did you punch in? Okay. All right, this item is before us as amended, reduced by $750,000. Please vote. That passes 8 to 2. Next item, thank you. 14E. Do we have to deal with those 2 consent agenda items?
Those after.
Move to approve.
Afterwards, okay. 2009-12, facilities renovations and related capital improvements. Mr. Flynn, you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I actually have an amendment.
Move to approve.
We already moved to approve.
All right.
Didn't we?
Yes.
Okay. And I have my amendment. Where did it go? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Okay, I have an amendment that would delete public health facility replacement and remodel. That's $3 million, and that would reduce the LUSAC library from $1 million to $500,000.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Any objection to this amendment?
Is there objection?
I don't vote no.
Okay, you have to click in your motions. Are you clicked in?
Yeah, I thought I did. Now there we go.
Okay.
There's an
Yes.
amendment.
The amendment is to delete the public health facility replacement and remodel for $3 million and to reduce the LUSAC library bond from $1 million to $500,000. Any further discussion on this proposed amendment?
It's going to pass then.
Mr. Coffey?
Help us on the O&M increases, $150,000 for the building a glass wall at the LUSAC and $325 for the downtown.
I'm going to defer to Alan Chakowski on the LUSAC and Karen Keller on the downtown library.
To the chair, Mr. Coffey, the 150 for the LUSAC includes the design, includes a new parking lot, it includes a large atrium, heated sidewalks, there's a janitorial, there's an escalator, there's a whole magnitude of maintenance things that will happen on a routine basis that are expensive. Case in point, in December, our projected cost for just natural gas for O&M for the Muni was $94,000. The cost come in at $137,000. And also, this is a deferred cost based on what we think is going to be the anticipated online date. So it's all those things are placed into the estimate.
So it's going to cost quite a bit of money.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would like to speak.
Okay, Dr. Selkirk, go ahead.
I'm not going to be supporting this motion. It looks to me like what we're doing is half a project at LUSAC and building a new library downtown. Although I'm a strong supporter of the library downtown, I think that there are critical problems with the site, and I would rather make a whole project and make the project at LUSAC whole than initiate a new library downtown and have half of a project at the LUSAC. So I urge not to support this, and I will come back with another amendment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gutierrez on this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. Along the lines of what Dr. Selkirk mentioned, does it make sense to just chop this in half? Can you do the project with this, or would it make more sense to simply delete the whole thing if we're going to cut?
Through the chair, I'd like to answer that question. Currently, with the LUSAC Library, we have $4.5 million in hand in match for that project. We're trying to get to $8 million, and this bond will help us do that. And in addition, we have a request into the state, and we also have a request as part of the stimulus package that we hopefully we will be successful at. But this is a very important piece of the funding to complete this project, get this project underway.
So it's not half a project. This is a fraction, though an important fraction, of a total project.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Osiander.
Urge a no vote. It's less than what we've been told is needed for LUSAC consistently for the last several months.
Does that mean on the whole aspect of it, or do you want to bifurcate the amendments?
Well, at this point, I'd just as soon not do this bond. So I'm not going to be supporting this amendment.
All right.
Okay, the amendment is before us. Dr. Selkirk, we have about 6 minutes left.
It's very confusing. The advice from the administration is confusing. It's not consistent with what we were told at the work session.
Let's vote.
Okay, the amendment is before us. Please vote to remove $3 million for public health facility.
I'm not.
That fails 5-5. The bond stands before us unamended at the full amount of $4,500,000. Any further amendments?
Yes.
Mr. Coffey.
Yes, move to delete the public health facility replacement of $3 million and leave the rest alone.
Okay, any comments?
None.
Okay, if not, please vote on the amendment to remove $3 million.
Public health thing, leave the libraries alone.
Okay.
I'm gonna, as soon as we get done with this one.
Ms. Drummond?
God.
Dr. Selkirk?
Come on, vote. Thank you.
That passes 6-4. This bond stands before us reduced by $3 million in the amount of $1,500,000 approximately, with the administration authorized. Mr. Coffey, would you please read the authorization?
Madam Chair, move to extend to 11:45.
Oh, we're in the middle of the other. You want to move?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what you were
Yeah,
calling me.
no, we have an amended area-wide facilities bond in front of us. Administrative authorization piece, please.
I move to give bond counsel the authority to adjust the language in this AO to reflect changes made by these floor amendments.
Okay. Any objection to the amendment?
Point of
Ms.
order.
Osiander, go ahead.
We haven't done the final vote on this. All we've done is an amendment.
That's right.
That's what I just did.
That's what we're doing. We're adding the language amendment, and now it's been amended to cut by $3 million. Any further amendments? Ms. Osiander?
I move to amend by deleting the downtown library for $500,000 and $325,000 for O&M.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any comments? Okay, Mr. Coffey, you're on the list to speak. You don't want to speak? Okay. Dr. Selkirk, you've already spoken to this issue a number of times tonight.
No.
Okay, thank you. Please vote to delete the downtown library. Start voting.
Mr. Birch? Dr. Selkirk?
I voted. It's lit. It's already hit.
Okay, that fails 5-5.
Okay, on the main question.
Okay, it stands before us deleted, with just the $3 million deleted for Health and Human Services at the amount of $1,500,000 as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. That passes 7-3.
Could we see the vote?
Yep. Can you see it? Can you bring it up there? Hold on a minute.
Madam Chair, I move to continue, extend the meeting till 11:45.
Just one moment, Mr. Coffey.
Well, we can do that before the time
Well,
expires.
As much as I don't like to, I'll second that
You want to
motion.
vote again on the, okay, we need to vote, I'm sorry, the voting equipment screwed up. We need to vote again on the amended area-wide facilities bond for $1,500,000.
Library bond.
On the bond issue, on the amended bond issue. Yep. Okay, that passes 6-4. Great. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Coffey, you're...
You move to extend till 11:45 for the third time.
We have 3 bond issues left to approve tonight, folks. Let's please do it, and we won't have to come back till February 20th.
Without objection, we can't come back.
Is there a second?
No.
Is there a second to extend?
Yes, Sheila.
Okay. Could you punch in, please?
I second.
Okay, thank you. Any objection to extending another 15 minutes? Seeing no objection, we're extending until 11:45.
Thank you.
Next item.
Next one is, Madam Chair, is the move to approve 14F, AO 2009-13. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Flynn. Madam Chair, I have one motion to amend.
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
Moved on, we have the sheet with the, it's the replacement life packs, the Sand Lake ambulance, and the local federal match, in case anybody doesn't have it. I move to delete the Sand Lake ambulance. If I can have a second, I'll say why. And the reason I want to do it is not because I oppose the limousine, but because we got $721,000 in O&M, which is based on hiring several new employees in the police, in the fire department, and I would just as soon, in this current day and age, not do that, although I understand this wouldn't take effect until 2010. But I'd rather deal with it at budget time 2009, when we get to work on that in October, than do it this way now. Thank you.
Okay, the motion is before us to delete the Sand Lake ambulance for $250,000 and the O&M of $721,000. Please vote.
Madam Chairman, I believe I'm in the queue.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gutierrez. Go ahead.
Sorry. On the financial level, I have no objection to this. I just want to make sure the body understands there are human consequences to this. And the consequences are someone will die who might not otherwise have died. Now, you can make the argument that someone would die anyway because that ambulance isn't there now. But someone who would not otherwise die, if we were to pass this bond, will expire. And probably won't be anyone I know. I hope it's not anyone I know. But there are human consequences to this action.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Coffey.
We explored with the chief and otherwise alternative ways of trying to do this. And unfortunately, we asked, could we do it without the $721,000? Was there some alternative? What they're doing now is moving ambulances around depending on need from time to time. The problem with that argument, Mr. Gutierrez, is that it puts us in a situation where no matter what, we got to spend money because maybe it might be adverse. I don't agree that someone will die. I think there's always that possibility, but you can't just make it on that judgment. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Mr. Birch?
Yeah, I mean, as we've discussed before, the idea of embedding $721,000 in O&M cost with an ambulance bond is it's poor public policy. And I think if I remember the work session, they identified 7 positions associated with that. That would be increasing the tax cap. Urge a no vote. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Birch. Any further comments? Seeing none, that item is before us. Please vote to remove the Sand Lake ambulance. Excuse me, that's an amendment, not the item.
I can't vote. Oh, you already started, I'm sorry.
Your report is yes, really no?
No, pardon me, I didn't realize, I thought I voted before you'd started the voting. I'm fine, thank you.
Yes vote is okay?
Okay. Yeah, a yes vote deletes the ambulance. The ambulance is deleted 6-4. Sorry,
Madam
Sam
Chair,
Lake.
second motion is the one to give bond counsel the authority to adjust the language in this AO to reflect changes made by these floor amendments.
Okay, any objection to adding that language? Seeing none, the language is added. The item is before us as amended. Please vote. Reduced by $250,000 and authority to bond counsel. That passes unanimously, although it's not up there. It is. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Item 14F. No.
G.
That's 14G. AO 2009-14, Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area, not to exceed $4 million.
Waive reading.
Item is before us.
Move to approve.
Thank you,
Second.
Mr. Coffey. Any discussion on this
We're
item?
on G. Move to G. Madam Chair.
I've got an amendment.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
My amendment, which you should have before you, would reduce the South Central Law Enforcement Tactical Range from $2 million to $1 million.
Second.
Thank you. That's been moved and seconded. Any comments? Mr. Gutierrez?
The same question with the LUSAC. Is it worth even doing reduced at this rate? If we're going to cut it, should we just
Madam
cut it off to the administration?
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Abbott?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We'll seek to augment the bond funds from other sources, state or private or federal sources. And we don't object to this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Abbott and Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Starr, your comments?
No, it is. It has been funded from the state under repetitive phasing, and the design is done, the site selection has been done, the community council vetting's been done, and so the $1 million is an appropriate thing to send a message to that this is the right sort of regional training center, and that investment in public safety, I think, is the right thing to do.
Okay, great. Thank you. The amendment is before us to reduce South Central Law Enforcement Tactical Range, or as Mr. Abbott so eloquently put it the other day, the place where you shoot things, by $1 million. Please vote on this amendment. A yes vote deletes $1 million. That passes unanimously.
Madam Chair, I move to give bond counsel the authority to adjust the language in this AO to reflect changes made by these floor amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Thank you for the second. Any objection to this language? Seeing none, the language is incorporated.
I have another amendment, Madam Chair. I believe they've been handed out to everyone. There are 3 technical amendments.
Are we still on the police
Same,
bond?
absolutely,
Oh, okay.
on
I haven't seen
14G.
it. Can I have a copy, please?
Mr. Abbott, did you give copies to everybody or just to me?
Just to you, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
Lord. Well, I'll read them to you quickly. Section 1 of this ordinance, 14G, on Section 1, Paragraph 1, Page 2, Line 4. They want us to add the language at the end of the $4 million number as follows. Provided, however, that all or a portion of such costs are anticipated to be paid from state grants. So that's from these are all from bond counsel. I would like a second, and I would urge approval.
Okay, Mr. Coffey, any further comments?
No.
Okay, any
Bond
objection? Who was the second? There are 2 seconds. Ms. Ocean. Could you punch your button, please, for the system?
I'm in.
Thank you.
There we go.
Okay, any objection to language suggested by the bond counsel? Seeing none, the language is incorporated.
Okay, I have another amendment. Section 1, final paragraph, Page 3, Line 10. After the word bonds, add the following language, and this is the motion. Motion to add the issuance of the bonds which may be sold in one or more series is conditioned upon the appropriation of funds by the State of Alaska, provided that the funds are not required to be 1-to-1 matching grants. Move to approve.
we have a
Thank you.
second? Okay.
This is again suggested by bond counsel. Urge approval.
Thank you. Any objection to adding language from bond counsel? Seeing none, that language is incorporated.
I have one last amendment suggested by bond counsel. Section 3, page 4, line 21. After the word bonds and between the word obligation bonds and before the word and, contingent upon the appropriation of funds from the state of Alaska. Move to incorporate that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey. Any objection to incorporating that language? Seeing none, that language is incorporated. This item stands before us, as amended, reduced to the amount of $3 million, and I assume the appropriate amount of O&M from the administration.
Stay the same.
Please vote to approve this item as amended.
She's done a wonderful job tonight.
Thank you. That passes 9-1. And Mr. Coffey, do you have the language for the clerk, please?
Oh, yeah. I put it on.
Don't throw it away.
All right,
thank you.
I'm sorry. Madam
Very
Chair,
good.
move to approve 14H AO 2009-15. We have no proposed amendments.
Okay, thank you. No proposed amendments. Anchorage Fire Service area. All right. Not to exceed $1,800,000. Any comments? Seeing no comments, please vote. The item is before us. Okay, 14H. H. Okay. All right, please vote to approve AO 2009-15. The item passes unanimously. 14I. We're done with the bond issues, folks, except the resolution of AR 2009-15, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, accepting a State of Alaska Clean Water Fund loan agreement in the amount of $1 million, Old Glen Highway Northern Communities. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed.
Move to approve. Second.
Any discussion?
No.
Seeing no discussion, any objection to unanimous approval? Seeing no objection, that item is passed. We have two items from the consent agenda.
Madam Chairman, we recommend those be held over until the 24th.
Why?
Because we don't need the action on them tonight. And you're probably going to ask more questions than you've got time to hear the answers.
Great.
Well, we killed one of those bonds, so we could probably deal with that one.
I believe you'll be able to defer action on at least one of them and modify the other.
Thank you. Second.
Thank you very much.
I didn't get to tell anybody about their
Meeting is
pins.
adjourned.